Charlie Kirk says, did you see this clip? He goes, your Generation Z sons have negative views about Israel. You need to tell them this. Time out. You need to tell them, time out. He said, if you feel like a loser, if you feel like your country's been destroyed, get a second job. Get a Hillsdale online course. Observe the Shabbos. He literally said this. I am hurtling towards you, full force, going nearly 90 miles per hour, weighing close to 1,500 pounds. I am hurtling towards you like a human missile to blow up this whole thing. And you're telling Generation Z, buy a Hillsdale course? Go to Turning Point? Fuck you. You are not ready for this. You are not prepared for this. I go on Fresh and Fit. They get demonetized. I go on Sneeko. He can't find a manager. I try to sell. I'm banned from payment processing. I stream the convention. You're banned from streaming the convention. Dude, can a nigga live? Can a nigga live? Please. This country sucks. You can come here. You can eat cats. You can eat people. You can drive your car into a store, a stolen car. Gang killings everywhere all the time. Can a nigga stream a little reaction to the major party convention? Can I sell a hat? I mean, it's getting a little ridiculous. Can a nigga breathe? I can't breathe. Ben Shapiro, I can't breathe. Take your boot off my neck. Let a nigga breathe. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
You wanted to see me?
Shut the door. You're very online, correct?
Yes.
What are these memes? They were apparently engraved into the bullets of Charlie Kirk's killer.
This one is a reference to the satirically fascist video game Helldivers 2. This is a longtime internet joke that originally comes from furry roleplay. This one is a reference to an Italian anti-fascist folk song. It's also used in the video game Far Cry 6, and this is just how edgelords speak. He's clearly terminally online, or he was. Now he's in jail, presumably without internet. Anyway, these kinds of memes are commonly used by people who follow Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, the far-right fascist? That's right. His followers call themselves Groypers.
I'm sorry, did you say Groypers?
Groypers. Their mascot is a variant of PePe the Frog. Yeah, the internet was a mistake. But we don't actually know if Tyler Robinson is a Groyper or conservative or liberal. Right, but I saw that his roommate and alleged partner is trans. Yes, the Utah governor said that a source in the investigation told him this, but that's relevant, right? It could be, but it could also just be another attempt by conservatives to tie this shooting to the trans community without really any evidence.
I think we have to fire you.
Why?
You're not being sad enough about Charlie Kirk dying.
So you're right here, but you should be closer to here.
In your Friday newsletter, you wrote that Charlie Kirk was, quote, a misogynist, openly racist, and transphobic.
I also said that he didn't deserve to die, and I mean that. I'm just describing reality.
Well, the reality is that people are being fired for not being sad enough, like your former coworker, Karen Natia.
Yikes. And the Secretary of War is firing people in the government who weren't nice about Charlie Kirk on social media. Okay, but you can't fire me. I'm an independent journalist. Also,
I am me. No, sir, you are you.
Classic.
I say you are you, but you say you're me.
Simple, okay? Groypers simply follow a homophobic, gay, anti-fascist, fascist, anti-Christian, Christian, Hispanic white supremacist. And they're far right, so their biggest enemies are the Republican Party. And no, he didn't vote, but he made sure to write memes on the casings. Keep up, boomers.
Trevor's axiom is a well-known equation in online trolling. It's a way in which one person can create a massive reaction on the internet. Look, person A trolls person B, but it's not about person B. The troll is trying to push buttons to try and get a reaction from hundreds, eventually creating person C, whose overreaction and self-righteousness will elicit a reaction from persons D through F, who weren't trolls but can't help rip on person C. Their reactions lead to outraged persons G through N, and it keeps going.
Brother, if you're seeing this, I'm probably dead.
Hey, good to see you, man. Hey, I don't think he did it. But you know what? Even if he did do it, you know what I mean?
Tyler Robinson's radical right upbringing raised him to be a dropout failure but taught him everything he knew about guns. What a lot of people aren't getting is that, yes, Groypers and the alt-right are far right, but they are not the same thing as mainstream Republicans, even though there is some bleed over. And if you can't understand the difference, you can't understand why what happened, happened. The quick way I can explain this is with an analogy to the left wing. Hasan Piker is the biggest left streamer on Twitch. That's how a lot of mainstream news articles credit him anyway. But do they know that Hasan Piker and his community hate liberals and Democrats?
So shocking to me that liberals have this tendency to look at something when any politician actually responds to public pressure in a positive way. Okay, they go, that's bad, that's automatically bad, I'm gonna yell about that, I'm gonna be against it. Inherently, I'm anti that because a bad guy did it. Trump is still a very bad guy. He is not a good guy at all. Okay, he's a horrible guy. Starting Tuesday, ICE raids are going to start in Chicago. You'll see how bad of a guy he is then. Trust me. It does not make any sense whatsoever to look at this situation and not recognize who the real perpetrators are and how they, in the most incompetent ways possible, gave Donald Trump a massive opportunity to present himself as this savior of this incredibly popular app against the incredibly unpopular thing that Congress had done in a bipartisan manner that was still, at the end of the day, signed into law by the Democratic administration. This is in the hands of the Democratic Party. So looking at a person, looking at any politician that responds to public pressure in a positive way and immediately going, no, I'm against it because the other team did this, is stupid.
And they don't vote for them. That's like their main thing. Well, what's the difference? Because they're both ostensibly left-wing, right? But to leftists like that, Hasan camp and way further left of that, politics is about purity, being a good, perfect person, and they view voting for imperfect Democrats is selling out, inauthenticity, treachery, that it's not good enough. And even more so than an external enemy, they can be way more angry at someone they think should be on their side, but doesn't care enough and isn't good enough. This divide becomes so stark, and those like leftists are so removed from liberal policies, efforts, and efficacy that I think they should be considered different movements at this point. And the same thing is happening on the right. But the right knew to publicly all come together as a coalition and all vote Republican and not let outsiders know that there are all these cracks. What unites the factions on the right is a desire for white supremacy. These right factions all work together in the name of white supremacy. They will all go out to the polls usually to support the same Republicans. They're more practical in that respect because they really do care about pushing white supremacy. But they do it for different reasons, and they hardly tolerate each other, and that's coming to a boiling point. As Trump has become more and more establishment, his agenda is now written by the Heritage Foundation and those traditional appeals to the evangelical base. They want to push these gender roles, the concept of the traditional family, all of that. A sense of place and purpose in a greater state and religion. Groypers hate that because they think it's inauthentic. They think all these people virtue signaling about traditional families are cheating anyway behind each other's backs. They don't believe it. And they're not honest that they're just racist too. Groypers also hate Republicans over Israel because Groypers don't take an issue with the oppression or genocide of Palestinians. That's the part they like. They want it to happen to Jewish people too. They are straight up old school anti-Semites. Groypers want a zero-state solution, and they are growing increasingly resentful of the Evangelical Christian Alliance and the big business interests that are rallying around Israel because they think they're getting in the way of the true agenda and stopping them from getting rid of all the people they don't like. Groypers hate Republicans because they hate that Republicans seem to be caring more with their words and caring less with the actual serious actions and agenda of hurting as many people as possible. They believe that the destructive populist potential of MAGA has been appropriated and whitewashed and is no longer loyal to the cause of burning it all down. They see it as someone else taking their creation and making it normie. To Groypers, the irony is the point. Of course that was on the casings, because this was the revenge of fully ironic, senseless violence on any conversation. Because Christian nationalism and nihilistic accelerationism are existential threats to one another. Both bad. Hatred is not enough to unite a movement. Not for long.
And I saw today Hasan Piker did a video about me. This guy's ignored me for years because, again, saying my name gives me power. Brother, what are we talking about? He refuses to say my name, literally treats me like I'm the boogeyman, the unmentionable. And in the video, he talks about how I'm this propagandist, I'm propagandizing liberals by pretending to be like a liberal Trump hater, but really I'm a
And I think he's doing that deliberately to basically farm a bunch of liberals who are anti-Israel to see him in a different light.
And it's like, I'm just over that whole thing. You know, people can watch the show. We're not hiding anything. I think there's about 100 clips of me on Instagram saying the N-word. There's 100 clips of me on Instagram with 1 million views each saying I don't want to live in a black neighborhood. Like, so we're not really concealing anything. What are we hiding? Are those getting out accidentally? Oops, we said the quiet part extremely loudly every day, 5 days a week in front of millions of people laughing maniacally while doing it. Like, I've been criticizing Trump for 7 years. I was at Stop the Steal rallies that precipitated January 6th saying we're going to destroy the GOP. I've been on this. My message to Hasan Piker and every liberal sucker like him, you better disavow this violence. You better cry like Dean Withers.
Okay, I take offense to him calling me a liberal. I think that's a bit fucked up. You better cry. Look at this little booger-eating fucking manlet. This little man talking big game, talking big shit. You better cry. Well, I'm not. The fuck are you gonna do about it, bitch? The fuck is this shit? He is acting like he's gonna fucking call the principal on me. You better cry real tears, or else, I'm gonna tell daddy. I'm gonna tell Trump to come after you and arrest you. There's plenty of evidence of Nick supporting political violence. Yes, he's a fucking neo-Nazi. Of course. Once again, I'm more so frustrated with the fact that he's falsely presenting me as a liberal. I don't think that's appropriate, but of course, Nick has to present it in this way because he is trying to shift the attention away from his fans that might have been responsible for doing this. Because here's the thing. I did not like Charlie Kirk. I did not agree with Charlie Kirk. But clearly, at least by Charlie Kirk's own assessment, I was not a violent threat to Charlie Kirk in the way that Nick was. There is a reason why Charlie Kirk refused to debate Nick Fuentes. There's a reason why Charlie Kirk refused to mention Nick Fuentes. There's a reason why he didn't have an issue debating me, on the other hand. Both in the beginning of our careers, but also we were slated to debate next week. One must ask the question, why? Perhaps the many years of Nick Fuentes presenting himself as antagonistic towards Charlie Kirk and stalking him with his Groypers is the reason why Charlie did not want to actually debate Nick Fuentes.
Because Israel controls this event. This is America first, not Israel first! America first! America first! America first!
Nick Fuentes, this child, this weird little gay kid in his basement in Chicago, is participating in a super PAC.
And by the way, like Tucker's some macho guy. Let's just not even go there, okay? Okay, bow tie boy. Let's just not even go there. I mean, between me and Tucker, one of us is gonna call the other gay. I mean, really? Let's just stop with the pretense. You know, me and Tucker, I don't think either of us are the epitome of like macho alpha males. You're gonna call me gay and then you're gonna go, like really? The bow tie daddy's boy Tucker with the girls laugh.
Dude.
What? So great. Dude. You're calling me gay? I don't think any of us really have a leg to stand on that one. That's just a race to the bottom. No pun intended. So let's just not even go there, okay, pal? Let's just not even go there. This weird gay kid. Do the laugh again, Tucker. Do the laugh. Yeah, you're a real alpha male. You're a real alpha male. Yeah, you're as straight as they come, Tucker. Yup. Absolutely. I don't think we should even go there.
Dr. Van Groyper sent $15. You and Tucker are bare knuckle boxing for Candace's love and affection. Who is winning?
Do you know how many massacres there have been in... Oh no, how many Oh god, was it about gun violence? Oh no.
You know how many massacres there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence? Great.
Oh no. Please don't be right after that. Not after that. All right, for the next 6 months, I can only talk about things that won't be ironic if I get killed right after. Jesus Christ.
Tyler Robinson, the killer of Charlie Kirk, lived with his partner, who is this trans woman, male to female. And she, or he, don't know her pronouns, his pronouns, is cooperating with the FBI. Sources, Kirk suspect lived with transgender partner who is cooperating with investigation. It is September 13th, and it is time to unpack with Jack Mack, America's most trusted nightly news show, according to people that like chocolate. This news came on the same day that the Utah governor said that Tyler Robinson is deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology. It's very clear to us and to the investigators that this was a person who was deeply indoctrinated with leftist ideology, Cox said in an interview with the Journal. The New York Times reported tonight that Tyler Robinson was on Discord after the shooting. Some gamers tagged Tyler Robinson saying the guy in the photos looked exactly like him, and he laughed it off and said, "Nah, that's my doppelganger." Other people in the chat teased him with Tyler killed Charlie, and he played along, even joking about hiding a manifesto in his rifle. So we now know that Tyler was up with the news, keeping up with the news after the event. He commented on ammo details, media speculation, even mocking that he might fake his death and live in Kansas. The New York Post reported that a neighbor claimed 2 weeks ago several people driving cars with out-of-state plates were seen going in and out. They did not give off a good vibe, the neighbor said. Hasan Piker wrote an article with the New York Times today and said, "I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would have said." This is an ongoing situation. I think we're going to hear more from the FBI, local law enforcement tomorrow. But yeah, it's becoming clearer and clearer what happened here. We will see you tomorrow. Stay away from the crazies.
And there is a huge left versus right ideological war going on between the conservatives and progressives in the world. And it almost all hinges on whether or not this man right here is in a gay relationship with Tyler Robinson, whether he is transitioning or not. And he has 683 followers. And absolutely anybody, it's not, you don't need some kind of special access or app or something to go find this account. Ian Claudel, yet not a single mainstream news outlet, not even the people who follow my page, have gone over and checked out this man's videos to see whether or not he is actually trans or could possibly be in a gay relationship with the shooter. By the way, that link on there, it goes here. This is his Instagram account. It says, "Not Tyler Robinson's boyfriend. Claimed for boredom. Feel free to chat. Christian, right-leaning." There you go. Right from the horse's mouth. He could not write this if that he would not link this from his TikTok account saying "not Tyler Robinson's boyfriend" if it wasn't his. He has the capability to edit that link, and this is what he wrote. And this rumor mill all started with a reporter named Brooke Singman, who said they had an exclusive source that Robinson lived with a transgender partner, right, using those words, and was transitioning from male to female. And this is where people believe that her source got it from, was one of the TikTok videos, which I actually couldn't find. If someone can find this one, let me know, where Ian used a filter to look like this anime person. So not that he was actually transitioning, but he tried to look like this, make one of his photos look like this anime person. Is that transitioning? Again, he links directly to his Instagram, and right on his Instagram here, he says, "Not Tyler Robinson's boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever." I just urge everyone to take the step, go to this account, Ian Claudel, and listen to his videos, listen to him talk, and see what kind of vibe you get off this person. And if the mainstream news, if people would have just taken that step, because you've even got the governor of Utah going on here quoting this rumor mill from Fox News, and it's ridiculous. I feel like I'm some kind of Like, I do not have super sleuth powers just because I'm on TikTok. Does that mean, how is it I have more capabilities and more resources at my disposal than all of mainstream news? Even CNN was reporting this because I have a TikTok account. 683 followers to this account. And this is this huge left versus right civil war. And all anyone would have to do is just look up this account. It's insane.
Christmas, I got one of those cookie boxes, but here's the magic part. Watch this. There are actually cookies inside of here, and I've never seen that in my life.
Okay, so this guy has not confirmed he is some kind of transitioning person. This is the evidence that all the right-wing people are talking about, that he's transitioning, except for this neighbor who was riding by on a bike. He's never met them before, but he says he was riding by on a bicycle, and he saw them kiss and talking about transitioning, all in a conversation he overheard riding by on a bicycle.
At a time. There's some published reports out there that this individual, the roommate, may have been transitioning. Did that correlate with what you saw? Yeah, definitely. Okay, so he was going to have an operation to be to turn into a woman. Yeah, and I think he's getting ready for that. So, in what way do you think that? I remember them talking about a doctor's appointment. It was about 2 weeks ago, I would say. And they were kissing? Yeah. Do you know, where did you see them kissing? Just coming out. I was riding with my bike, so I didn't see the whole thing, but yeah, I saw them. And when did you hear them talking about a doctor's appointment? I would say about the same time that they came out, so that one time, yeah. Where were you standing for that? I was just riding by here. Okay. So. And you were able to hear snippets of their conversation? Yeah. If you were sure that they were a couple, but you seen them together.
And here is a video of the guy who is supposedly transitioning. And you can go look up his TikTok account too.
For Christmas, I got one of those cookie boxes, but here's the magic part. Watch this. There are actually cookies inside of here, and I've never seen that.
So because this kid is kind of weird and he likes anime and wearing these onesie costumes, they're saying that he's transitioning. He has a very deep voice. He doesn't sound like he's transitioning at all to me. The only other evidence they have is this guy who is a Charlie Kirk fan who says he was riding by on his bike and heard all of this stuff. Here, let me show you the end of that video.
Over the years, like, I didn't know him personally, but I've watched his videos before. And so, definitely a nice guy.
So The Sun, a right-wing news outlet, happened to find a guy who was across the street riding his bicycle and listened to a sliver of time of somebody's life and happened to determine in that slice of time who they were dating and that this person was going through this intimate transition in his life. I mean, what are the odds that he just happened to overhear all of this at this perfectly opportunistic time? Because people just walk around discussing stuff like this in public all the time. If you want to be more productive with your time, why don't you look at why Charlie Kirk's friends were saying that he was afraid of this country just recently, and watch the video I'm about to show you, which is some of the final remarks that Charlie Kirk had.
The whole country.
Oh, there it is.
When I first heard this story, I still had the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that's an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is. Yeah. And you're trying to tell me that they're going to concerts and kibbutzes and schools?
If the youth are being lost, this poses an existential problem to Israel. And if in particular, the youth in the right wing of America becomes indifferent to Israel, then they are truly alone. They have lost China, Russia, the whole Muslim world, Europe, Africa, Latin America. Who do they got? It's just us. And what is America's support conditioned upon? The Republican constituency in America. If we're up to the Democrats, we wouldn't support Israel. If it was up to the Zoomers, we wouldn't support Israel. It's Republican boomers that are keeping it together. Without America, they are alone. And without the boomers, they don't have America. So they need the young people in America. They need the right wing in America. Do you think that's why Netanyahu offered Charlie Kirk $150 million to support Israel? Do you think that's why it mattered to them so much? Netanyahu was going to open the floodgates, according to these reports, and unleash $150 million of Israel-controlled money that would probably come from America. It wouldn't come from the Israeli treasury. It wouldn't come from their finance ministry. Netanyahu would order it, and it would be Jewish American billionaires that actually dispense the cash. He would double their money. Do you know how much money $150 million cash is? Charlie Kirk would overnight become a very rich man. They say that Charlie Kirk was offered an infusion of $150 million by Israel. And Charlie Kirk refused the money. And I have independently confirmed that, by the way. I've heard that from 4 people. 4 people that I trust that are in the know. So this is coming from Candace Owens, a friend of Charlie Kirk. This is coming from Max Blumenthal, who purports to have a source. And I have heard from a handful of people independently of those sources that this offer was real, and that Kirk turned down the money.
Let us all clock what you just said. World leaders threatening podcasters if they don't influence American youth. That's the gist of what you said. We have world leaders threatening American podcasters if they don't tell a specific message to the American youth. Nailed it.
Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life, that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. Do you know what I'm talking about? Happy? Do you want to know what PePe is? PePe is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a PePe.
The alt-right's into Femboys. Did you know that? Is that possible? Is that what's happening? So I recommend you go into this subreddit. More plates, more dates. A lot of it's ironic. A lot of it's shitposting. A lot of it's real. Fitness subreddit about dating. That was the original intention. And it's morphed into what I think is kind of like a 4chan light, where there's genuine help for people like struggling with men's issues. But then there's a lot of homophobic humor. It's hard to really categorize it. But here's a few examples. So someone posts, they orgasmed when they were following Arnold Schwarzenegger's lifting routine. And someone posts, are you sure it wasn't because of the twink in front of you? So that's a term for a feminized gay man. They also talk about femboys, which I'm guessing that's what they mean when they say transgender. What's actually going on? So this is a space where people make these kinds of jokes. Did the shooter put some of those kinds of jokes on those casings? Are they alt-right and they actually are also really into a transgender person? So in a community where everyone's joking, there will be a certain number of people that are for real about that kind of thing. So when people post, they often say, hey, what are your stats? They're referring to penis length and girth. That's the culture of the place, and it skews heavily to the right. Fitness spaces kind of do that, but this online community definitely does so. So is that what happened? Is that what we're seeing, an alt-right person who also happens to be into transgender people?
I don't really blame people for mixing femboys and trans, because these days a lot of femboys are taking HRT, and honestly, you people blur the line. What's the difference between femboy and sissy? A femboy is just a feminine boy. It's very simple. A sissy is a person who specifically fetishizes being humiliated and being treated like a woman despite being a guy. A femboy is a boy who is feminine. That's like an aesthetic, you know? That's like a presentational thing. With the sissy, it's a kink. Sissies don't like go around their day-to-day dressed up like women. That's a kink for them. It's a bedroom thing. And trans women have bad taste in music. And that's how you separate them.
There's a lot of confusion that comes along with trying to explain what a groyper is to normal people on the internet. You know, people who haven't been plugged into internet culture or niche politics, until very recently. And that is due mainly to the dialogue surrounding the assassin of Charlie Kirk and the presupposition that because they allegedly have a trans roommate or partner, which none of this has been verified, by the way, but the argument being made is that because this person might have been in a relationship with a trans person, that they themselves couldn't be conservative or a part of the alt-right movement. But the thing that you have to understand about groypers and other individuals on the internet who fall under a category I like to call internet nihilists, the thing that you have to understand about them is that they do not have a coherent worldview or coherent set of core beliefs. They only believe in essentially causing chaos and as much pain as possible to people, in real life and, online, but mostly in real life now, it seems these days, because they don't believe really in anything. And because they don't believe in anything other than causing pain and suffering, they will align themselves with the people who are causing pain and suffering, and that will usually be in the form of conservative movements, the Republican Party, because that is the party that is proactively targeting marginalized groups, people who don't fall within the ideal class within a capitalist system, right? Black people, undocumented people, people of Latino descent, Mesoamerican descent, Native Americans, Indian, you name it, right? Anyone who is not white, which is inconsistent with who Nick Fuentes is as a person, because he is of Latino descent. And this inconsistency carries over to their worldview when it comes to gender roles and sexuality, right? Like, there have been times where some would say Nick Fuentes has been doing it in a satirical or for comedic effect, but there are times where Nick Fuentes has shown not just open disdain for women in a misogynistic way of just for them being women, right? But also because they show any kind of like attraction to him.
Whoops. Madison has sent $20. I too am submitting my application to be your wife. Jessica may be the real bitch, but I've got the Catholic trad wife package. How does a Sunday Mass date sound? God bless you. Praying gesture emoji. Latin
Oh
cross
my
emoji. Heart seed
gosh.
emoji.
Yeah, it sounds. Oh my dude. Oh my gosh, guys. Stop. Please stop. What do I need to say? What do I need to? I thought I did everything necessary to repel this sort of thing. You know, and honestly, do you people really think? I've told you a million times, like, I am Catholic, but I'm also a beast, okay? But I'm also a maniac. The idea that people have in their head that I'm like putting on my fucking Sunday best to go to trad Latin Mass with my shield maiden. Oh, let's go for a Sunday. Like, that makes me want to commit suicide. All right, here I go. Getting my tie on for church, my cologne. Oh, goody, goody. A modest and wholesome traditional girl for a Sunday Mass date? Right on my alley. Like, dude, who do you think I am? I am a nasty beast. I am a straight up nasty beast and a maniac. And you think that I'm like some domesticated goy slave? How does a Sunday Mass date sound with a Catholic trad? Sounds like I'd rather be an incel for the rest of my life, to be honest with you. To keep it a buck with you. Sounds like a terrible date. We're not even going to talk. What do you think you do on a date? So, I don't know, dude. But I hope that's bait. I hope that's just not even real, to tell you the truth. I just hope that's not even real. The Catholic trad wife. What? Have I ever given any indication that I'm looking for a trad cath? Like, wholesome shield maiden? And yes, A-Logs, please weigh in on this one. Have I ever anybody for that matter? Holy. No, I need me a freak. Sorry. I need me a freak. I need a girl I can fix her. If I'm going to have a wife, I need a girl that sort of hates me. Have I not been clear about this? I need a contentious relationship with a real bitch that sort of hates me. I already told you that. So, no, I'm not looking for like a pick-me trad shield maiden. No, I don't. No, not at all, actually. So, anyway. That's crazy. But I've got the kids. What did you think my react was going to be like? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. With me? Ooh. With me, my Catholic trad wife? Sunday Mass with my Catholic trad wife? That sounds great. Oh, boy. Yes. And I'm going to grow my beard out and wear a shirt and tie. Excellent Mass, gentlemen. Excellent Mass, gentlemen. Really wonderful. Are you going to join us in the rectory for coffee and donuts afterward? Wonderful Mass, gentlemen, really. Oh, brother. It's like you don't even know me. It's like you don't even know me. Do you even know me? That's crazy. What did I possibly do wrong to attract a female fan club? I feel like I did everything a person would do if they were deliberately trying to repel women. And then I see women making fan cam edits. I don't wear cologne. I'm not into all that kind of stuff. But thank you for the big super. Minions 2, The Rise of Gru. Banana! Hello.
Like, he hates women so much that he unironically comes back around to believing that it is more masculine to be in a relationship with another man. And if you're wondering what this picture is, that's Nick Fuentes and him doing a live stream that was like 10 or 12 hours long with a cat boy. Like they like live streamed this entire like day-long date they went on. I'm not even kidding. Like this is the kind of incoherent behavior that is done by these internet nihilists, because they just do it for shock value. They just do it for the lulz. They do it to trigger the libs and all those other kind of things. Like that is their only consistent motivating factor and unifying belief, is to be contrarian to like its utmost conclusion. Like in this clip, I want you to notice how long it takes Nick Fuentes to set up this joke and this gag he has about when a female viewer or fan of his offers, interest or wanting to go out with him.
What part of what you know about me would make you think that I would want to be propositioned by a woman? Much less in the super chats, no less. What part of you, or what part of me would make you think that I would want a girl to say, to ask me out on a date?
And like this is a clear example of when these individuals have so much misogyny and hatred for women that they start to turn back around into homosexuality, which is like something that is also consistent within fascist regimes, right? Like people have these closeted homosexual desires that turn outwardly into just bigoted assaults on other members of society because they can't deal with their own feelings and their own inconsistencies in their life, so they just decide to melt everybody else around them. Because they don't believe in introspection, retrospection, and healing, they only believe in causing as much suffering as they can onto other people because they are suffering and they don't know or don't want to deal with that own internal suffering, so they lash out and project that and push that out onto other people. But it's not just about their sexuality. It also comes from the fact that they cannot deal with the inconsistencies that they see in the world and that they themselves are experiencing in relation to their parents or their grandparents or even perhaps some of their older siblings, and the fact that they might be stuck at home. They might be going back to school for a second or third time. They might be struggling with understanding why they don't have a house, a family, a marriage, a career. They can't understand why their material conditions are the way they are despite any kind of effort put forth. And they can't understand the socio-political implications of what is going on right now with the conservative movement in America, with having Donald Trump in the Oval Office for a second term, with the militarization of the public and the attacks on free speech by the actual administration itself, and because they don't have the media literacy, the ability to read material and critically analyze it and think about what is being said and who it's coming from. The only things they really understand is their life sucks, they're in pain, and they don't know why they're in pain, and no one can make the pain stop or go away. Therefore, nothing they do matters, so they might as well just share those feelings of pain in the most painful way possible unto everybody else. That is what a Groyper is, an inconsistent set of world beliefs that do not align with each other and is physically manifested in chaos and pain.
Hi, I'm Chronically Online, which means I know a lot about the Groyper community and I know a lot about the bullets that killed Charlie Kirk. Starting off, I can tell you that Groypers are extremely right-leaning, to the point where they hate most right-wing politicians. There's been rhetoric about killing them since 2021. A lot of them are inspired by Nick Fuentes, but it goes a lot deeper than that. It's not as simple as writing them off as just extremo right-wingers, because while that's true, it's different. They are what it means to truly be alternatively right. This is where it gets confusing for most people, so try to stay with me. This community is very heavily based on online spaces like 4chan and Discord. The community consists of a lot of people who self-identify as involuntarily celibate. This causes them to groom other people like them into being more feminine, femboys or trans people. This is how these communities have a tie to the community, and why you can't just assume you see a feminine person like me wearing makeup and assume they are left-leaning. So this creates a community of fascist femboys and trans people and just regular incels. And a community that's tied to femboys and trans people sometimes. They're not the same thing, but are furries. This community, depending on who you ask, can be extremely pro-furry or extremely anti-furry. This is where the first meme came in. The "Notice this Bulge OwO, what's this?" comes from a 2014 4chan meme making fun of furries. But furries commodified and use this meme a lot, so it doesn't really prove whether or not he is or not. But it does prove that he is chronically online and uses 4chan and Discord spaces. This also explains how he could potentially have a roommate that was trans, though there's not really a lot of evidence suggesting that he did, because trans doesn't automatically equal left, and that's something that people are going to need to understand if they want to understand the motives of this killer. The next bullet, I believe, was one with the arrows, which a lot of people mistook for being the Antifa arrows, but these are actually from the video game Helldivers. It's just a command to release a really big bomb, but also used in these communities to signify an end to a conversation or owning somebody. The third one being ciao bella, ciao bella, ciao. This is an anti-Italian fascist song, but is used pretty ironically in these circles to make fun of non-fascists, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is true. They do use this song to make fun of other people. The fourth one is just pretty self-explanatory and found its way out of this community a lot of times. There's so much more to explain about this community. It is very complex and hard to understand. This is not a normal conservative or right-wing community. It's not anything tied to liberalism or left-wing ideology. The closest thing you can describe it as is alternatively right or alt-fascist. Whatever you call it, it's really different from anything we've ever seen reach outside of the internet and onto the political spectrum.
The bullets were trans, then is the gun was cis, or no? The gun was trans and the bullets were... I don't know. Did he know? He wasn't. He was cis. Like, was the dad trans? No, dad was cis. Okay. Well, who was trans? Nobody was trans. He knew someone who was, maybe? We don't know. Okay. Maybe the house was trans? Like the walls were trans? Walls can't be... Walls are cis, right? Maybe the people who built the house were trans, or nobody was... Okay, we don't have confirmation. Okay. Right. The school we went to, the principal was trans? Nobody was... What do you mean nobody was trans? Okay, well, who are we supposed to pin this on? No, everybody was... Oh, God. What was written that? Okay. This is not looking good for us. Maybe he ate something trans? Trans fat? Is that the same thing? Trans fat is cis. Does that mean... Can I say that? Ooh, who knows? But if no one was trans, then who can we pin this on? And no, we can't. We're not allowed. Oh, okay. Well, we should lie. Let's just lie.
I don't think Tyler Robinson is Republican. I also don't think he's Democrat. I don't think he's leftist extremist. I don't think he's rightist extremist. I'm just going to make this video and then I'm going to go back to my regularly scheduled content and hop off of this side of things. But I do want to hit on this, just pulling from, again, my background in military intelligence and intelligence analysis, especially as it related to terrorism in the Middle East and terrorist cells, because I'm seeing a lot of really scarily similar things. I think something that's going to be hard for people to wrap their heads around are the political identities of Democrat, Republican, right, left are actually starting to disappear within the next generation. We're actually seeing a counterculture movement and a rebellion towards those political identities, both the right and the left. What we know is that Tyler Robinson was incredibly intelligent. He scored a 34 out of 36 on the ACT, which puts him in the top 1%. However, he spent most of his formative social development years inside during COVID lockdown and online. And during that time, as more people became more and more chronically online, we started to see a shift in political ideologies as well. Everyone's so used to the simplified right or left, and they're not prepared for the idea that that there was a third party emerging, which were people who wanted to rebel against both sides. And that's also why we're seeing more and more people list themselves as moderate. A lot of people thought that that was just a conservative dog whistle on dating apps, and in some cases it still is. But also people legitimately, the new generation is feeling more and more moderate. They don't agree with supremacist views from the right, and they don't agree with fascism or an authoritarian government with all the power that this Trump administration has shown. But they also think leftists are idiots for caring about culture wars. Unfortunately, I know, because I started to feel a little conflicted seeing the left not actually give a shit about anything that could actually make a difference in the government and only care about culture wars online, trying to call everybody they disagree with racist. And I was getting frustrated too, as someone who's a liberal Democrat. But I also don't agree with the right and their racist and bigoted views. The thing is, I saw that it wasn't as simple as you're either in agreement with me or you're a racist or a bigot. It's like, okay, X is racist, Y is not. When you push this very you're with us or you're against us mentality, as both sides did, it actually breeds third-party factions like that who are like, we don't want to swear fealty to either one of you. Unfortunately, a very common thing with high-performing high school students, and I hate to say this and sound conceited, but I'm just going to pull from my anecdote, my personal experience, as somebody who was in the top % at my school and who was in all AP classes and graduated early and all of that, we all go through a nihilistic phase, where the end goal is just that humanity is doomed no matter what. And we are seeing this nihilistic trend pick up with Gen Z and Gen Alpha. That whole unserious tone has gone even further. There's no point in being on the right, there's no point in being on the left, it's all pointless. They view themselves as separate from both groups and smarter than both groups. I think intellectualism is completely removing yourself from participating in aspects of society because you're so far above that. And so the thing is, now reports are coming out that Tyler Robinson's roommate is transgender, but also the messages on his bullet casings point to meme culture. Once again, a very unserious culture. A lot of what they do is for irony, and they don't actually have any steadfast beliefs other than that humans are fucking stupid and they're not going to subscribe to any human ideologies. The point of the movement is irony, rebellion, fighting back, and not participating in identity politics, but actively fighting against it. It is a very nihilistic subculture. And that is what we are seeing rising. I actually think Tyler Robinson is part of this culture. I do think he didn't like Kirk, and I do think he did believe he pushed hate, but Kirk also pushed a very narrow way of thinking that you had to fit in with, and you had to identify with, or else you were the opposition, you were wrong. Kirk participated in identity politics. Kirk demanded loyalty to a certain ideology, specifically pushed by his strong Christianity, and wanting a Christian nation as a Christian nationalist. You know, we'll see as more evidence comes out, right? Everybody's just speculating right now, okay? But I don't even know is that I believe he's necessarily a Fuentes fanboy, or if even all of that was ironic to him, and he was also making fun of cult members in that group. I actually think this assassination might have just been a rebellion against all of it, the entire political circus that's been going on. I believe it's commentary and criticism on both the right and the left. And I believe society completely proved his point when Charlie Kirk wasn't even cold yet, his corpse was still warm, and Republicans like Nancy Mace immediately got on the air and blamed it on Democrats. There's the irony there. You literally proved his point. He thinks you guys are all simpletons who just follow identity politics and cannot think for yourselves at all. And this proved his point, which might have been his goal or his motive all along. Now the left is desperately trying to make it look like he's a Fuentes fanboy too, but I don't even think it's that simple. And now we have this intel about his roommate. I think his whole belief is fuck both the left and the right. Fuck identity politics. Fuck belonging in one box or the other. Both of you denounce reason and critical thought. I'm going to put myself in a separate third box. I think that's his mindset. And I think this has actually become an increasingly more common mindset amongst other Gen Z and Gen Alpha. And I think it's time for people to realize it's no longer as simple as the left and the right, Republican, Democrat, that a third faction has been emerging in the newer generation that is unserious and views both parties as stupid, and instead have formed their own nihilistic faction, actively promoting counterculture against identity politics.
I made a video yesterday talking about internet subculture, counterculture, and this whole world that a lot of people on the surface world don't realize is happening. And it's like got way more views than I anticipated. Comments are blowing up, and I didn't realize how many of you guys don't know this. So you need to Google TransMaxxers and LOLCow in the incel community, because you guys keep trying to make it like a left issue or a right issue. These people are living outside of society in their own world. Like you don't realize how many TransMaxxers are not the same as transgender, and like that's going to be a huge thing if it turns out like that's what his roommate might be. There's this whole pipeline of incel into black pill content and LOLCow where you have to be a Chad to be a man, otherwise you fail at your performance as a man. And you'll see like guys will literally get insane surgeries, and like it's insane body dysmorphia. Like they get surgery on their jaw, they get the hunter eyes, they literally like take calculators and measuring tools to measure their canthal tilts. Like it's insane. And then if they fail at being a Chad, then one of their options is to trans into either androgynous or more feminine character or a full-on woman. And that's where they find freedom. There's a whole document about it. Like they have like a whole fucking manifesto and rule book about it online. Like it's an insane space. But it doesn't follow like left or right politics at all. These are rejects from society who live on the internet. I didn't realize it had gotten this big because unfortunately I'm a normal person who gets laid, and I thought that these were just like fucking weirdos, weird kids in school that you just, whatever, who cares, like, but I guess they have a whole society underground. And so, like, I thought this was, like, a smaller group, and it probably still is, honestly. It's just getting more publicity because of the recent shooters. But, like, Tyler Robinson, the one from the Annunciation School shooting, the one from Wisconsin, like, they're all in this meme subculture group that doesn't have a political identity. It's not, like, you're not going to be able to wrap your heads around it. It doesn't follow, like, I'm going to keep calling it the surface. It doesn't follow the rules of society up here on the surface. It's got its whole underground playbook thing. You have to, like, you're gonna go down a whole rabbit hole, but like Google TransMaxxing, LooksMaxxing, go down that route, like black pill content, Chad content, like it's fucking insane. But like that's likely what you're dealing with here, and it's growing with Gen Alpha. Like it's wild. But you guys need to go research that, because a lot of you have, like, you know nothing about this, and you keep trying to say he's a Groyper, he's a Nick Fuentes fan, so you can make it like a left or right issue. And like I don't even think he's that. I don't like that connection is tenuous at best, but it's not strong enough. All signs, like with him and the gamer culture and everything, it just points to incel culture. And like if the transgender thing is true, that even furthers my suspicion of the incel culture. You can go on YouTube and look up the incel to trans pipeline, and there's like a whole like hour-long documentary that'll show you like that world and like their manifesto, their rule book, all of that, and that's probably what you're dealing with. So I can't keep explaining it in the comment section. Like you have to experience it to understand it. Unfortunately, like I've gone through some of their Reddit threads and stuff like that, looking at, because like for a while the whole fucking like Hunterize cancel tilt thing was like making its way over to TikTok, and so it was like, what the fuck are we even talking about? And then you like go on the Reddit streams and they have like measurements for like your Filtrum, your cancel tilts, like it's insane. You have to go experience it for yourself. Go Google it.
So the black pill ideology essentially says that your looks, specifically your face, are going to have an enormous impact on your life.
I've managed to track down one of the UK's most prominent black pill influencers. On Instagram, he promotes extreme techniques, all to try and get closer to Chad.
So all the women in the world want the best looking men. If you understand the truth, you can then start to take actions to use it in your favor. It's not uncommon for people in the LooksMaxxing industry to get a hammer and think, okay, what part of my face would I like to improve? My cheekbones, my jaw, my chin, my orbitals, but just up and down, and the same with the brow bone, up and down, almost sculpting their face out of marble. And then, yeah, your bones just grow.
I don't know if that's entirely true. You know, I've fractured my knee, for example, and now my knee is vulnerable to other breaks. So, but how do you know your bone's growing and your face just isn't swelling up because of you're hitting yourself with a hole?
I mean, swelling does certainly stay around for a few days, but...
You've done it, though?
I've done it, yeah.
What took you to the point of hitting yourself in the face with a hammer?
It was just results. I wanted to be good looking, quickly, fast. It's like walking down a street and you're just seeing train wreck after train wreck after train wreck, because I know what good looking people look like. Just like that. Like, the best looking people in society, they're always treated the best. You just got to open your eyes and you'll see it.
But I suppose attraction isn't just appearance. There's times I've met people who objectively are attractive and have absolutely no social skills whatsoever, and that completely changes everything about them.
The exception doesn't prove the rule, and you're right, there are plenty of exceptions of people that aren't necessarily good looking. Unfortunately, you're never going to know that about someone unless you find them physically attractive. You'll never go and talk to them. If you're ugly, I don't want to look at you.
Unsurprisingly, a lot of what he's saying here is not supported by science. To kind of make someone feel that they are so not valuable and that all value is based in your face is incredibly depressing. You know, when you think of cases like Jake Davidson or kind of extreme ends of it, they did very much seem to believe this ideology, believe they were ugly. Do you not worry that you are kind of peddling those ideas?
No. because I always have hope. I will never say to someone it's over, which I'm trying to like put out there. You can make your life better. You can just change.
Because it feels like there's like an element of like, you know, I'm not a psychologist, but like body dysmorphia to it.
100%. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. You'll find out what black pill is and the truth of it, and you'll wallow in the dark, or you'll think, you know what, this is how it is. I can use this to my advantage.
What is TransMaxxing? So TransMaxxing it's transitioning within the realms of reality in a sense. Their base idea, you should be better off for transitioning.
TransMaxxing is a transition for personal gain.
I don't want to spend 70 hours a week working.
Get a personal trainer and become a true man. Well, I don't want to do all those things.
First of all, it's only for men. Women are not allowed to transmax, and it says this in the manifesto. They don't end up more beautiful, so it would be worse. Some of them are incels that decided to be trans because they wanted it to be easier. A lot of them are kind of right-wing. I think it actually speaks way more to society than it does to them, reflection of how men are treated these days.
I'm Tina, a former incel who managed to escape inceldom by transmaxing.
People will sort of sneer at those kind of men. Isolated, nerdy, neurodivergent, bad social skills. But then a trans woman, you're so sweet, you're so sweet. And the guy who is in the group, he just throws up a million red flags. He's not trans, has never been trans, for some reason is running this group.
If they're all like males are not really suitable for having children in the first place, then we need to do something about this males. We shouldn't just discard them. We need to like at least allow them to live good lives even if they get rejected. I do believe that eugenics is a good thing if it is implemented well.
Some men who actually get off on, you know, getting other men to transition. Do you sense that there's anything like that underlying? Probably. The manifesto does literally say more incels who transition so we can have fun. I feel like they're being sold a huge lie. People that are already neurodivergent, they're hardly going to change things about their appearance and then just be this social butterfly that's like attracting all of these incredible things into their life. But it is very black and white thinking for someone to think, okay, I'll follow these things and then my life will change. Well, they feel like they've made an achievement. I mean, that is it. If you present someone who's very functional with a list of things you must do, they'll go through and do all of that list, and afterwards they'll probably feel good about completing that list.
I want to talk about this transmaxing thing because it's a really slippery slope on how people on the left can get red-pilled into the alt-right. These femboys who full-on transition because they can't be alpha are not doing so out of a genuine, like, trans or queer experience where a person realizes that who they are internally, like in their soul, is not a reflection of the body that they were born in. So they transition so that they can feel more aligned with their authentic self. And that is a beautiful thing, and it is a difficult thing. What these boys who are so-called transmaxing or groyping, you know, full-on transitioning because they can't be alpha, so they want to live as a woman because they've idealized the experience of being a woman as being easier than being a man. This is, like I say, it's a slippery slope because this is not what I would call the queer experience or the experience of being trans. That involves a journey of self-discovery made in spite of oppression, not to further oppression or not because of oppression. It happens in spite of it, not because of it. It's very easy to be tricked into this train of like trans and LGBTQ hate because this is the next out group. Okay, so as we start having discussions around these things, we need to be really careful because it is a very slippery slope and it is very 1930s Germany because the demonization of the trans community, like, that's really easy to do. So, and it needs to be noted that in the 1930s, like the H-slur party, they had massive, let's say, sensual gatherings of all men because they thought it was furthering like the masculine soul of the overman, and that it was serving a higher purpose to be closer and physically intimate with each other than with women. And they're in that way they're kind of basking in their masculineness. So I just want to say that this is not the same thing as being just gay or trans or queer, because fascism's for everybody. Anytime that any person imagines that their experience of the world is made worse because of another group, that's how you get pulled into fascism. It's that slippery. I don't think that, like, be careful as you have these conversations to not further demonize a vulnerable population, because the Groypers and their expression of what we just don't have the language to differentiate as, like, between trans and, like, just being, like, transitioning because you hate women or because you imagine women to have an easier experience, as opposed to transitioning as a genuine expression of who you are in your soul. But two things can be true. You know, trans people and LGBTQ people are not like incorruptible angels. But like I said, it just goes back to why you're doing it. Are you doing it? Are you transitioning because you want to live as your authentic self? Or are you doing it because of a response to an external reality that you think is unfair? That's very different, and it is nuanced. And I think it's important to really look at that. But this is the internet. And this is a place where nuance fails. So just think about that.
TransMaxxing. Oh boy. We have to go back and talk about why, to the alt-right, the ideal woman is a man. Let's take this back to the 1980s. Ronald Reagan deregulates a lot of advertising. Video games get classified as toys targeted towards boys. Culturally, we have lots of movies about the noble nerd. These are your young white boys, protagonists, nerds who can't get the girl, who's with some meathead bully instead. But they're the protagonist. They're a person. So through pervy adventures with their other white boy friends, they can prove their merit and earn the girl at the end. They are not hot or popular, but if only she knew the merit, the earned worthy skill, the feelings of the protagonist, she would come around and choose him. So here we have this cultural myth about what a real nerd looks like, with earnesty and meritocracy at its core, with emotional insecurities and desires, and the strongly held belief that these are boy spaces for boys. And to be fair, women were rare in these spaces because of marketing pressures. So when they saw a woman enter their spaces, they thought she's not authentically a nerd. She's here just to profit off of the hierarchy of the space because obviously everyone will be attracted to her, and she doesn't really care. Credit where credit's due, there's a small grain of truth here that gets exploded out of control. I'm a nerdy girl, I like video games, I've been in gaming clubs and groups in person and online my whole life. And there is an often unspoken social game that happens when women enter these space. And a lot of the boys in these space will immediately rally around this girl's orbit, trying to impress her, compete for her attention, or be nice to her. They think they're slick. They are not slick. Everyone actually knows what they're doing. And sometimes these girls think they're slick, and everyone knows what they're actually doing. For some of these women, there are two motivations. The first is they're there to play games. That's why I'm there anyway. I went to these spaces because I like games. I don't like men, I like women, and I go to see this happening around me, and I will just break that social barrier and tell them I'm uncomfortable and I'm not interested in that. And when that happens, some of them will like continue trying to like be my friend, but I know what they're up to. And sometimes they just fuck off and never talk to me ever again, and they're pissed. But the other motivation for some women, and it's usually a bit of both, they do like the games, but they do also like the attention. Because the social bar in these spaces is pretty low. And girls can be mean. They might not be able to be the popular Regina George hot cheerleader girl, but in a gaming space, it's quite easy to be a queen bee if you're a girl. Off the top of my head, it's really only like 1 in 5 girls in these spaces will act like that. And they do casually like the games too, but they also like stringing several guys along to like buy them snacks or vending machines and stuff like that. Because I think a lot of people like to be liked. And the higher visibility equivalent of that these days is streamer girls, who will have several mods strung along into free labor monitoring their communities for them, and several audience members giving them donations. And look, the dancer doesn't actually like you, but there's mutual interest in pretending she does. But to these very online gamer boys, that is just how they think of women. That is how they think all women to be. Even if they are interested in you, or engaging with you, or sharing your hobbies, they don't actually like it or believe it. They're just manipulating you for money and attention. This is the myth that underlies incel, red pill, misogyny kind of spaces. And they don't have any better social emotional answers to address this, so they just say go to the gym. And to those who do care about the video game still, by the way, because that's what these spaces are, women feel sinful to them, because these spaces were built by lonely nerds who view being smart or funny or good at the games as a pure meritocracy, no matter what they look like. And women, by virtue of being hot, get a handicap. Once in a gaming club I was in back in college, there was one girl who would play Smash Brothers with all the guys, and they'd try to be nice to her or whatever, or try to impress her, and she was actually just there to play the games, and she would kick their ass. She was like a competitive player. It was really funny, actually. But yeah, a lot of these men, deep down, built on generations of cultural belief, don't trust women, even when women share their hobbies, especially when women share their hobbies. And these men are already so socially and emotionally underdeveloped that when they have feelings or attraction or insecurities, it's hard for them to share it. And they're really against the idea of expressing themselves to someone who is stringing them along or not earnest about it and might use them. That is not a safe person to them. Sometimes they're right. Most of the time they're wrong, and it's really sad because they will turn away people who like them because they don't believe it. So now you have these rooms full of boys who are very primally heterosexual, but cannot bring themselves to trust or get with women. They feel held hostage to their own hormonal desires. What do you do? Well, a lot of them know bits and pieces about edgy imperialist military history, like the Roman Empire. And they like that value of pure masculinity that only the in-group can understand. And to encourage bonding and to improve morale among the older soldiers, they would be assigned younger, more feminine male soldiers to practice with. I don't know how historically accurate or widespread all that is, but that's not the point. That's what they know and believe, and they thought that's a good idea. And odds are in their friend group they can find at least one guy who's so kind of emotionally dead inside they don't really care, or is gay, or maybe kind of agender and they really don't care either way, and they will start to present feminine. Their idea of femininity comes less from real women in the world and more like anime girl figurines. There's like idealistic hyper-femininity, it's pure aesthetic hedonistic beauty. And if nothing else, even that femboy can enjoy himself in the mirror, and the others can enjoy him. Sometimes they even get a trans girl to do this, but it's really transphobic. They don't see her as a real woman. But for all parties involved, it's slightly better than nothing. And the homies can end up using the homies as an emotional and sexual band-aid fix. There are a lot of young men talking about how epic the Crusades in World War II were while wearing thigh highs. A lot of them think you'll never be an alpha male and get the girls anyway. So why bother? If you can't beat them, join them. A lot of this is jealousy about the social emotional skills and support networks that women have that they don't have and don't know how to replicate. And sometimes it's how the trans women in those groups, who might not even realize it yet, think that everyone hates being a man, but women have it better and it seems so much more fun. They don't seem to realize that most men, I assume, like being men, are actually honestly men. So their whole misogyny is just misdiagnosed, jealous gender dysphoria. And all this comes together in how and why to alt-right men, including very manly men, they hate women so much, they've come up with their own homegrown alternative. This is called TransMaxxing. The only way they think they could ever get a relationship is by becoming a better woman than a woman ever could. The kind of woman their male friends could actually get with. The kind of woman that their male friends could open up to. A woman they could actually trust and like.
Trump posted a statement on Charlie Kirk from the Oval Office just moments ago. In this short video, he directly blames leftists and leftist rhetoric and ideologies, even though there is no suspect, no even person of interest now after the second person of interest of the day was released after interrogation. The only update we have on the actual shooter was that they were wearing all black, seen carrying a bag with a long rifle. And look, we expected this rhetoric immediately. As soon as this was happening, we predicted that it was going to happen, but it's kind of wild to see that it's already happening and we don't even have, even an identity or any associations or manifesto or reason or purpose behind any of this. He the president of the United States is wildly speculating and casting this doubt onto his political enemies. If this wasn't a political job, it is now. I'm just surprised he didn't allude to the fact that he is somehow more manly for having survived his.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my eye, dog, and I can't see.
The Trump Department of Justice deleted a study showing most domestic terrorism is right-wing. Facts don't care about your feelings unless their feelings don't like the facts.
They lied about the shooter being trans, and now they're lying about them apparently having a live-in trans partner, even though they were living with their parents at the time. The only claims to this are supposedly pictures found online of the roommate or live-in partner. This is it. Oh wait, that's actually a picture of JD Vance in a wig wearing a communist shirt for Halloween. JD Vance is also a Groyper. There's literal phrenology posts on Twitter right now calling Charlie Kirk trans. The source for this information was the same source that claimed the shooter was trans, Alex Jones and Steven Crowder. Fox News picked up both stories, and then Axios and the New York Times picked up the second story. Both have been retracted, both have been redacted, both have been proven to be false. I don't know if you've noticed, but the only people that are trying to push the narrative that this could have been trans violence are blank profiles. Not even the regular MAGA face profiles that like to argue on our page are here anymore because they don't even know what's going on. This was white on white gang violence.
Counting gang violence. Great.
A few moments later.
This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. And this murder Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? Gosh damn it. Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people. Who shot Charlie Kirk? I'm driving down the problem right now. I'm so pissed.
Man was arrested today for vandalizing the Charlie Kirk Memorial outside Turning Point USA in Arizona, where their headquarters are. And the guy that got arrested and vandalized was wearing the exact same shirt that Tyler Robinson wore to when he killed Charlie Kirk. Here was the guy vandalizing everything. There's flowers, walking on them. And as you can see, a patron there that was honoring Charlie Kirk tackled him. This happened this morning. 19-year-old Ryder Corral. He is in custody. Yeah, he was wearing the same exact shirt, probably to honor Tyler Robinson. These people are sick.
Wow. Let's just give me a second. Let me process that.
I want to explain the bullet casings, not in an internet context, but in a psychology of power context. If you don't know me, my name is Trip. I'm a professional dominant and I study power exchange. So this is a common thing that I deal with. And when someone feels insecure about their power, and a 20-year-old kid that's been basically abandoned, orphaned by society, has no voting power, has no economic power, has no status in the culture, when they're completely powerless, they know that they can't win facing that monolith power in front of them. And so what they try to do is, instead of playing the game of society, the game of work, the game of family, they bring the game onto their court. And so that's where he feels more comfortable fighting with the leverage that he has. And so he brought the fight over to that meme culture. The execution was when the governor read the casings on live TV, and all of the media people are reading the casings on the news, and the FBI. The thing is, he executed it flawlessly. He won. He absolutely won. This 20-year-old kid made all of these powerful people his puppets. He said to them, I can get you to say whatever I want. I can get you to say, no, this is Bulge. I can get you to say, haha, if you're reading this, you're gay. And he did. He executed it flawlessly. And it's amazing to me that we have these people and the media moguls and these people in government and all these people in these massively powerful positions that are shit at power exchange, are absolute shit at authority. They do not understand the game whatsoever. I know so many more people, so many SWs that are far more qualified to be politicians than any of these like lawyer Nepo babies.
There is a growing subculture of young men breaking off from society. Red pill, incel, black pill, TransMaxxing, and probably more that most of us aren't aware of. They're not all the same, but they're built on the same thing: disillusionment. They were told, work hard, be strong, earn your worth, and you'll be respected. But that formula stopped working. Now they feel discarded, powerless, and without meaning. They're forming identities around grievance. They bond over made-up enemies: women, feminists, trans people, anyone they think is getting what they were promised. This isn't random. It's what happens when there's no initiation, no purpose, no elderhood. You know who understood this? ISIS recruiters. They didn't just offer ideology. They offered status, order, brotherhood, and a role in something bigger. This is the same psychological vacuum, just playing out online, just waiting for the wrong signal to light the fuse. If something better doesn't step in, something real, this doesn't stay a meme, it metastasizes. This isn't about politics, it's about meaning, and what happens when men can't find any.
Unfortunately, in my confrontation with Mehdi, he was trying to press me and he asked, well, are you a fascist? Now, I am a Catholic at the end of the day.
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely. He wasn't asking me, do I read Mussolini? Do I read Giovanni Gentile or anything like that? He was asking me, do you believe what the church teaches and do you want to see that applied in society? To which I responded, yes, I am.
We may have to rename this show because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. I'm not ashamed of that because those slanderous words, Nazi, fascist, any of those terms, they don't really mean anything. Yeah, I am. And kind of real right-wing, moral, conservative convictions that they want to implement in society. I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool. I know at the end of the day that my politics are centered on Jesus Christ, and that's all I care about.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi. I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about being... Yeah, sure. Unfortunately, I lost my job as a result. I try to treat everyone with a level of respect and love and decency.
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
White people?
Yeah,
No
absolutely.
How does that make you feel?
Frankly, kind of destroyed. I'm a guy who is looking at our society being torn apart by just kind of the lack of rule of law, the lack of meaning in people's lives. Frankly, let's just get to the heart of it, the lack of God.
And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills.
You know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever.
No, clearly you're not.
I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly.
Let's go. Interesting.
I don't know.
Interesting pose of Frozen.
You know, it's interesting. Chris Bernay first brought this up when he like crashed out on the Groypers and stuff like that. He's like,
The big picture lesson is this. As we learned that traditional script for gender roles didn't work, no one thought to replace that for young white boys. So grifters and haters started feeding them a hypothesis of bigotry as an answer. We've been seeing that play out. It doesn't work. It's made their lives worse and everyone else's lives worse. It has taken lives. They need a new and better purpose. One option for purpose they were given, this cry for help, hurt people about it, loneliness, has been appropriated by the traditional evangelical Republican establishment. So some are going with it and putting a paint of Christianity atop that same burning feeling, while others are seeing that as just a bad faith ploy for profit and power, and then shifting from that purpose into no purpose, which is still just as bad. And even though they don't have a new answer, their only reference point is their old one. We could hurt people about it, which is bad. And maybe a little bit more self-destructive too. They need a new, better purpose option on the table, and they won't listen to women. They need positive male role models. And yes, liberals, feminists, women, like myself, haven't taken these people super seriously before. We're quick to write this off as a skill issue, and while that's the case, they don't have pathways to learn those skills. But it's not like there's a lot we could do anyway, because they won't listen to me. They want to know how to build friendships, families, relationships, purpose. And they don't have an example. The only people they see with an idea are bad people with bad ideas. Whether it's a local political project to make your community better with results they can see, or even just a hobby, or your personal life experience. There is a critical, unfilled niche for older men especially to lead by example. They need to know what it's like to process feelings, to go through struggles, to have insecurities, and know how to overcome them and end up with a purpose. Something good, something fulfilling, something worth it. Because their rage clickbait is just junk food. The right-wing establishment gains power from this. Right-wing mainstream influencers gain money from this. They have no interest in solving these problems, certainly not anytime soon. Real hope and change has to come from the bottom up. Kind is cool.
Notice's Bulges OwO, I can't believe I'm saying that out loud and having to explain it, is a reference to a almost 2-decade-old meme that is not only transphobic, but it is hateful to furries as well. The meme originated on 4chan and is used like the memes on TikTok now, disparaging trans people with blue hair. The same with the various soy jacks and special pepes, and you don't know what that is unless you know what it is. I'm telling you now. Here's a post from Big Tom Groyper, reminder that Charlie Kirk is a bigger enemy than AOC. This was an irony-pilled shit poster, and they haven't released his internet history because it's going to show that it's directly linked to Nick Fuentes' Groypers. The Groypers are shit posters. The Groypers meme on people, quite literally having memed on Charlie Kirk during the Groyper War that Nick Fuentes started. Nick Fuentes' Groyper War playlist has Is LOLCow in it. He is a shit poster. This was done as a shit post. Hey fascist, catch the combo codes. Like this was meme coded, and everybody is pointing out, yeah, meme culture is a direct funnel to the right wing. And not just the right wing, the alt-right.
God is a drunk, driving on a joyride to nowhere. Free will's a joke. A siren singing out, love is in the air. All I got in this world is 808 melodies. Dumb and fucking jaded with nothing left to believe. Cause God is a drunk. Think I heard a siren singing out, love is in the air. In the crib alone until my mind is spinning out like I don't got a license. Puppy loving quarter life crisis, just enough to turn me to a nihilist. Soulmates and fairy tale lies, it'll take a lot more for me to buy. Astrology and zodiac signs just can't tell me shit about mine. How many times? Doesn't hurt me. You wanna feel had so much, ran out of wood, just past the Dutch. Your homies die, you don't never slide, it ain't adding up. Get caught with a pipe, you out same night, you fed or what? New op pack in the air, this gas or what? He'll still be alive right now if you niggas ain't gas him up.
Why would Tyler Robinson say he was tired of Charlie Kirk spreading hate if he wasn't talking about the hate on the left? Groypers accused Charlie Kirk of hating his own race. Remember, these people are so far right, they hate MAGA. Transvestigating pretty much started from Groypers dogging and dunking on MAGA conservatives hating trans people in the first place because they don't care. They literally even called Charlie Kirk trans in the Groyper Wars. It was a big meme. The alt-right hates the center-right. Just like how me, a leftist, hates liberals. Is this making entirely too much sense? The love bombing, calling them my love. We will be together again soon, my love. That's incel talk. I don't talk to jacks like that. Yeah, for sure be romantic and cute, but that's love bombing. That's manipulative. You need to look through the text. This is somebody who is admitting to their partner that they just committed a pretty much terrorist act. It's been almost a week and there's still no definitive proof of them going, yup, trans, leftists, it's all fallen through, which just strengthens the Groyper speculations.
Motherfucker slick, but he got caught slipping. How you say you G when you speaking on my name? This out to them bitches who they claim they in a gang.
I heard notices Bulges OwO was inscribed on one of the bullets. My personal thought immediately was, yeah, there's a lot of fascist furries out there. But what didn't occur to me was that this actually was just more transphobic rhetoric. Notices Bulges being the Adam's apple and the bulge down there.
Hello, what's this?
I said they were going to be far right, but they ended up being so far right that normies, regular people, have no idea what's going on right now. Genuinely, people are going, what the fuck is a Groyper? What is Kekistan? Who is PePe the Frog? I need y'all to understand these alt-right pipelines go so much deeper than you or me even realize. At what point does, going so far right end up being left? Just anti-fascist, because when you go far left enough, you get your guns back. So they say, so I say. Armed minorities are harder to oppress, right? MAGA switching up from needing payback to needing prayers in less than 24 hours once they found out that the shooter is suspected to be one of their own needs to be studied.
You motherfucking animals! You liberal, progressive, deranged fucking animals!
Tyler Robinson, the man in custody for executing Charlie Kirk. Yes, he was a white guy.
You are so hateful in your hearts.
And the liberals are coming out in full force.
Because you didn't agree with his ideology? That's the reason why he deserves to die? You fucking animals!
But yes, he came from a conservative family.
Bullshit! I've never been so pissed in my whole life. I just murdered Charlie Kirk. Right.
We need to teach way better social media literacy in this country. Not only is the mainstream completely misunderstanding the meme references related to the Charlie Kirk case and blaming the wrong people for it, but the parasociality needs to be studied. They talk about Charlie Kirk like he's their best friend. They talk about Donald Trump like he's their best friend. It's not healthy, and they can't have political conversations because they're taking it like a personal attack on their best friend. It's obsessive, it's not healthy. Young digital native generations, we get it, and we know they need to take a step back, and they're not going to. Republicans have built a very silly idea of what it means to be president. They wanted Charlie Kirk to be president. At this rate, Gen Alpha is going to elect Mr. Beast. The presidency is supposed to be a job, not a streamy award. You're curious why conservatives across the US started all calling for civil war in sync immediately after the Charlie Kirk assassination, before there was any evidence or suspects. You can thank figures like Tim Pool, a conservative libertarian podcaster and online influencer with a huge following, who is known by the Department of Justice to be paid by Russian state media, an enemy state, to help spread their dissent in the United States. He's been priming a large audience of Americans with propaganda to view politics as a cold civil war waiting to go hot for years. Some of these date to 2020. So where is the accountability for the radical right? And will they disavow these calls to violence?
I would first say, before I say anything else, especially to the young people, the adolescents, that I understand how you feel. Lay down your arms. Those that live by the sword will perish by the sword. Remember what Christ said.
It was wrong for the radical right to call in bomb threats to black colleges. It was weird for so many Republicans to try starting a race war before there was even a suspect. If we really agree political violence is bad, why isn't the radical right denouncing these threats?
Somebody does not murder Charlie Kirk because they voted for Kamala Harris. People do not stab young girls on trains because they're born black. People do not shoot Palestinians in the back of the head or cheer it on just because they're Jewish. The people that do this are lost. They have to be isolated and segregated out. A new consensus must emerge. Are you in favor of a society with meaning? A society where life is sacred? Where life has sanctity, where people's lives and their dignity and their integrity is respected? Or are we going to live in a society that is a never-ending war between nihilistic tribes, warlords, savages, pagans? I see an emerging consensus, and I think that the mature people that actually love America, actually love our children, the people that recognize the division, the peril that we're in, we need to fortify a new consensus and rally the people of conscience, the people of decency, the people of humanity, the people of charity towards their fellow man, against those that want to kill us, against those that laugh and celebrate when innocent people are harmed. For any reason, for any ideological reason, against the people that are cruel, the people that are hateful. And by that I mean the people that are really cruel, not the people that say things you disagree with, not the people that are provocative, not the people that are sometimes angry, but the people that are really cruel and really evil. I don't identify as right-wing. I'm a Christian. I am an American. And if there are teenagers out there, fucking teenagers, guys, pause, fucking... If there are teenagers, high schoolers. Yeah, they watch Destiny. Yeah, they watch Vosh. And there's teenagers that are going in the other direction. Are we in a culture war against our neighbors? Are we in a culture war against high schoolers? Are we in a culture war against people like Dean Withers? We're in a spiritual war against the devil. And we are all united in that same struggle. Even our wayward brothers and sisters, even our wayward, your liberal family members, your transgender family members, yes. The Democrats, yes, even those wayward people, we actually do have an obligation to them to be charitable. We actually do have an obligation to them to be merciful and understanding. And we are all united in the same struggle against the devil that is trying to trip all of us up spiritually.
I think MAGA wants the Charlie Kirk suspect to be a leftist so bad because they need him to be a leftist. Because they are crashing out right now and need something to rally against. The promise that was Donald Trump has been broken. The magic is gone, no matter why people voted for him. If they voted because they thought he would make the economy better, that's clearly a lie. His big bad bill is blowing up the debt, and it's only making lives worse, and prices are only going up, and the job market's getting harder. If they voted in a moralistic cause to release the Epstein files, which is a good cause, they're realizing he lied to them too, and he has no intention of doing it. He's actively blocking it. And we're seeing all around the nation, the hats are going away. The flags are going away. There's this shameful, embarrassed, quiet step back and step away. This week especially, with new jobs reports coming out and new Epstein information coming out, they are losing hope fast. They were so desperate immediately to use the Charlie Kirk thing as a new sense of purpose and justification for how they already voted and how they planned on voting again, when they're too embarrassed to face the realities of what they actually voted for or what happened because of it. This was a way to make MAGA still feel worth it. And now that it's coming out that the shooter is from a conservative family, likely a Groyper who fell off the deep end of the alt-right, they don't know what to do. They're spiraling through random Christian nationalist talking points, through random attacks on Democrats, through random attacks on LGBT people, which they never really cared about, but was a familiar comfort issue they could walk back to from the election cycle a year ago when they felt they had a clearer sense of purpose and identity. This is not a mass exodus of Democratic voters to the Republican Party. This is the Republican Party coping and wanting that to be true, because they themselves don't really believe it anymore. They want to keep dreaming, but they're waking up. This is when cults shatter. A lot of Americans voted for America First policy, even going so far as to cancel a lot of aid around the world. But a major Republican establishment goal is still support for Israel. Why is that? Did they already make your lives great and now they're moving on to number 2? Or it looks like from the outside, once they got your vote, they stopped caring about you and moved on to their actual agenda. How do you feel about that? And do you know that a lot of the left feels bad for you? Here's the truth. Radical Republican ideas don't solve problems. Republican President Donald Trump said tariffs would fix the economy. In reality, prices went up and no one wants to trade with us. Now, hardworking American farmers who sell soybeans to China can't do it. And their family farms are gonna go bankrupt unless they get a big government handout or they sell to big business. The Trump tariffs were a bad idea. What else is he wrong about?
Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror?
Antifa? A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you think it would help?
They have foreign links
I'd be glad
all
to
across
do it.
Western
I think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does everybody agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done. Okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Yes,
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a good point. Thank you.
So a lot of boomers don't seem to know what Antifa is. I want to talk a little bit about how Gen Z uses words through the lens of internet culture. I think when a lot of boomers hear Antifa, they're imagining a formal organization, like a militia or a secret society, who all wear matching uniforms and meet up regularly and are card-carrying members of a thing. But there is not any significant or meaningful organization called Antifa. Gen Z thinks in terms of identity labels a lot. I suspect this originates from the fast pace of the social media age, where you have a short bio or you want to search things, so everything became tag, keyword, topic-based. Like genre tags. This is a very efficient way to describe yourself. And it's often not about what you do, but how you describe yourself, what you like, a group you want to feel a part of. Like when a Gen Z person describes themselves as a feminist, they're not talking about a formal organization or something they do, or maybe a movement, but it's mostly just they're describing an opinion they have. It's about self-expression, which you'd expect people to start doing when they're teenagers or in their early 20s. And there can be a lot of micro-labels that might even apply to you and me, but we just don't care about needing a word that specific. Someone calling themselves Antifa just means they are against fascism, which is really an opinion almost everybody holds. And of course, people have dug up old logos and symbols from historical movements and thrown it onto merch, like patches and stuff, that anyone could buy or sell. But it's not like an organized official thing. To the extent someone may call themselves Antifa and do Antifa stuff, like go to protests, and to the extent someone may go to a protest as Antifa and do Antifa stuff, it's going to be something they personally decided to do, organized through like a group chat with some people they knew, or through some local organization, either independently calling themselves Antifa, or maybe through like a local DSA chapter or something like that. But there's nothing like right-wing militias like the Proud Boys. The concept of a member of Antifa doesn't really make sense. And if you've ever met a young person who identifies as an anarchist in the political theory book definition sense, usually a very white and kind of annoying college kid, they use the word anarchist just to mean they hold the opinion that they don't like organized, centralized hierarchies governing things. Basically, that they don't want to be in any organization with formal centralized leadership. So they don't really have any reach beyond a local group or an online friend group. And I think that's why Antifa failed as a boogeyman in the 2020 election cycle, because they're just not enough of a real thing anyone could see. Self-described leftists who do not identify as liberals or Democrats and consider them their enemies are infamous for infighting amongst themselves into small little factions about theoretical labels, and they never really organize themselves or get anything done big picture. I know a lot of people worry about property damage at protests and stuff, and I agree. I think that's bad and does not need to happen. And some of that may even be done by people who identify as Antifa or anarchists or something like that. But that doesn't mean it's part of any bigger thing, really. And I guarantee it's followed by small online forums somewhere arguing about the optics of that back and forth. And this brings me back to the Bella Ciao bullet casing. It's a reference to a historically famous Italian anti-fascist song related to the historical Italian anti-fascist movement, for which there is no formal relation, connection, education, or even awareness related to random white kids today. Like, this could be popular in some leftist groups somewhere, but to me, that just sounds like trivia. I've never really heard of that before. And also, young people, especially young white boys in their teenage years, love learning a little bit about history and politics and will flip through the political compass and weird, obscure historical ideologies as different labels, all over the place. One week, they could identify as an anarcho-capitalist, the next a Marxist-Leninist, or an anarcho-syndicalist, or a white identitarian. A lot of these labels are kind of code words for racist and doesn't really know about anything else. They learn about this through YouTube videos about history, especially military history, from memes about different political ideologies, on forums dedicated to these topics on places like 4chan, Reddit, and Discord, and from video games, which commonly feature combat systems, and a lot of them are historical military-inspired shooters. Have you heard of Call of Duty? There's a lot more games than Call of Duty, but similar to that. Bella Ciao is in Hearts of Iron 4. And this is how a lot of young white boys who bounce around political ideologies, taking up beliefs as they go, or especially on the alt-right, where they love fixating on violent games about guns, especially where they can play as fascist armies, can learn about random things, including bits of obscure anti-fascist history. And this is how, for young people, you can have one girl who is super involved in soup kitchens or going to local protests and campaigning for progressive candidates in her town, and is practically, existentially, by all traditional labels, pretty far on the left. But something like Bella Ciao will sooner be on the radar of someone who is really online, stays in their room all day, and is alt-right. They'll hear about it first. Groypers, again, another informal online community, really just the name for fans of a certain podcast live streamer, have references like Bella Ciao, even though a community like that lives in the alt-right, far-right, third-way realm of politics. And you get fascists calling their enemies fascists and using anti-fascist songs and references as an ironic joke. While your average person who doesn't like fascism, even a pretty progressive person who doesn't like fascism, has never heard of it. So that's why, even though the song Bella Ciao is a historical Italian anti-fascist anthem, it does not seem to indicate to me Tyler Robinson is a liberal, a leftist, or Antifa in any reasonable way, and may even indicate more of the opposite. Because Gen Z is constantly navigating a full digital world of mass information on a way to collect labels and references to better understand themselves. Even an extremist pretty committed to one ideology may have an occasional rogue belief or two pulled from a completely different ideology. Young people aren't using the prepackaged party member beliefs of their parents anymore. They build theirs one social media post reference at a time. Traditional parties are too big, formal, and vague to keep up. And as these young people age up and their views trickle up, we're starting to see factionalized splits occur in the Democrats and Republicans. This will continue. Members of organizations are becoming a thing of the past. This is why it's also really hard to prosecute who's responsible for modern-day political violence, including January 6th and likely the Charlie Kirk case. You're not going to find the boss of a formal organization giving explicit orders to members of that organization. That's not how any of this works. And we need laws on stochastic terrorism to really catch up, because it's very clear to anyone people are getting bad ideas from certain groups, movements, and people. We just need our legal models of accountability to keep up with modern social organization structures.
They talk about how people on our end of the aisle are radicalized, when the same people literally declared war when they suspected that this was a transgender shooter. Even with this new suspect and the ATF walking back those claims, there are people still seeking retribution. The person in custody is a suspected Groyper, or someone so far right on the political spectrum that they view people like Charlie Kirk as a plant. A stopgap to radicalizing more people. Literally so fascist that they make fun of other fascists for not being fascist enough. This person donated to a Make America Great Again Foundation, super PAC. This person's father is a former police sergeant of like 20-something years. The entire family is Mormon. Every single one of them was a gun advocate. Just like how the person who tried it on Trump was a never Trumper.
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that? These people are crazy. There's something wrong with them. There's something wrong with them.
Since the bullet casings became public, I just know that put the internet on the case. And even though cringe man baby Kash Patel and his FBI had like a day or two head start, I would seriously bet that Kiwi Farms, then 4chan, then Reddit, then TikTok, then the FBI figure out this case. Because this is what happens when our institutions are like 2 or 3 generations out of date, and then appointments are made based on loyalty to a weird agenda rather than basic competence. Free the files.
Let's talk about why it matters that Cloudflare kicked Kiwi Farms off their services. If you've never heard of Kiwi Farms, it's a notorious hate site that people just go to basically organize harassment and doxing campaigns. For the past month, Kiwi Farms has been targeting Keffels, a trans Twitch streamer. She literally had to flee the country for her safety. And there's a really good full rundown if you Google this headline. It's on NBC by Kat Tenbarge and Ben Collins. And Washington Post also covered it. The Kiwi Farms is dangerous. Not only has it ruined the lives of countless people, their whole goal is a world where LGBTQ people are not going to use social media and be out and open online. In a lot of instances, Kiwi Farms' explicit goal is to get their target to kill themselves. They want these people to live in fear. As Keffel said, when a multi-billion-dollar company like Cloudflare has to drop Kiwi Farms because of this imminent threat, it's no longer a matter of free speech, it's a matter of protecting public safety. And if you don't think any of this matters, just know that the tactics that Kiwi Farms pioneers are only going to be used for more and more political purposes as we heat up to the next election.
TF and the FBI are already walking back these statements made online by Steven Crowder and Alex Jones that the shooter was transgender and they recovered their weapon on the roof of the adjacent building of the location with transgender and anti-fascist rhetoric etched into the side of it. Yeah, they made that up. According to a preliminary internal report circulated inside the Bureau of the ATF, Federal and local officials recovered ammunition with the rifle that appeared to be engraved with statements expressing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. Yeah, that didn't happen. But a senior law enforcement official with direct knowledge of the investigation cautioned that report had not been verified by the ATF. Analysts did not match other summaries of the evidence and might turn out to have been a misread or misinterpreted or literal intentional misdirection. In fast-moving investigations, such status reports are not made public because they often contain a mixture of accurate and inaccurate information. I fucking told you so.
If the Groyper theory turns out to be true, the average Republican is about to learn about a type of trans girl so transphobic, it makes MAGA look woke.
Groyper speculations. If the shooter turns out to have a feminine boyfriend, that strengthens the Groyper speculations. They are obsessed with femboys. Oh man, the chronically online wokeness is paying off. There exists a subsection of incels who are so celibate and hateful and fearful of women that they groom other incels into feminizing themselves for the sake of the cause. They call themselves operators and cosplay as characters like Ghost from Call of Duty and other very, very militarized characters in gear just to take that gear off and then being all ooh or oh whoa, hey, look at that. To be more specific, because I know a lot of you are actually looking for information, they wear military cosplays, but underneath those cosplays are like lingerie and knee-high socks. There's even a subsection of femcel who does the same thing, and the Groypers hate them. People are just now finding out that there exists a whole subsection of alt-right that genuinely views MAGA, the Make America Great Again movement, as liberal. And you're not even in the pipeline yet. You're looking at it from a way far away. Make America Great Again movement as liberal. And you're not even in the pipeline yet. You're looking at it from a way far away.
Femboy 101. If you've been on the internet for long enough, you've probably come across femboys on Reddit or Instagram and thought, wait, am I gay? Well, don't you worry, buddy, because femboys are on the up right now. Invest in the stock. It's going up. Femboy culture is going through a renaissance right now, baby. As a femboy with over 2 million followers on TikTok, I want to answer the question, hey, what the fuck is a femboy?
Hey, Vsauce.
Michael here. With the rise of memes like Femboy Hooters and Femboy Fridays, we saw the rise of Femboy starter pack memes and a generic aesthetic for femboys. Now, femboys come in all shapes and sizes, from full cross-dress to emo cat boys to J-fashion and cosplay. There's pretty much a femboy for every kind of subculture there is. There isn't one specific look or type for femboys.
Couple of dudes being gay.
Show me a dick. And it's also not exclusive to gender identity or sexuality. It's not about what's in your pants and bulgy wogies. And we'll talk about the problems with trap jokes another time. So stick around to find out more with this new series.
Groypers are obsessed with femboys because of the Greco-Romans. You know, when Elon Musk did the Roman salute, he's a Groyper.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
And then the like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that? That was a straight up like loving energy. That was like a straight up with intensity Roman salute.
I cannot go to bed tonight with a clear conscience if I do not tell everybody that Elon Musk got kicked out of the furry diaper fetish community. I don't think anyone understands what great joy I have getting to tell people. I don't even care if you already knew. The fact that I get to say that out loud and people get to learn it makes me so happy.
You can run, but you know it's ending. At the bottom of the grave, you're digging out. When the truth comes out, yeah, you know this is just the beginning. Lies crumble down when the
Okay. What gender and sexuality were like in ancient Rome? Fascinating. First of all, Roman men are supposed to be strong and dominant, and male-to-male relationships were common. In previous video, I talked about ancient Greek pederastic relationships between an older male and a younger boy. And same thing in ancient Rome. The difference is the Greeks were more focused on mentorship, and the Romans were more focused on dominance and social hierarchy. Romans were less interested in labeling people gay versus straight than the sexual role of theirs, being active or passive. Older men were active because that would be seen as dominant in the society. So, in other words, Roman men didn't care who you fuck, as long as you top. Many emperors in the ancient Rome had diverse sexual appetite. For example, Emperor Nero, who had relationship with both women and men, and also had a male spouse. And Emperor Hadrian was deeply in love with his male partner, a young Greek man, Antyllus. After his tragic death, Emperor Hadrian immortalized his beauty in countless statues and coins.
European translation and interpretation of Christianity is the reason why we have the alt-right extreme Groyper culture that is violent and full of rage. Walk with me. We often see that white Christian heterosexual males have an obsession with ancient Rome or Greece. But these same dudes who are idolizing Western culture's classic civilizations are worshiping cultures where men were openly bisexual, wore dresses, wrote love poems to each other, and expressed and showed their thighs in ways that heterosexual alpha males today would call gay. Ancient Greece and Rome were not straight heterosexual cultures. In Greece, especially among the elites, male-on-male relationships were structured and common. They were not always the healthiest of relationships, but they were normalized. Romans were a little bit different, but men could still engage sexually with other men as long as they were the dominant partner. Because sexuality wasn't about straight or gay, it was about status, power, and masculinity. The point is they did not see sexuality as binary. They saw it as fluid. They expressed it through fluidity. And it was tied to hierarchy. So when Christianity rose to power in Rome, especially after Constantine in 4th century CE, it framed sexuality as sinful unless it was between a male to female within marriage, and solely for the purpose of procreation. This is where we see homosexuality going from normal to sinful. It went from common practice to abomination. The church created a rigid sexual morality system, because if you control sexuality, you control the people. Now, fast forward to colonization. European colonizers used Christianity to control and police bodies and sexuality everywhere that they went. Indigenous, African, and global cultures that allowed fluidity, 3 genders, and all-around freer sexual expression were violently suppressed. Whiteness became tied to purity. Purity means rigid gender roles, heterosexuality, and Christian patriarchy. This is the same purity test that exists in Groyper alt-right meme culture. Now, through the spread of Christianity and colonization, in the 19th and 20th century, modern masculinity has hardened into straightness equals manhood, femininity equals weakness, and gay equals shame. This is the air that white men grow up breathing. Add in fascism and nationalism in the 20th century, Yahtzee is obsessed with the perfect male body but demonizing queerness. And boom, you get the contradictory mess that we see today. The far alt-right obsess over Greece and Rome because they see them as the pinnacle of white civilization. But we know that civilization existed long before Greece and Rome. But that's another video. They drool over the status of Spartan warriors, gladiators, muscular armed men, while ignoring and repressing the fact that those same men were wildly sexually fluid by modern standards. That obsession is projection. They crave the freedom and the beauty that men had in that culture. But their Christian white supremacist upbringing tells them that it's shameful. And that shame turns into rage. While they continue to idolize, but turn it towards the aesthetic, the bodies, the muscles, the discipline, the militarization, the weapons, the marble statues. But they repress the truth, the fluidity, the flamboyance, the eroticism. So yeah, these young white men are stuck in a paradox. They want to be Spartan warriors, admired and desired by men and women. But their culture tells them that if they are not hypermasculine, 100% heterosexual, and dominant over women, that they are nothing. That repression fuels rage, homophobia, misogyny, racism, and the entire incel to fascist pipeline. The obsession with Rome and Greece is tied to repression. They are drawn to those cultures because deep down, maybe not that deep, but they want the freedom that those men had to be beautiful, to be desired, to be soft, to be intimate, to be expressive. But their white Christian upbringing tells them that that is forbidden. They are worshiping a past that they will never allow themselves to embrace. They are running from their truth while also embracing it in the most toxic of ways. That is why this entire incel alt-right meme Groyper edgelord culture is so full of contradictions. That is how we got here. Because in white Christian society, men are not allowed to be free, soft, and expressive. And they mourn that. They live in fear of being ostracized from their society because their society tells them they're going to hell. And that is why we're in the mess that we're in.
I'm so excited that I can say things like that and y'all don't immediately just go, this, what? Even though most of you are, you're still listening. You're still here with me right now, and that warms my chronically online heart. Nick Fuentes, the king of the Groypers, dated a cat boy.
Try not to
Singing and shit.
Try not to dox our location too much.
Yeah.
He's cute. Oh, whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Wow,
Everyone always talks about who's taller, so
so
I'm taller.
yeah, he's clearly
taller.
Well, Nick's 7 foot, and I'm only
you're
like
walking
6'9".
You're walking on the curb right now. Can't see what you're walking. It's not you're walking on the.
They are literally the jokers of the alt-right. Literally. You know, the Clown World, Honkler, PePe the Frog, Honk Honk, that was them. The obsession with the first Joker movie, literally just causing anarchy. Hey, guess who that was?
Oh, why is everybody so upset about these guys? If it was me dying on the sidewalk, you'd walk right over me. I pass you every day and you don't notice me. But these guys, what, because Thomas Wayne went and cried about them on TV?
You have a problem with Thomas Wayne, too.
Yes, I do. Have you seen what it's like out there, Murray? Do you ever actually leave the studio? Everybody just yells and screams at each other. Nobody's civil anymore. Nobody thinks what it's like to be the other guy. You think men like Thomas Wayne ever think what it's like to be someone like me? To be somebody but themselves? They don't. They think that we'll just sit there and take it like good little boys, that we won't werewolf and go wild.
You finished? I mean, there's so much self-pity, Arthur. You sound like you're making excuses for killing those young men. Not everybody, and I'll tell you this, not everyone is awful.
You're awful,
Murray. Me? I'm awful? Oh yeah, how am I awful?
Playing my video. Inviting me on the show. You just wanted to make fun of me. You're just like the rest of them.
You don't know the first thing about me, pal. Look what happened because of what you did, what it led to. There were riots out there. 2 policemen are in critical condition. You're laughing. You're laughing. Someone was killed today because of what you did.
I know. How about another joke, Murray?
No, I think we've had enough of your jokes.
What do you get?
I don't think so.
When you cross
I think
a
we're
mentally
done
ill
with your
loner
jokes.
with
That's
a
it.
society that abandons him and treats him like trash!
Call the police,
I'll
Gene.
tell you what you get!
Call the police.
You get what you fucking deserve!
This is why I say it's one of the least punk things to just have sheer anarchy, just violence. Look, I'm gonna keep going. I've been talking about this stuff for years, but I need y'all to pay attention. I need y'all to ask the questions. I need you to bridge the gap between me and you and your family and your coworkers and your peers. I'm too woke. I always have been. I'm chronically online. You guys have to do the work. I will explain it. You have to convey it so we can normalize and talk about these kinds of conversations we should have been talking about up until now.
Well, I guess deep down I'm feeling a little confused.
The 4th cartridge. If you read this, you are gay. LMAO. The rifle, ammunition rounds, and towel.
You
were
could go
sent
to
for
jail if
forensic
you laugh at
processing.
that.
All having to talk about femboys and furries with your aunts and uncles the same way that the governor of Utah had to say "oh whoa" on live TV is the point. It's the shitpost. This is it. We're here. You've done it. Oh, you made it.
Engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices Bulges, capital OWO, what's this question mark?" Fired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
You mean to tell me a 22-year-old Mormon just tried to trigger a civil war with an ooh-woo?
You sweet summer children who have never had to learn any of this are now going to have to openly discuss it, to dissect it with your friends, with your family, with your coworkers, with your priests, with your religious elders. This is the fruition of the meme wars, meme culture being the pipeline to the alt-right. This is it. Y'all having to talk about femboys and furries with your aunts and uncles the same way that the governor of Utah had to say OWO on live TV is the point. It's the shitpost. This is it. We're here. You've done it. Oh, you made it. You sweet summer children who have never had to learn any of this are now going to have to openly discuss it, to dissect it with your friends, with your family, with your co-workers, with your priests, with your religious elders. This is the fruition of the meme wars, meme culture being the pipeline to the alt-right. This is it. Literally people going, I feel so old right now, and you're like 21. Not only was this an accelerationist act, it was a shit post, because people are not going to accept this. People are going to become more radicalized one way or the other because of it. This all became so evidently a problem during the Internet Equality Acts and the internet safety stuff that they tried to do a few years back, where people go, what's a JPEG? And it's just been made so much exacerbatedly worse because of AI. He went so far right, he got his furries and femboys back.
PePe posting. A person who is PePe posting wants everybody reading that message to understand what they're actually meaning without saying. Does that make any sense? PePe posting, whether it's a joke or sarcasm, the person doing it wants everyone to read the intended meme deliberately. They're just not saying it. So they want everyone to understand, but they don't use the words to convey it directly. Whereas dog whistling is you deliberately want to obfuscate the meaning from a wide swath of people while only having it visible to people in your in-group.
I'm so proud of y'all for not immediately tuning out to all this. I've been talking about this stuff for years, and people called me crazy because it is intended to sound that way. Let's take a breather. Let's take a moment to just toss some definitions out there. This is the place to ask questions. This is the comment sections to not feel stupid like they're trying to make you feel. Groypers are Nick Fuentes superfans. They are so far right that they saw Charlie Kirk as a leftist and actively bullied him as such, literally calling him trans. Look up the Groyper Wars and PePe the Frog. It's all interconnected there. Also look into dog whistles. This is a silent throwout that only people who know what it is can see it for what it is, like PePe the Frog. And be careful looking these things up, because that's how this alt-right pipeline works. You look it up thinking it's so obscure and ridiculous, and they convince you that it is, and then you start sharing the memes for them. Look up incels, look up femcells, look up fascist furries. And the next time a trans person tries to tell you what a chaser is or the difference between a femboy and a trans woman, you should probably fucking listen.
There's this war going on called the Groyper War.
So, it actually wasn't even initially a conscious decision. Unlike Turning Point USA and unlike a lot of what goes on in the conservative movement, this was totally organic. It started out with a couple of people who like my show, watch my show. They went to, I think it was in Colorado, I forget which school. 2 people came up during the Q&A and they asked about Charlie Kirk's support for legal immigration. Back then, he had a very different tone on legal immigration. He would, in his speech, say, we should staple green cards to every diploma of a foreign student. And so one of the questions was, hey, how can you support mass legal immigration? Isn't that not very different from illegal immigration? And it turned into a thing. And we said, yeah, this is great. This is good stuff, because, Charlie Kirk was up there and didn't have an answer for questions from a right-wing perspective. He wasn't prepared for a young white guy in a MAGA hat and with a rosary in his hand saying, hey, why aren't you America first 100% of the time?
A lot of people are asking me what the fuck a soy jack is, so I'm gonna go ahead and explain in this video what a soy jack is and what a groyper is and the differences and similarities between the two memes. First of all, in order to understand the soy jack, you must also understand the WOW jack. The WOW jack is the original meme, and I'm 100% sure, like 90% of the people who are watching this video have seen the WOW jack meme. It's also known as the Feels Bad Man. It was like really popular in 2015, 2016. Now that I'm saying that, some of the people watching this video might not be old enough to have seen this at its hype. So basically, the original meme is just like something bad happens and then it feels bad, so it's just like feels bad, man. And people also used the WOJack meme to just kind of announce to the internet when something bad was happening to them at that time. It'd just be like, last night my dog died and I found out my girlfriend was cheating on me, feels bad, man. Here's where I'm gonna cut in the beginning of the Groyper meme, which is the feels good man, PePe the Frog. The feels good man meme, PePe the Frog, quickly turned into an alt-right symbol where people would just like post on 4chan about like racism. Okay, so it originally was not a racist meme, it was like a pretty fucking chill meme, and then it became racist like really quick. In fact, I remember when the Anti-Defamation League, or one of those anti-discrimination societies, posted about PePe the Frog being a hate symbol, and people freaked out about it because half of the people were on the side of the internet where PePe the Frog was still a good meme, and half of people were on the side of the internet where it was blatantly racist. And nowadays, the good side does not exist. There was a brief resurgence in the good side when the creator of the PePe the Frog character came out and said he didn't like the fact that it was being used in a racist way, and people started using it in a good way again, but then now we have the Groypers. Now let's get back to the soy jack. The soy jack evolved from the WOW jack to kind of represent a liberal man. And for a little bit of context, you know how every other week it seems like the LOLCow and like the fucking supplement selling right-wingers are always like, you don't want to eat seed oils, you want to eat this. You don't want to eat vegetables, you want to go on a carnivore diet type thing. Well, that has been going on for a long time, and one of the original iterations of that was soy has phytoestrogens, and phytoestrogens can be converted to regular estrogens in your body and make you into a woman. So then you get the soy jack, which is basically a representation of a liberal vegan man who doesn't drink regular milk and therefore doesn't get all of the big cow titty testosterone that exists in cow milk and instead gets all the phytoestrogens, so he's basically a woman now. And originally the soy jack meme was like, oh, this is what liberal guys think and it's stupid, right? And in political compass memes and the politics subreddits, that you would have like the soy jack versus the Giga Chad, which is supposed to be like the right-wing guy who's like arguing with the liberal. The internet was flooded with memes of, your point is stupid because I drew you as the fucking soy jack and I drew myself as the Chad, so fuck you. But then people were like, actually, that's kind of cringe. It's kind of cringe to bolster your political points or even just innocuous opinions by drawing yourself as the Chad and somebody else as the soy jack. So then it became kind of a self-deprecating thing, especially in the incel community where it would be like, be me, 32 years old, still a virgin, no idea why I can't get a girlfriend type shit. Now, I wasn't there for the creation of the Groyper meme specifically. It was around the time where I got off the internet and started doing things in real life. But basically, the PePe the Frog meme just kind of gradually evolved, and I was there for some of it, not the Groyper part though, specifically. People kept drawing PePe the Frog as like different caricatures, eventually ending up on the Groyper meme, which was like blatantly anti-Semitic and racist. It was literally created from that premise way after the PePe the Frog thing. People would post the Groyper meme with like, you know, text that says some sort of like dog whistle or like anti-Jewish conspiracy theory, and the Groyper would just be like, you know, it's kind of like that person screaming at the monkey and the monkey being like this meme that you see on TikTok a lot. Monkey smart because not emotional. Monkey smart because chill, bro. And around that time where the Groyper meme started taking off, the Soy Jack meme also dead. You know, nobody posts the Soy Jack meme anymore, so it migrated over to like these more niche communities that are still posting fucking terrible fucking memes, like just deep fried to shit with their anime waifu, and it's like the final form of rot brain. So when people underneath that video say things like, the Groyper meme and the Soy Jack meme aren't the same thing, actually. It's like saying a YouTube short and a TikTok aren't the same thing. Okay, they're used in like the same fucking way nowadays. And they're used by the same fucking people. Like, the Groypers do not only post Groyper memes, they also post the fucking Soy Jacks. And they don't even call them Soy Jacks. They have different representations for every type of person in the world, usually the type of people that they don't like, and like a generic white guy. They have the generic white guy Soy Jack, and then they have like Slur Jack. Like, they have N-word Jack, they have T-Slur Jack, and it's like the most terrible, horrible depictions of a group of people you've probably ever seen on the fucking internet. It's like worse than old school propaganda shit. Literal pictures of people getting strung up. And that's why I don't feel any sympathy for this guy. Put him in the chair. I just wanted to say all of that was from memory. Okay?
Comfortably holding a position as one of the most well-known meme characters in internet history, Wojak, or the Feels Guy, has been elevated beyond image boards and evolved into countless variations. While the exact origin is unknown, the earliest found example of the iconic face is another meme that's made a remarkable resurgence recently, the I Wish I Was Home MS Paint comic, featuring an illustration of the character standing in a corner by himself at a party. From there, it became associated with a user named Wojak on a German image board, which later became the name of the meme character. Since its inception, the relatable image has morphed into countless formats, each with their own unique derivations and famous in their own right, like I Know That Feel, Bro, Brainlet, NPC Wojak, Withered Wojak, Trad Girl and Yes Chad, Oomer Wojaks, Frustrated Wojak, Black Wojaks, Soy Jack, and Go Burr. Most recently, the I Wish I Was at Home series was revived in the They Don't Know variant, which had massive success on Twitter and Instagram in late 2020.
Wanted this to be a lie so bad. How did I never know that PePe had been taken over by the alt-right? Everyone knows the PePe the Frog meme. The PePe the Frog that just happened to be in one of the most recent Truth Social posts that the President of the United States posted. Yeah, it appears that the alt-right has taken over this meme in such a way that in 2016, I have no idea where I was. I had no idea this was happening to PePe. In 2016, the ADL, the original cartoonist of PePe the Frog, teamed up and made a campaign called #SavePePe to try to reclaim the meme, the cartoon, from the far right. And it is now listed as like a hate symbol by the ADL. It's like a dog whistle. It's not a funny meme anymore, it's a dog whistle. And this PePe that we see here in this Truth Social post is not the only PePe that the President of the United States has posted. He's been tweeting out PePe for a while now. He's tweeted out PePe multiple times. He's posted it in 2015, 2016, like, it's a dog whistle. And the fact, like, the context of that Truth Social post, he's on a mission from God, no one can stop what's coming, plus PePe the Frog there, feels like an obvious dog whistle. And personally, I'm getting tired of it. What are we, 7% through this presidency? I'm running out of steam.
A series of events which led up to what we might call the defining moment in PePe's metamorphosis, where he transforms from a simple internet frog to an alleged hate symbol. That moment was the release of a Hillary Clinton campaign explainer on PePe and his apparent white supremacist leanings. The explainer is short and focuses on two things. First, a Daily Beast article which includes an interview with Jared T. Swift, a self-described white nationalist interested in taking PePe back from the normies. He and his cronies would do this, he explains, by associating PePe with white supremacy, by combining him with symbols widely understood to represent
idea of memes comes from Richard Dawkins' 1976 book, The Selfish Gene. Most of the book is about what he called universal Darwinism, which said all of biology is driven by genes, but culture is driven by memes. He said, look around you and you'll see floating about in the primeval soup of culture is information copied by imitation from person to person. So that would include chairs, trousers, hairstyles. All of these things are only here because humans have copied them, and the ones around us are the winners.
Now, when I watched Seinfeld, I liked Kramer the best. When I read Boys Club, I liked Landwolf the best. I guess Pepe is kind of more of an Elaine. I mean, Elaine is great, but yeah, if Elaine had become a symbol of the alt-right, I would be like, yeah, that's crazy. That shouldn't be the case.
It seems incredibly random. People were like, this is the character we're going to use for the internet. Like, this is going to be the mascot for the internet.
I was just messing around with Microsoft Paint and came up with Pepe and Brett, 2 characters. They did things like go to raves, paint. It just kind of naturally developed. And then I just thought it would be fun to have 4 characters, kind of like the Ninja Turtles. It became Boys Club. A lot of the humor is kind of about post-college zone. You don't quite know what you're doing, but you like drinking and hanging out. The 4 characters were just reflections of my personality and the personality of my friends. Landwolf, the party dog. Andy was the jokester of the group. Brett liked to dance. And then PePe the Frog was just kind of like the little brother of the group.
The better I got to know Matt, the more kind of similarities I saw with him and Pepe. Even the way Pepe looks, like he kind of like looks like Matt a little bit.
Matt was a little bit different from what most people would consider a typical cartoonist. I think it's more like this. You know? Button-down shirt, nerd glasses. He seemed like he was like a cool guy. And Boys Club, it's one of the funniest comics of, I don't know, the last 10 years.
The most important thing to understand about incel memes is that they all visually function to reinforce their ideology. That's because, at its core, incel philosophy depends on the idea that people can be categorized into strict hierarchies depending on their physical appearance. So all of their memes actually promote on some level this notion that people can be categorized like specimens in a biology textbook. And while this just seems silly to most people, there are actually 2 interpretations to this kind of image. The first is funny to outsiders because it reads against incels, but the second is funny to insiders because it exemplifies their struggles through a self-deprecating lens. Each meme will also push a visual rhetoric that people fit into neat archetypes of either being attractive or unattractive. So even when a joke isn't about incels or about hierarchies, it'll still employ stock characters that amplify a binary view of all male-to-male interactions as inherently emasculating, or all male-to-female interactions as inherently sexual. And again, although these tropes are just funny to outsiders, the recurring iconography actually structures a sense of collective identity for the incels themselves and any potential recruits. You can especially see this through the NPC memes that are used all across the alt-right to fundamentally create an enlightened in-group that's differentiated from a normie out-group through an aesthetic opposition. However, once you begin to visualize all other people as stereotypical NPCs, it becomes easier to dehumanize women or dismiss non-incel perspectives on the world.
I just want to warn you, as 4chan language and deep dark-sided internet memes start coming up and start getting discussed in the mainstream, and people start googling things and going to that website or various other websites, protect yourself, please. What I'm trying to say is, the alt-right pipeline is not as far off in the distance as you think it is. So much of the language of these websites has funneled into our everyday conversation, and people even on this website are using some of these memes, and there's dog whistles everywhere and you're missing them. So just use a bit of caution when engaging in this language, because you might see something and think it's funny. You might read something and agree. You might it's really easy to get on that track if you are not aware. So what I'm saying right now is stay motherfucking woke, people.
My sons understood the memes. My sons explained it more in depth to me. I mean, I got it for the most part, but they explained a little bit more. My sons understood it my sons understood it.
How to have the Groyper conversation with your kids. There are so many amazing parents in my comments and in my DMs asking how to dissect this, how to even begin approaching their children about this, because you need to. In my opinion, the best way to go about doing this is to literally walk up to them and say, "Are you a Groyper?" and just gauge their reaction. Some literal things to look out for is if they spend an inordinate amount of time online watching podcasts like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is like the tip of the alt-right pipeline iceberg. If you've seen your kids watching Aiden Ross, you're fucked. If you know for a fact your kid watches Nick Fuentes, they are literally a Groyper. If you've heard them say put the fries in the bag or talk about LOLCows. If you've ever heard them talk about looks maxing or go like this. If you let them play Roblox or Minecraft unsupervised. You should respect your kids' privacy, but pretty much if you've left them like completely un-internet supervised, they're gonna be pretty much right there with all this. Next, how to talk to your grandparents about femboys.
Being chronically online and having all this lore about 4chan and Groyper culture in my brain is finally paying off, so let me share some insane tidbits as to what that community looks like. A few years ago, there was this absolute fucking nut job who was going on 4chan and recruiting deeply insecure and huge incel teenage boys and bringing them into a Discord server, and slowly were grooming them into becoming trans for him. That's right. So a huge part of Groyper culture, actually the core component of Groyper culture, stems from being incels. That is how people become Groypers on 4chan essentially. And he was bringing in teenage boys and making them believe that they are so worthless in society that the only way that they can ever become of any use was if they either became femboys or if they started taking estrogen and started transitioning. That way they would be more feminine presenting, and at least they would be sexually appealing. That would bring them some value in life. And he actually successfully managed to manipulate a lot of impressionable, horribly insecure young men during that time. I remember this one story, and I don't recall the specific details, but he managed to do this to somebody who was Muslim, a teenage boy, and made him believe that he was a femboy and he needed a transition for him. And he was collecting photos from these teenage boys, making them wear thigh-high socks, and then writing his Discord name on their thighs and sending him photos. That was like a requirement for entry into this Discord server. And he would later use these images for manipulation purposes and leverage, and say that he would leak them if things didn't go his way. And unfortunately for this specific case, those photos were leaked to his parents, which led to this boy taking his own life. Like I said, it's absolutely insane stuff. So yeah, essentially Groyper's mentalities stem from inceldom, and also to a point where they are extremely homophobic, but their version of how sexuality works is not really the norm for how we view as sexuality, because they hate cis women so much They hate them so much that they believe that it's better to have casual sexual relationships with femboys or other men, that they don't really refer to trans women as trans women because they're also transphobic, but a huge part of their movement happens to be trans people. They would rather have like direct relationships with them instead of having relationship with cis women, which they refer to them as foids. So the main person who leads the Groyper movement right now, Nick Fuentes, has openly had a relationship with a Nazi catboy in the past, like very openly. Yeah, Nazi catboy, and he's also been known to probably have a relationship with that neoliberal bastard Destiny. Then there's that whole other universe of Nazi furries that is honestly so complicated to get into, but a huge part of the furry movement, all of them pretty cool, but then there's the absolute freaks that are very literal Nazis, not in the in a figurative way. They are Nazis. They're directly Nazis. And it's really funny to think that they are actually the most extremist version of the alt-right that exists in our society right now, but they happen to be one of the most quote-unquote diverse group of neo-Nazis that also exist, because they're not being led by masculine presenting cis-het white men. It culminates mostly of outcasts in society, queer people, people who are furries. Like, you don't really associate them with being incredibly racist Nazis. Now that people are going down the rabbit hole that are Groypers, I consider Groypers to be tip of the iceberg when it comes to the absolute weirdos of online far-right extremism. If we go down the iceberg a little bit, it just gets more strange, and more deranged. And as this comment said, My Little Pony had a huge Nazi problem, and that's because of the Bronys. If you are fortunate enough to not know what the Bronys are a very, very, very large group of men who were ultra fans of the My Little Pony Little Girls cartoon show. They exploded in the early 2000s, and they bastardized and co-opted the fandom so bad that every time people spoke about My Little Pony or My Little Pony was mentioned, it was kind of assumed that they were talking about Brownies. Like, it was a pretty big problem. And yes, it is weird that group of grown men are such fanatic fans of a cartoon series very clearly made for little girls. And more often than not, bronies were attracted to those ponies. I will not be elaborating further. Use your imagination, but it will not scratch the surface. And you might be wondering, what does this incredibly deranged group have to do with ultra far-right movements? It just does. And it became a Nazi dog whistle. So the brony community was also very, very active and popular in 4chan, and then slowly but surely their ideologies bled across r/pol, where all of the far-right indoctrinations happened. And before you know it, Nazi bronies were making Photoshop artwork of the mustache man hugging like a My Little Pony character and talking about how he did what he needed to do to save his friends or whatnot. And some nutjob also wrote an entire book explaining how the My Little Pony universe was a allegory for what a completely homogenous white society would look like a white utopia. And he basically went on to explain and say that the fictional universe of Equestria, where all the My Little Ponies live, is such a perfect place is because they're all just filled with ponies. So in theory, if it were just, like, if the West was just one homogenous white ethno-state, Christo-ethno-state, then the West would also be a perfect utopia. What's the correlation? Don't ask me. I'm a normal human being, but that became a pretty big, like, cultural zeitgeist for Nazi brownies, and it became so popular that even the mainstream KKK started using it as an indoctrination book for children. the more you know.
The most interesting thing about the My Little Pony online fandom community is that they developed their own dialect called Brony speak, and it's actually surprisingly sophisticated. Of course, they just started out using words from the show's dialogue, like every pony and any pony instead of everybody and anybody. But over time, they also started combining other words with horse terminology to make entirely new vocabulary. The word brony is one obvious example, but you also have Pegasister, Pony Sona, and Brohoof from Bro Fist plus Hoof. A lot of their language also evolved through memes, like the word plot is used as a synonym for butt because of a popular joke that bronies watch the show for the plot. Then there's buck instead of fuck, which spread through memes like this, and clopping for gooning, which spread through Rule 34 art. Critically, a lot of this language was created on 4chan boards where user anonymity meant that there was a constant need to demonstrate a performative proficiency in shared slang. To identify themselves to others in the fandom, many bronies would engage in deliberate linguistic play, including sneaking in little syntactic references to the show, like blank % cooler or Dear Princess Blank, which are now part of the dialect's grammar. However, these kinds of phrases also just served as tools for these adolescent men to build their own identities online. Bronies within the community will self-regulate about a lot of things, like correcting each other over proper fandom language, which incentivizes a continuous performance of brony behavior while at the same time radically welcoming newcomers through this aesthetic lens of friendship is magic.
Watching My Little Pony the movie again, and you guess what this scene contains? Sure, everyone loves their Nazi pony propaganda, right?
What is a brony? Oh, brother, you're about to be so upset you just asked that.
So a brony is someone that's interested in the My Little Pony, more specifically Friendship is Magic, the 4th generation of shows.
It's a term basically that refers to a fan in the same way that Trekker does for Star Trek or Whovian does for Doctor Who. Basically someone who's a fan of the franchise, watches the show.
That is a brony. Yes, it is literally any full-grown man over the age of 25 obsessed with My Little Pony. And I'm just gonna say it, I don't trust him. Can you please get this off my screen? I told you were gonna regret it. At least the plus side that we can take away from this whole stream is we all learned something new.
God forbid a molester. As most of us are aware, there's a darker side to the fandom which we know pretty well. To Mrs. Oliver and Miss Libin. Great. Alright, so I'm pretty sure you're aware of Princess Celestia being portrayed as a tyrant, an internet troll, and God forbid a molester. And Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy on occasion.
No. Yeah, so I'm gonna let you know from where I stand. The darker side of the fandom is not part of what I will talk about. It's not part of what the show's about. If you choose to do that, that's your choice. It's not why we're here. So, my name is Nicole Oliver. I voice Princess Celestia. I voice Charlie, and I'm really glad you all like.
So this My Little Pony obsessed 19-year-old committed the worst mass shooting in Indiana state history. So 19-year-old Brandon Hull was born in August of 2001, and in August of 2020 he got a job at a FedEx facility, but only lasted a couple of months before he was fired in October for not showing up to work. Brandon was diagnosed with disruptive behavior disorder at the age of 10, and as he became a teenager, he grew increasingly violent, eventually dropping out of school and becoming physically and verbally abusive towards his mother. In March of 2020, Brandon's mother called police because Brandon was threatening to unalive himself with a shotgun he had got the previous day. When police arrived to the house and arrested Brandon to put him on a psychiatric hold, they found that he was looking at multiple websites dedicated to white supremacy. Now, under Indiana state law, since Brandon was under a psychiatric hold for gun violence, he shouldn't have been able to own a gun for at least 6 months. However, immediately after he was released from the hospital, Brandon went to a gun store and purchased 2 AR-15s. On April 15, 2021, Brandon drove to the FedEx facility that he used to work at and opened fire on the employees, unaliving 8 of them ranging in age from 19 to 74 before turning the gun on himself. After the shooting, police found that Brandon was super obsessed with My Little Pony and that he had actually written a suicide note dedicated to one of the characters. In it, he stated, "I hope I can be with Applejack in the afterlife. My life has no meaning without her. If there is no afterlife and she isn't real, then my life never mattered anyway."
How? Hold on, bro. How? I'm saying, talk to me, bro.
GamerGate, social justice warrior, SJW, woke, incel, femcel, femboy, trans woman, TransMaxxing, lookmaxing, mewing, Chad, PePe the Frog, Groyper Clown World, alt-right pipeline, LOL, LOLCow, Chris Chan, Joshua Block, Daniel Larson, Cobra, RIP, Andrew Tate, Human Trafficking, Bored Ape Yacht Club, Cryptocurrency, Doge, Elon Musk, Accelerationism, Cyberpunk 2077, Mossad and CIA, Kekistan, Kiwi Farms, Catboy Astolfo, Fate, Anime, Rule 34. It's literally 4 in the morning. Start here. We're well ahead of you. Catch up.
So how does it feel to be clowned? Don't know what I mean? Let me show you in their language. This says it all, quickly and succinctly. Where are you on their chart? This is how they view all of you. The kid from Utah was at the acceptance phase, and that's why today we're going to talk about Honkler. Welcome to Clown World memes, and I bet you've seen some before. Let's open some eyes, shall we? You all know the dog whistle of 88. Alphanumerically, that means HH. What are the first 2 letters there? Honkler can also be a replacement for the Fuhrer. Now look at this again, and now this, and realize all the subcontext that's missed. It's like another language. Clown World is an expression of nihilistic pessimism, and Honkler is an expression of cheerful nihilism. I had to edit the bottom one. It's got a half mustache and a teacup with Third Reich symbol on it. One step away from joining his friends. Because of guidelines, we'll just call him Fuhrer Frog. How are they connected? It's happy despair because how they're stuck. It's also a tool and expression for mocking the mainstream. Y'all got clowned. It's also trolling. You see, many of the truckers in the convoy in Canada didn't realize what it meant and would say this. Abbreviated too. They thought it was about horns. They misperceived that they might be calling you a clown, when they were basically saying 88, or HH. It's not limited to just the frog, however. Bet you've seen some of these too, because if you embrace it, you're one step away from the Fuhrer Frog. Many of you are up there, and they're trying to move you right here, and many don't even see it. To clear up your confusion, why that Joker? Well, because of the first movie. They viewed Arthur Fleck as a kindred spirit, a victim, being marginalized in a liberal-dominated society. They cast him as a left behind. That's another one of their terms you need to learn, understand, and it might be something you can discuss with your child or young adult. They like how they portray the protesters. Then there's the other connections, the involuntary ones. Today's talking point and this group often cohabitate spaces. Terms, jokes, and memes are exchanged. It's no different than when we see the more violent, angry World War II enthusiasts exchanging terms and symbology like the Black Sun. It's debated whether the sequel was a middle finger to these groups. Now you know about Clown World memes. And if your child or young adult knows what they are, ask them where they're at on this chart. Because knowing is half the battle. Not knowing could be detrimental. Just something to think about. I'll see you next time.
What is a LOLCow? A LOLCow is essentially an influencer with a fan base that hates them. They post content solely for people to hate watch. And these figures can have communities of over 100,000 people around them. But these people aren't fans. These are 100,000 haters. LOLCows are often the target of immense bullying, harassment, stalking, and cyberbullying. Although the people who do these things will defend themselves by saying they're a terrible person, they deserve it. Because it has been exposed that many of these people are terrible people who have committed actual crimes. Popular LOLCows include Eugenia Cooney, Cyrex, Nova Online, and Tofia. I've taken an anti-bullying stance on my page because I don't believe these people deserve to be bullied. I believe they deserve to be platformed and in prison.
Stop saying put the fries in the bag, you're waist deep in the alt-right pipeline. Literally up until 6 in the morning last night. We live streamed for 7 hours, deep diving into all of this with you all. Thank you all for the support. Thank you all for being there. Thank you all for being a part of this. Thank you all for the gifted subs. Shout out anybody else who supported. We're gonna go live again tomorrow night to learn more about this and to try to put more sense and eyes on all the subjects on this. Last night we delved into GamerGate and Chris Chan, the original LOLCow. In my opinion, one of the original TransMaxxers. Chris Chan is one of the saddest stories on the internet, in my opinion. It's one of the most documented, if not the most documented person ever. And the same things people did to him on Kiwi Farms are what's happening now on the LOLCows here on TikTok with Joshua Block and Daniel Larson and Cyrax and Cobra and Alphaba and all of them. GamerGate being the origination of the term woke or SJW, social justice warrior, and the origination of the term cringe and anti-cringe culture. If you're looking to start a deep dive today, start the Chris Chan series, which is probably about 100 hours long, or start the GamerGate 6-hour dive on YouTube.
How do you remember GamerGate and the rise of the alt-right? How would you tell that story? Don't look it up. I want to see what you remember. No judgment. Please let me know in the comments, or make a video and tag me in it, or send it to me. I'm looking to understand that more psychological, sociological, human element to this. The causes and motives that drove people that we understood other parties to have, and the big ideas and moments that stuck with us the most. I think now's the time for a post-mortem to understand what happened and what's happening now and what's happening next in online politics. I'm reading books, but I need your help as other primary sources who were there. And in advance, thanks for sharing your story.
So GamerGate actually started over a blue-haired woman named Zoe Quinn who made a game called Depression Quest. Her ex-boyfriend made a post on Reddit accusing her of cheating on him with 5 different people in the gaming industry. Now, among these 5 were a couple of video games journalists. He had alleged that she slept with them in exchange for positive coverage on Depression Quest. So it started as a movement calling for ethics in video game journalism.
Just for talk about it, bro. Let's talk about it. You want to talk about entries? You want to talk pipelines? We're talking smiling friends. We're talking smiling friends. We're talking certain parts of let me finish chewing. This is nasty. We're talking JonTron. We're talking Charlie Moist Critical. We're talking H3H3 before he did his rebrand, and now currently y'all are seeing his true colors now. But I'm telling you, he been on that. We're talking Leafy is here. We're talking Filthy Frank, Content Cop. All of that, very, very early breachings of that super alt-right pipeline, because while they don't know, well, at least some of them, they didn't, freaking Elvis the Alien, Bionic Pig, these are people you probably don't even know for real. But I'm telling you, normalization of slurs and absurdism, the crazy, like Charlie when he would talk about like goat singing and like dildos and all that stuff, it permeated those spaces because they liked the absurdity of it, the antithetical nature of it to societal norms, being an edgelord. While some of them apparently didn't know, freaking Content Cops, that he didn't know that he was harboring incels in his community. Hey, at least he's a grown, changed man and wanted to do better, whatever. But the type of content that they made really was appreciated and loved by these kinds of people. Brought up smiling friends because they are also very deep entrenched within that sphere, like their roots. If you do a little bit of research, then it's like opening up the floodgates of, oh my god. Like, so much of internet culture has been rooted in incel. Like, incels have really built up what we have seen to be internet memes and jokes and normalities.
Should we go see if he's all right?
Nah, dude, he'll be all right. He's Mr. Frog.
Hey, man, I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro. I just wanted to tell you, like, I'm a huge fan, bro. The TV stuff, the presidency, everything you ever did, man. Like, you want to fuck my girlfriend?
Oh, I can't be bothered.
Hey, the offer still stands, amigo. Look, that's us. Room 302. Up to you, man.
Sneeko, you beating me in a fight doesn't unfuck your girlfriend from the numerous men that had sex with her in front of you.
So side note, this is why I'm also not surprised about Charlie's, like, not Charlie Kirk, but Charlie freaking Moist Critical's very stark stance about the Charlie Kirk situation, because he loves to toe that line. He's a centrist at heart because he knows who his fan base is. Every single time that he ever pushes that boundary, he has to take a step back. When he had that little debate thing with Sneeko, and apparently Sneeko said something like, do you think kids should have their genitals chopped off? Which never happens, doesn't ever happen with trans kids. But Charlie, like, in that moment was like, oh yes. Got immediate crazy pushback from the fan base. Heavy, he was getting hated on, ragged on for like a while. He immediately made a follow-up video kind of rescinding it, which instead of just saying, hey, kids, like trans kids, this doesn't happen with them, or just emphasizing that, it was almost like he was taking back that kind of support for the trans community, at least trans kids in that way, instead of like being like actually clarifying what he meant. strange, and I caught it that time, and I also caught it when he was like, "Oh, content cop, like it's not like your content was that bad, like that was just the time." Like he can never put himself in a position of understanding how this kind of rhetoric online genuinely affects people's real lives, because he's always been on the side of perpetuating it, or just like completely being able to detach from it because it doesn't affect him. He's a freaking white man in Florida. Baby, y'all don't even know how deep and how decrepit it is. People are trying to claim like the shooter had like a trans partner. You don't know. It's still very alt-right because they're incels. They hate women, and they fetishize trans people, and they also fetishize like the idea of certain men like giving themselves up for the cause, feminizing themselves to give themselves to their comrades. It's like a thing of solidarity. You don't understand how weird it gets. Oh my god. And luckily I was never a child deep in those spaces. It's after the fact in which I would like look at certain creators who I would see from time to time, like Elvis the Alien and Bionic Pig. I would look back and I'm like, oh, you were saying slurs? You were saying it's okay to say slurs? And then you look at the community that they have right now, like sorry, Moist Critical, you're getting it right now. Go to any of his videos, any one of them, and don't trust. It's even worse if the topic is about a black person, and read the comments. Like, just scroll a little bit in the comments. I guarantee you, you'll find some crazy, racist, heinous stuff in there. Some really, really weird stuff in there. Because that's the sort of people who they call to, who they make space for, specifically centrists. Okay, this is now a centrist video, so I'm going to stop talking. But, like, guys, this goes so deep in ways that the main media doesn't even understand. That, like, information going around, it's so crazy how quickly and swiftly people are trying to make it one thing or another. And again, on Moist, bro, critical. Now I guess this is a video about him. In his video that he made about Charlie Kirk, he obviously doesn't know what he's talking about. He barely knows Charlie Kirk's and his like entire existence. He said he saw a few clips, but like, of course I don't agree. That doesn't mean that he should die. You don't understand what political violence is. You've never experienced that. You don't know what you're talking about. But also, he went on to assert that, like, from what I've seen, it seems like the shooter might have been liberal. Why would you say that? He never talks about anything political. You obviously don't really know what's going on. And yet you took the time to say that, to assert that, for whatever reason. There's only a certain group of people at the moment who are so hell-bent on figuring out the leanings of who this kid is, when it's very evident. Because man, oh man, Charlie Moist Critical, there is no way you of all people don't recognize and smell the dog whistles from people who you've built community with. You're telling me you've never seen those edgy memes before that was engraved in them casings? You really don't know what's going on? Like, okay, maybe he doesn't. He says he'd be offline. Okay, maybe this is throwaway take. But like, I swear to God, like I at some point I stopped looking at I always like to look at the comments every once in a while, like, oh, what are people thinking? And it's like, ooh, yeah, this is not a space that's safe for me, because what the hell? Very strange that this is the one time in which you're really talking about something political, and don't talk about the Epstein files. A lot of conservatives talk about that because they don't like children being taken advantage of. And I feel like that's a little bit less political than anything else, you know what I'm saying? That was like a very, very strange move of him to make, but actually not strange at all, taking into context who he is and what he stands for and what type of content environment his sort of existence has been, the sort of platform he's built. But yeah, guys, it runs deep, real deep, and spooky town.
So let me be crystal clear here. I think the assassination of Charlie Kirk, everything that happened here is fucking horrible. I think it is horrific, awful. I think it is terrible. And I'm aware that some people have been celebrating this. I find that to be fucking disgusting. Now, as I said on stream, I don't know much about Charlie Kirk. I have been very offline over the last year and some change, so I haven't seen a whole lot of Charlie Kirk. The things I know about him come through like adjacent discussions, like with Epstein files or South Park. Of course, after all this happened, I did see a bunch of the clips that people were tossing around from like his talks or from debates, and it's things I don't agree with for sure. Even though I didn't agree with him from all of the things I've seen, it still doesn't change the way I feel about this being a horrifying, terrible thing that happened to him. I know people are going to find that to be just, yep, grass is green take from Charlie, but it's the truth. It's how I feel. Political violence or violence of any kind like this, I think, is just fucking unacceptable, and it's extremely scary.
To really understand why the right, not just in the US but abroad, are pushing that a leftist assassinated Charlie Kirk, we need to understand the power of a crisis. And thus, we need to understand why the Republican Party is searching for a Reichstag fire. Just weeks into the chancellorship of Adolf Hitler, a crisis went off in Berlin. In the middle of the night, it was reported that a fire was burning. The Reichstag, the German parliament building, was burning down. Immediately, the Nazi high command jumped into action, understanding, regardless of who did it or what actually happened, they could use this crisis to crush the left. Without evidence, they blamed it upon leftists and communists and agitators. And even as more evidence came out that communists had nothing to do with it, the Nazi propaganda machine kept on rolling. Within a few short days, they had banned the KPD, the Communist Party of Germany, and passed a series of laws known as the Reichstag Security Decree. The Reichstag Fire Decree allowed the Nazi Party to declare anyone who it did not consider a supporter an enemy of the state. These laws allowed the Nazi Party to remove anyone they chose to, and this rapidly led to an escalation of their power and their authority. And it didn't just stop after going after communists and anarchists. No, they kept going. They went after universities, they went after newspapers, they went after radio shows, they went after every part of civil society that they did not already have under their boot. These crackdowns would continue to accelerate and escalate, culminating in the Enabling Act, which effectively guaranteed one-party rule by Nazi Germany. By the end of all of this, people who were not considered German enough, all the communists, all the socialists, all the trade unions, they would find themselves declared illegal, placed into camps, or forced to flee the country. And keep in mind, this is all happening in 1933. This is many, many years before things get much, much worse. With Kirk, we're seeing many of the exact same things. We saw before we ever knew who did anything, with no evidence, the president go onto live television and declare war against liberals and leftists and all of the institutions that are behind them. We saw politicians and the loudest voices in the Republican Party declaring an open season, civil war against their enemies. We have seen multiple people already be fired, and we see right-wing activists going through social media to determine who is not mourning appropriately enough for Charlie Kirk, calling up their employers and trying to get them fired. Right now on Twitter, there's a guy that's put together a dossier of 20,000 names that he's trying to get fired, and other influencers have gone through hundreds on their own. Keep in mind, this is the party that was against cancel culture. At the same time, we see terrifying things like universities handing over lists of students and professors who have broken the Trump administration's anti-Semitism rules. You know, the anti-Semitic Trump administration, including going after famous feminist historian and writer Judith Butler, a person who is literally a Jewish academic. And around the world, we're seeing Charlie Kirk turned into some sort of saint, a martyr figure for the entire MAGA movement. And we have people like Ezra Klein, one of the top writers at the New York Times, writing that Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way, treating a hate monger, a man who groomed children into becoming far-right fascists, as an ideal person within the liberal democracy, as a noble interlocutor in debate. And this whitewashing of Charlie Kirk's own politics, his own actions, his own words, is more than dangerous. It is irresponsible. It is disarming people from the reality of this man and allowing a myth to take its place. A myth that people like his wife are pushing forward, that he was killed for his Christian faith. And we saw a major tone shift once it came out that the man who's most likely the shooter came from a very, very right-wing family. But keep in mind, this doesn't change the tactic. It doesn't change the effort to turn the assassination of Charlie Kirk into a Reichstag fire. Because at the end of the day, the Nazis completely made up the causal reasons and continued to make up causal reasons. The reality doesn't matter. It's the story that they're telling. It is important to understand that Charlie's martyrdom is not a martyr for you or I. It is a martyr for MAGA, for their movement, to inspire them to go further, to do greater acts of violence, rage, and retribution. It never mattered who actually killed Charlie Kirk, because at the end of the day, the lies would have taken its place anyway. They want it to be a leftist, so they'll keep saying it is one, irrelevant to the facts, regardless of what I say or you say, because their goal is the narrative, not the reality. Truth has no place in this party. Even today, who caused the Reichstag fire remains a mystery, one that is unfortunately steeped in mythology and propaganda, put out for years and decades now, which means we should be prepared for years and decades of mythology around the assassination of Charlie Kirk, as they continue to make him a martyr and use him in their narrative war against the left. Finally, we've seen incredibly sloppy reporting around this. We had the Wall Street Journal sharing information they got from far-right influencer Steven Crowder, which I'm not going to explain, and they went on to try to blame all of this on trans people and anti-fascists, when it came out that they were incredibly wrong and misinterpreted Groyper memes. And even worse, we had The Guardian go into an interview with one of the neighbors, which said, without any citation, without any factual basis, that this man was the one leftist in his family, and then they had to retract this hours later when the man said, actually, I don't remember our relationship. The media needs to do so much better in this time, with lies and falsehoods being thrown around every moment of every minute. And it is important for all of us to try to seek understanding and truth. When there's new reporting, new information, make sure you're seeking it out. Don't just assume from the first things you see, because those things could have been false in the first place.
So a lot of people have been asking me for more resources to learn more about the black pill pipeline, and I would like to recommend two sources to you. First is the documentary Feels Good Man, about the appropriation of PePe the Little Green Frog by the alt-right and how that movement came to be. And the second is a long YouTube video essay called Incels by ContraPoints, which explains the whole red pill into black pill pipeline stages of inceldom. I'm working on more research about this topic and also GamerGate, and I'm putting together a reading list. And if you want to support me buying more books and taking the time to research this stuff, you can support me at shesrightshow.com. If you feel like throwing me some money or buying some merch, like this hat, you can support us all by voting for better leaders at your next election. Be kind and stay normal. A lot of people don't seem to understand the weird inclusivity of online racists and the pipeline of hate as a whole, or how events like January 6th or MAGA Civil War happens. The big overarching principle to understand is that your brain is a computer, and it needs to save space and be as efficient as possible because there's a lot to do. Where possible, people think in terms of quick references, rules of thumb, and don't question what they don't have to. I'm just a quiet white girl, but that means bad people play with an open hand around me, and I want to tell you about that. The road to hate is paved with a lot more naive ignorance than malice, because the really malicious people who built those roads want it that way. Stage 1 is references. When you're new to a group, you'll start to see in-jokes, words they use, references, memes, culture. To most of them, that's what this is. And groups of young boys and men playing video games together online will be very racist together. But those friend groups may be really diverse. They don't care what race you're from as long as you're racist, because that's the real culture they're sharing together. And it's sad because racial minorities get social clout from engaging in that. It's sort of a self-deprecating humor thing. To them, it's basically sports. Yes, it's something they're doing, but there's no greater intent to it than doing the wave at a baseball game. This is what drives homophobic femboys in the alt-right and trans-inclusive radical misogyny on the far left. It's an impersonal way to buy social credit. The key to crack this stage is self-awareness. Hey, what are you doing? What are you saying? Don't you know that's like weird and racist? And they'll snap out of it, cringe, and back away. But the more you insist they are deliberately, intentionally, maliciously bigoted, they don't think that's true, so they discredit you in their heads. This is why the alt-right tells younger members to spread messages that are ironic, so they start to get feedback that no one understands them like the alt-right can. Stage 2 is moral reality. It's not rational or efficient to be skeptical about everything. We trust we're normal, we want to assume other people are normal too. We're not conspiratorial. So for the most part, things probably are as we perceive them to be for a reason. And what we know reality to be is what we know about reality. The stuff you've seen, and were taught, and heard. This is the just world fallacy. Good people do good things and good things happen to them. Bad people do bad things and bad things happen to them. And even if you knew it was ironic memeing at first, your brain's database is full of references that point to certain messages and themes. What conclusion is going to be the first to occur to you? This is where you get beliefs in white supremacy and patriarchy, not explicitly, and it's cringe if you call it that. Based on stuff as innocuous as media and memes, There's a sense of a rightful order of how things typically look, and then something that could be aberrant or weird or not how it's supposed to be. They were handed a stacked deck, so when they see a minority, they think that must be forced diversity, or DEI. It literally is out of their data set for how the world normally works. Priming has now led to beliefs, whether they know it or not. It's also why it's way easier to fall for it if you grow up in like a small Midwestern or Southern all-white town and church community, and you're way less likely to fall for it if you yourself are like a woman of color in a diverse coastal city. You know how different and complicated the world actually looks. Step 3, activation. Something scary happens, and they reference that against their worldview. They want to rationalize why that happened, and they want to predict what consequences they think will come from it. By now, you don't even have to fully say it. You can just imply it, and they'll fill in the blanks. This is the button that Fox News presses every night. Because it works like clickbait. It's fight or flight panic mode. The motives are primed, and the consequences are not even a slippery slope. Straight up catastrophic thinking. The instant the Charlie Kirk assassination happened, they filled in the blanks of Democrats as the motive, without any facts, and they filled in civil war as the necessary conclusion, lest there be extinction. When the green M&M wore comfortable shoes, they filled in the motive as Democrat manipulation to destroy American culture, and they filled in the consequence as cultural civil war, lest there be extinction. When January 6th happened, they thought they were responding to a problem of evil Democrat manipulation, and they thought the consequences were immediate civil revolution, lest there be extinction. They think good people do good things, so good things must happen to them, and bad people do bad things, so bad things must happen to them. Panic state, fall back on what you instinctively know, look for bad person, hurt bad person. They are still not all aware of what they're doing or why. These people need to calm the fuck down. And what helps is showing them, look, it's not that bad. It's not life or death. They feel their entire world order is about to collapse and they're going to fall off an infinite cliff. They'll act out of self-preservation, white supremacy, like an angry dog when they think you're trying to take their food. They need to calm the fuck down. And showing them, hey, gay people can get married, it's not the end of the world, nothing happened, take a breath. But this is often like zombie horde fervor in the moment. They're dangerous, they're out of control, please stay safe. Stage 4 has been here quietly all along. These are conscious, intentional bigots. But when we assume everyone is like them, that radicalizes everyone else to be more like them. These are usually older people, so indoctrinated into these worldviews that they actually believe it as an ideological agenda. They are nasty. They're a little more self-aware. And they're like old white racist country club dudes who could straight up give supervillain monologues all day. And these people feel ethically compelled to push this agenda of you or them, of supremacy. They will intentionally spread memes and messaging, knowing what it is. They will intentionally donate to far-right extremists. This is when bigotry is intentional and it is personal. These are your Heritage Foundation types who feel they want to take over the world and will do so by any means necessary. These are your J.K. Rowlings who are so heavily convinced that the average LGBT person is an average Twitter user that she is throwing money at far-right causes to get rid of them all. These are your Laura Loomers, who seem so weirdly obsessed with trans women specifically. You gotta wonder why, right? Is there something going on with her own body dysmorphia? Does she feel like she's competing with trans women for some reason? Did she lose a partner to a trans woman? I don't know what her deal is, but I feel like there's something there. It's too personal and animus. But these intentional bigots are always losers, looking for someone to blame. They make their identity, their personality, because they are uninteresting people. And they find existential purpose in dedicating their lives to getting rid of people who are different and better and more interesting than them. To recap, stage 1 culture spreaders, give them some self-awareness. Stage 2, earnest believers, give them historical education. Stage 3, panic mode, ground them with concrete examples. Stage 4, fuck them. Reach the people you can. Do fun, normal things with fun, normal people. It's not your job to reach out to bigots, but it should be very obvious to them they can come in from the cold at any time and start being normal too. The fact is, better, more fulfilling lives are always there, are always an option. They just have to step up and step out. Because the fact is, they could choose a happier, more fulfilling, less cringe life at any time. They should know that's an option. The onus is on them to come back. It's not my job or your job or anyone's job, especially fellow white people who think you're progressive, to apologize for them or do that emotional work for them. Hate is cringe and unimpressive, and they could stop at any time. If anyone doesn't already know this, please look up the amazing Black advocate and jazz musician Daryl Davis, who has personally de-radicalized hundreds of KKK members, including their leadership, simply by existing in proximity to them and being a normal person they could talk to, and showing them how foolish all of their ideas were by being a person. His work is terrifying, and he is extraordinarily brave and very smart. He's figured something out, and more people should listen to him. Whoever you are, hold people who look like you accountable, because hate is always cringe, and then hate is violent. And I like it when people are safe and happy. Like if you agree.
I'm a former teacher, and I have gotten kids back from the places, like the assailant from last week, that we're learning more about that subculture, right? My success rate isn't particularly high once they get to high school, so just, some acknowledgements there. But middle school, if you have middle school age kids, that's the age to really pay attention to this stuff. And if you're the parent, you might not be able to be the adult that they will talk to. It might need to be somebody else. I'm going to try to be careful about this because I don't tell stories of my time in the classroom. And I'll repeat this because teachers are making this mistake too much. We are there for them, not for us and our stories. If I were 12, I would not be willing to learn if I knew my teacher with an online presence was likely to be making jokes about me or making fun of me or complaining about me, even anonymously on the internet. They are very perceptive. They know. The minute I heard about the projectile units used and what was written upon them, I'm going to use coded language for this, because we're in times. I knew what it was, kind of. Like I didn't know, the specifics, the minutia. No. And right now people are poring over that, and maybe that'll be useful, maybe not. It tends to morph and switch forms, so I would guess not, to get an idea of the feel of it more. I've seen it before, we'll see it again. Teens move at a different speed and in different worlds than we do. I know the assailant was 22, right? And people think that I think this stuff starts at 4th. I was quite nervous I taught middle school, and people were always like, you're so brave. I thought 4th grade teachers were brave. Some of the kids are dealing with puberty at that age, and they don't have the language. They're pissed, they're angry, they're full of emotions, and they're only 9 or 10. They don't have a lot of language yet to process what they're going through. And you do see kids like niching up and doing the in-group, out-group behavior. Maybe even younger by now. But 4th, when I was teaching, was like, oh my goodness, middle school starts here, doesn't it? Now, I won't tell the stories of the students. No, I think that's wrong. But I will tell mine. I was 15 or so when the Colorado Blim Blam happened, the famous one. And by total coincidence, my friends and I had started wearing trench coats. I didn't have a trench coat, but I did have rainbow combat boots. One of my friends had a trench coat and a crushed velvet top hat. That's what we looked like, and the adults swarmed us. Misunderstood us, swarmed us, and that wasn't great. I got hauled into the principal's office and asked about, my behavior, just very misunderstood. And had I been an insecure kid at that time, I don't know, maybe that would have really bothered me. Quickly, my generation sometimes, I'm an 83, my generation sometimes thinks we understand it because this stuff did start up in our lifetime. I don't think we do at all. We do not understand what it's like to be doing lockdowns at the age of 5. We don't. The kids today are living in a very different world, and I think that needs to get addressed too. This sort of stuff has been so normalized for them. We need to unnormalize it for them. We can have some idea, but to think that we have all the idea would be a little bit like the grown-ups when I was 15, just assuming they knew that I was in some hot water I never was, simply because of some rainbow combat boots. Kids live in a different world, and they live in a different speed. And if we think we can dip down, take a glimpse, and understand it, that's hubris. We need to listen to them when they say we don't get it. And they've been telling us we don't get it for 15 years? Longer? I mean, I know I did. The adults never get it. Like, one of the things I tend to get wrong is I think the internet is a wonderful place full of nerdy stuff. And the teens I used to teach would always be like, no, you dork. It's full of very harmful stuff, and we have suffered by it. And I had to listen to them on that. And they're right. I mean, I don't really understand meme culture or whatever, but I'd seen it. I was like, okay, this is more of that. Because I'd seen this stuff happening when I taught. There was an acronym, like, I don't tell the stories, but this happened before I was there. I was coming in as a new teacher, and this was fellow teachers debriefing me and kind of being like, our kids are awful. And the word was smart. I guess that the kids were calling each other smart. and it really meant something quite opposite. So like, I already know about this double meaning, triple meaning sometimes. The context matters so much. Who you're saying it to matters so much. Yeah, it's just kind of, maybe this is some instincts that I have. I don't know. But I could just tell when it was like this. Not all the time. No, but enough of the time. I had a very combo vibe in the classroom of sort of like Mr. Rogers 95% of the time. But then when a adult came in and tried to bully them, they'd see me in my other mode, which if you've all been around, you've maybe seen that other mode come out occasionally. I have the words when I need them, and yeah, then the bully will run away. Unfortunately, there's a lot of adult bullies in schools. And because of the way I look, I also blended in with the kids a lot. I would be sitting at the tables with them working, and another teacher would come blustering in, start screaming at them. And then I would just stand up slowly and look. And yeah, teacher would hightail out. There is a big problem with bullying in schools, and it's coming from the top. And the blowback I get from teachers whenever I try to talk about this stuff, it's very telling. Telling on them. My goodness. Power struggles, yeah, we're state agents. We need to do better. We need to not get into power struggles with kids. But really, I want to focus on how I greeted kids when I saw that they were sliding into some hot water. Now, I worked with younger ones. I worked with middle schoolers. I thought about going to the high school, and I didn't think I could summon this there because things get more real at that level. So, I want to acknowledge the limits to what I'm talking about. It is very rare that we have a kid who's still in middle in such hot water that they might do something like this. Like there was one recently where the kid had just started 9th. That's so young. We don't see that as often. But maybe people are listening who have middle school or younger. So the Mr. Rogers vibe helped a lot. Like I just was constantly telling them, I like you just as you are. And you're fine. You're exactly where you need to be. The nihilism that they're dealing with is reasonable. We've been ignoring an ongoing pandemic. We are. They're getting routinely sick. Why? AI is around. We need to be real about this stuff. And by being real, it does help them have hope. I think we think we're protecting them, but they see it, they know it, and to them we're lying when we do that. They need to see adults flourishing in spite of this. People do as they're shown, not what they're told. And so if they see us basically saying, you can do it, kids, and also calling them illiterate all the time, like, it's just not going to work. They're going to get sour, they're going to get pissed, they're going to think we're against them, and maybe they're right. And kids really are smart, they are. There's nothing wrong with people's raw material. And if you're listening to this, there's nothing wrong with yours. I had kids enter at 3rd grade reading level. Within one trimester, I got them up to 11th by one measure. Not all the measures, not all the kids. But most of them, there was only a handful that really, we had a hard time budging some of their measures. And that's typical to a classroom, right? That's what one would see. And those kids who, in my classroom, which was English and history, they weren't budging on those measures. They had their other things. They had their other things they were doing amazing at. I'm not going to worry about it. If I saw kids slipping into some territory that I thought was maybe a bit scary, the messaging was, if there was direct messaging, was, I'm here. And I didn't even really say it. I'd just be there because that's what matters. But if I saw them, say, drawing something that was alarming, I would ask a lot of questions first. Almost always, and all the time I taught, I only had one student who responded in a way other than what I'm about to describe. But always it was like, oh, I just saw somebody else doing this and the shapes are neat. And then I'd show them instead, because usually it was a symbol. You can guess. But anyway, I'd show them instead that like S braid thing that was popular in the 90s. That was always such a helpful redirect. And then once they were drawing that instead, I'd be like, let's talk a little bit about this symbol. This is what it means. This is what it means to certain groups. Is this what you meant? And the kid usually just be like, no, my goodness. And they'd crumple the paper and put their head down and be all sorts of like ashamed. And I'd be like, you didn't know. I know what your heart is. I also made a point to get to know their 3rd grade teacher and to find out what they were like in 3rd grade. 3rd grade is a really good year. It's some heavy hitting scholastic stuff, but still very young. And so I just keep talking about what their 3rd grade teacher had to say about them. They loved their 3rd grade teacher too. So just keep talking about it. Oh, Miss 3rd grade still gushes about your beautiful handwriting in 3rd grade. It's like pulling them back from a cult, I think, when they start to fall into these spaces. And one of the ways that we can do that is reminding them of better times. And in case people are thinking I'm a complete pushover softie, no. There was an occasion where one of our interns, this guy didn't last, he decided to not bother teaching that day and go do his intern homework instead and just moved his kids onto a sub So there were like double the amount of middle schoolers in one room. One of them came running to get me, said, "Miss Ma'am, I need your boomy voice," because I had a voice that could carry without a microphone. "Come get control." And yeah, I went and did that. They knew they could come to me in all sorts of different circumstances. And like, if that's not you, find the adult that is. Remember, we have no idea what they're dealing with. I'm not going to talk about what they were dealing with, but we have no idea until we do. And then we're like, oh my God. They are so much braver than we could ever imagine.
The big picture lesson is this. As we learned that traditional script for gender roles didn't work, no one thought to replace that for young white boys. So grifters and haters started feeding them a hypothesis of bigotry as an answer. We've been seeing that play out. It doesn't work. It's made their lives worse and everyone else's lives worse. It has taken lives. They need a new and better purpose. The one option for purpose they were given, this cry for help, hurt people about it, loneliness, has been appropriated by the traditional evangelical Republican establishment. So some are going with it and putting a paint of Christianity atop that same burning feeling, while others are seeing that as just a bad faith ploy for profit and power, and then shifting from that purpose into no purpose, which is still just as bad. And even though they don't have a new answer, their only reference point is their old one. We could hurt people about it, which is bad. And maybe a little bit more self-destructive too. They need a new, better purpose option on the table, and they won't listen to women. They need positive male role models. And yes, liberals, feminists, women like myself haven't taken these people super seriously before. We're quick to write this off as a skill issue, and while that's the case, they don't have pathways to learn those skills. But it's not like there's a lot we could do anyway, because they won't listen to me. They want to know how to build friendships, families, relationships, purpose. And they don't have an example. The only people they see with an idea are bad people with bad ideas. Whether it's a local political project to make your community better with results they can see, or even just a hobby, or your personal life experience, there is a critical unfilled niche for older men especially to lead by example. They need to know what it's like to process feelings, to go through struggles, to have insecurities, and know how to overcome them and end up with a purpose. Something good, something fulfilling, something worth it. Because their rage clickbait is just junk food. The right-wing establishment gains power from this. Right-wing mainstream influencers gain money from this. They have no interest in solving these problems, certainly not anytime soon. Real hope and change has to come from the bottom up. Kind is cool. This is one of the cringiest guys in modern era politics. Steve Bannon is a weird, creepy old man who loves the internet alt-right. He was like looking at all the memes with the teenage boys. And his career, his life purpose, was connecting teenagers memeing and having fun and being kids to the boomer establishment Republican agenda. This is the guy who harnessed the alt-right as a wing of the Republican Party. And to a lot of the young boys and men who supported Donald Trump and Republicans because they thought it was cool and a meme or whatever, I hope you know you were manipulated by this weird old dude. It's like when you see a meme pop up in a mainstream commercial years after it's cool. To be fair, he wasn't like behind. He was there browsing the memes every day. But yeah, this is the weird dumpster man, how do you do fellow kids mastermind of the alt-right.
Fight, fight, fight! Amen! The only way we lose is if we quit. The only way we don't have victory if we surrender. The only way that they win is we retreat. And we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight! Amen.
And by groom me, I mean they wanted the Groypers to be a contingent of the GOP. They always wanted the Groypers to be an instrument of the GOP. They wanted us to be the shock troops of the GOP, of Peter Thiel, of Populist Inc., of Vance, of whatever. They wanted me to lead the Groypers to be their army. And I always said, nah, something's not right. I don't trust you fucking Jews. Bannon gets up there and says, I think Trump's going to run in 28. He goes, we want Trump. And then he throws up a straight up Roman salute. It's getting a little uncomfortable even for me. Even I'm starting to feel like that guy in the picture that wouldn't hail Hitler. It's even getting a little uncomfortable, and I'm saying that, you know? And I was writing policy memos for Supreme Leader Kanye West, okay? I was writing policy papers based on Hitler's policies for Supreme Leader Ye. And it's getting even a little excessive for me. Bannon goes up there and he's like, Trump is our guy in 28. Person like that only comes around twice in a country's history. We want Trump. And then a straight up salute. And even me, I'm kind of looking around like, is everyone see that? Is everyone rocking with this?
Mr. O, straight from the gold, chop up the soul, set on his goals. I hate the new, the bad mood, the always rude, spaz in the news.
The guy says like, hey, Trump, this is a hit job. They're here to take you out. Like they sent me this intel by accident. They must have told them that this was a setup. So Trump hangs up the phone and his demeanor instantly changes.
Holy shit.
And he starts, and my right hand of God, he immediately starts dropping the F-bomb. Motherfucking this and that. Just like, I've never seen him that angry.
Damn,
so
yeah.
furious. But it was also very subtle. He starts telling Ye, because the idea was Ye was going to run for president and was going to ask Trump to be his VP. So Trump starts telling these stories about all the black people that he helped that betrayed him. That was the subtext.
Shit.
So he says, you know, I freed this rapper in China. The basketball player.
Brittany Griner?
No, LeVar Ball.
He was in China?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got like arrested or something. It was like an international incident.
Okay.
And so Trump was telling the story about how he freed this guy. And he says, so this basketball player, he's on the tarmac, he said, and the Chinese soldier slapped him across the face, the basketball player, and said, that's for disrespecting President Trump. That was the first story. The second story was about the rapper in, I think it was Norway or Sweden. I forget who. I think it was A$AP Rocky.
Yeah.
Got arrested up there. And he says, and I called up the president of Sweden and I said, listen, you mother, you better release him right now. And the moral of the story was these were all ingrates. These are all black celebrities that he helped that betrayed him. And then he goes to Ye, and I hosted your wife, Kim Kardashian, and I released these or commuted the sentence of these people on her behalf.
Yeah.
He goes, and she is a disgusting human being, he said. Yeah.
Dude, he's savage, bro.
Yes.
Fuck.
He goes, and she's such a disgusting, he goes, and you could tell her I said that. I want you to tell her. Tell her I said that. She's a disgusting human being. And I was sitting there like, well, you know, I'm just like a guest.
What was Ye's reaction?
He had the same reaction that I did. He was totally taken aback by it, but he goes, that's still my wife. You know, he goes, that's my wife you're talking about. And so it's very tense. And then then Trump was like kicking us out, basically.
Yeah.
He said, you know, oh, your airport is right across the street. I think it's time for you to go.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And Karen is like kicking him under the table saying, remember to ask him what you came here to ask him. And Ye goes, oh yeah, will you be my vice president? And Trump loses his in mind. And he goes, you can win at a lot of things, but you'll never win at this. He goes, you could be a celebrity, you're talented. He goes, but you'll never win at this. You better not run. Lost his mind. He had his arms folded like a mobster. I thought he was going to start swinging. Like that's how aggressive his demeanor was. Like straight up like a gangster, like Tony Soprano.
That.
I do too. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, that's...
And even went to me. He goes, you're a smart guy. Tell him he can't win. He can never win. You tell him now. He can never win. I know you work for him, but he can't win. And I was just frozen. I was like, I don't know. Maybe he can win. You know?
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, it was nuts. And so then we got kicked out. These other people wanted a picture with Trump and Ye. Trump refused to take a picture.
Oh, he's a savage.
Yeah, it was It was ugly, but
that didn't go too well, huh?
No.
To understand what Nick Fuentes and the Groypers want out of the Republican Party, we need to understand two political ideas that background all of their political strategy: accelerationism and political hegemony. My last video explained the relationship between the Groypers, Nick Fuentes, and Charlie Kirk. Let's now go into their motivations, starting with the most important thing to understand when we have a discussion about political concepts, that wherever they originate from, that doesn't mean that's the only ideology that can use them. Most of the time, other ideologies pick up these things like political tools, as in like a hammer or a saw would be used in a workshop, and convert them to their own ends. And this very much is the same in both of these cases. Now, originally accelerationism comes out of the late 1960s, 1970s French post-left culture, but it is picked up much later by a British man named Nick Land. Nick is a lot of things, including a eugenicist and a race scientist, but for today we are going to talk about him as the originator of the Dark Enlightenment philosophy, which has attached itself to such wonderful figures as J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, the CEO of Palantir, major funder of the MAGA movement. Nick Land concerned himself with figuring out how to seize power back from the leftists and liberals that he saw as dominating the world, and he thought of how to do this through incredibly violent means, including trying to figure out how you could trigger the collapse of the current system. Right-wing accelerationism, which they will try to organize to overthrow in a violent manner very rapidly the existing order. For many people in Nick's orbit and his ideological descendants, the idea is to how to trigger a race war, or a final confrontation with all of their perceived political enemies. I think you need to understand, I'm not talking just about the mass deportations, which are horrible in their own right, or the massive amounts of deportation camps that Trump continues to build. No, we're talking about a step further than that. Nick wants to reach extermination camps. This is why the Groypers are at war with Donald Trump. They don't see him going far enough. They see his use at an end. They see him as an old man who only has a few more years left in him. And right now, the Republican Party is about to shift in a big way. And who gets to be the successor to Donald Trump is the big question at hand. And that doesn't mean that Nick becomes the guy, but his Groyper movement could be in every little part of it, like an octopus scriggling around its tentacles into every aspect of the grand old party. And for many people, this is very hard to understand because you're not very educated in how ideologies have massive amounts of different tendencies below them. Words like fascism represent dozens and dozens of different political tendencies that have their own little splits and sects in between them. And that's before we ever get to any of them being organized into actual movements and parties. And just like even a small friend group might have different people taking different sides, that happens in large organizations like political parties. And in countries like the United States, where so few people actually participate in politics on a day-to-day basis, and so few people take part in party politics, it is very easy for motivated people like Nick Fuentes or the MAGA movement itself to seize control of a political party with money, backing, and people. Which leads us to our next concept, political hegemony theory. This idea was created by Italian communist leader Antonio Gramsci while he was imprisoned by Mussolini's fascist Italy. Gramsci was trying to understand how the fascists were able to seize power and take control of the working class, and the common understanding of history as understood by Marxists were that the working class would achieve class consciousness and thus naturally move towards a socialist and communist direction. Gramsci realized that actually it was culture and control of institutions that were able to determine what politics would take control in a place, meaning that who controlled the media, who controlled the churches, who controlled the ability to speak, were able to shift the ideas of the people below them, slowly but surely. That fundamentally, culture is upstream from politics. This is why movements like the MAGA movement have been so aggressive against going after leftist and liberal culture, because they understand this is where the power lies. This is also why they attack the education system. Whereas Gramsci thought of these as institutions to help people achieve class consciousness and enlighten themselves so that they could build a better and more democratic world, the fascists realize that control of these institutions can also solidify fascist understanding. And that's what Nick Fuentes and the Groypers want out of the Republican Party. They want to shift the culture of the party further and further into their direction. The Groyper beliefs that are steeped in Catholic integralism, the fascism of Italy, and neo-Nazism is all wrapped up in an ironic and humorous behavior of meme culture and brain rot. We have to understand that these movements are not isolated from one another. Nick is networked around the world just in the same way that Charlie Kirk was. These youth movements cross borders, and so does the content being produced by them. Their actions have a real effect on day-to-day politics and the actual governance of major political parties in the world. One of the scariest parts is Nick Fuentes' group and the Groypers, they're not even the furthest right you can go. After that, we start to get to the extreme right that has completely foregone elections. This is where we get our nihilist extremist groups that are going out there just trying to trigger accelerationism through acts of terrorism and extreme violence. These groups are active all over the world, constantly recruiting. My advice to parents are make sure that you open up lines of communication and you understand and ask, not in a threatening way, what your children are up to on the internet. Understand their culture and where they're at. Let them communicate with you and you make the effort to understand what they are saying. A bigger way, as a society, we need to put a lot more resources into youth programs, education, and funding. Not only that, it's also important to teach democracy to your children and teach it to yourself, because otherwise they are prey to ideologies that are built on getting people young and pulling them into the most extreme behavior. Nick was 15 when he started popping off on the internet, and he's not even 30 yet. Can you imagine where he's gonna be in 10 years? And he has proven extra resilient, being kicked off of every single mainstream platform, of course except for X, who he was led on personally back by Elon Musk. But that's the game, to set up alternative spaces, to preach your hate, and make sure that you're always present and slowly pulling people out of mainstream spaces into your spaces. This is why Nick runs a competing conference to CPAC. This is why Nick runs a competing organization to Turning Point USA. This is why he runs a competing think tank, because you are trying to create an alternative culture that people can walk right into. And in a time that neoliberal economics has really destroyed the civil society in many countries and sapped all the money out of both public spaces but also public programs, it is time to reinvest in our communities and in our young people. It is time to get politically active and get involved in your democracy, in party politics, community organizations, and trade unions. And it is important that this is done at a young age. Trump is very old. He only has so many years left. And whatever happens with the Republican Party after, if there is a Republican Party, will be even more extreme in the secession wars that will no doubt take place. Thank you for watching. Please donate and do some engagements. Thanks a bunch.
I wanted to jump on and add some quick gloss on recent events that might help folks who aren't plugged into the far corners of the internet make better sense of the motivations and actions of two major right-wing groups that are involved in the recent events. If you're looking at a swirl of cryptic memes and trying to reverse engineer a motive, you're going to misread this story. What looks like politics is often subculture. What looks like a manifesto is sometimes a dare wrapped in a joke, wrapped in a void. And two families on the right keep getting mashed together in coverage. There's the mainline far-right Christian nationalism, and then the Groyper scene, especially its black-pilled accelerationists. They overlap in rhetoric and enemies, but they don't want the same future, and they don't use the internet in the same way. Groypers refers to a youth-driven online far-right scene that's associated with the America First brand, which is led by Nick Fuentes. Black pill comes from incel forums and signals fatalism, so no improvement in humanity is possible, and thereby despair is rational. Acceleration in extremist context means stoking crises to hasten societal collapse. You can think of this as builders versus burners. And so for Christian nationalism in its hard right form, it's still builder energy. It insists that the nation is or should be explicitly Christian, prizes hierarchy, order, and a return to rightful social roles. But the strategy is institutional. They want to win elections, they want to pass laws, they want to staff the courts and capture the school boards and rechristen the public square. And you hear vocabulary about restoration and revival and sovereignty and virtue. And this imagined endpoint is a moral order enforced by the state. And even when their rhetoric gets apocalyptic, the plan is still state power. The Groyper world orbits a completely different sun. It's youth heavy, it's a coalition that includes a lot of streamers and online personalities, and it borrows from incel forums, gamer chat, crypto cynicism, edgelord comedy, and a lot of terminally online irony. Here's the core distinction. The black-pilled wing does not believe in reform, not of institutions, not of culture, and not of people. The black pill is the conviction that decline is irreversible. If nothing can be redeemed, then the only creative act is negation. And that's where accelerationism comes in. In this context, acceleration means pressing on every social fault line, race, gender, religion, class, until something breaks. It is not policy, it's physics. The expectation is collapse, followed by nothing. Unlike some white supremacist or apocalyptic Christian variants that at least fantasize about what comes after, mainstream black pill content rarely sketches a constructive post-collapse order. It's entropy worship. Speed the unraveling and enjoy the spectacle. A quick detour so that we don't mix wires here. Black-pilled accelerationism is not the same thing as tech bro AI accelerationism. The latter is a futurist, albeit doomy faith about speeding technological progress even at humanity's expense. Black pill is a social political fatalism that invites breakdown. Different crowds, different goals. It's also distinct from the more formal Christian nationalist project. The language sometimes rhymes, both talk about decay, but Christian nationalists think institutions can be repurposed. Black-pilled Groypers think the institutions are rot. So why the memes that look like riddles? Because the memification is the ideology. The style is the substance, or as Marshall McLuhan said, the medium is the message. The meme factory does 3 jobs at once. Number 1, it allows for recruitment at scale. So high contrast, darkly funny, and deliberately absurd images travel farther than policy papers. A kid who would never sit through a speech will swallow 100 images that say more, faster, and sneakier. Number 2, plausible deniability. Irony is a Kevlar vest. If you take it literally, they were just joking. If you miss the reference, you reveal you're out of the club. The ambiguity is the shibboleth. And desensitization, number 3. Shock is used like a gym routine. The first time you see it, you flinch. The 10th time, you smirk. By the 100th time, a position that once looked unthinkable has been normalized inside the in-group. That's why the aesthetics feel like a mashup of cartoon frogs and Wojaks and glitch art and millenarian doom and consumer culture parody. The mix says nothing matters, everything's a joke, nihilism is the punchline. So who gravitates to black pill spaces? It's often younger men who feel exiled from status games that they think they can't win, like dating, elite colleges, prestige jobs, coherent communities. It's cheap status. Attention is the currency, and it bonds people who may never meet offline. That helps explain the why behind cryptic inscriptions or symbol-laden posts around real-world incidents. From the outside, we assume conventional motives. Ideology leads to a plan, leads to an act. Inside black pill worlds, the act is also a content drop. It's performance for an audience that reads the references, a proof of membership to people you only know by handles. Decoding the references isn't about uncovering a coherent program. It's about recognizing an identity and a dare. Don't confuse the absence of a blueprint with harmlessness, however. A politics of negation can still inspire catastrophic acts because the metric isn't does it build, but does it break? This is why For the Lulz can be both a smirk and a sincerely held view that only destruction has meaning. However, not every meme holds the same ideology, so the same image can be repurposed by different factions. What matters is the cluster: fatalism, edgelord irony, collapse talk, and status seeking through shock. When analysts try to read an incident through the old left-right scripts, they're going to miss the performance layer. If the actor is steeped in black pill culture, the motive vector points as much toward in-group status and mimetic spectacle as it does toward any policy aim. That doesn't excuse anything. It just changes the explanatory frame. You're not parsing a legislative program. You're reading an attempt to turn reality into a toxic in-joke. Last piece: why the black pill is sticky. It packages three things people crave when they feel powerless: certainty, community, and a role. Certainty says the game is rigged and doomed. Community says we are the ones who get the joke. And a role says speed the ending. It is a toxic story. It's also tidy, and it's available 24/7 on your phone. The antidote is not to romanticize institutions that have failed people. It's to refuse the seduction of entropy as identity. Call the black pill what it is: a permission structure for cruelty wearing the mask of sophistication, then do the unglamorous work of making meaning and belonging where spectacle can't compete. That is the difference in one line. Christian nationalism is a plan to rule. Black-pilled accelerationism is a plan to ruin. If you keep that polarity in mind, the memes stop looking like mysterious runes and start reading like what they are: billboards for a politics of nothing. I have a corollary essay up in the orange place on kitsch and its role in mainline right-wing Christian nationalism if you're so inclined, but otherwise I will see you soon.
Good morning. The nation is becoming more aware of the motivations behind Utah. I'm getting questions from both the left and the right. I'm tickled that people are becoming more aware of what I've known for quite some time. I'm not going to name any names, but I'm seeing one big misconception we need to clarify now. So grab a coffee and let's get into it. Calling them accelerationists is inaccurate. There is an overlap, but it's important that we all understand the key differences. One is a slow cancer, one is a fast and aggressive one. They both target mainstream parties. They love that chaos from within. Whether it's slow corruption or blunt force trauma kicking and screaming, they both encourage extremism. And it's a right and left issue. The group named above follows entryism. They infiltrate and influence. Rather than tear it down, they seek to infiltrate and pull them to their beliefs. Accelerationism does seek radical change. I think this is where the misconception comes in. They're more of a tear it down, start over again, on both sides. Today, we'll be looking at the right side, because there's a lot of questions about these people. Some of them, your kids. Right accelerationism wants to create a racial hierarchy and ethno-state, ultimately. There are variations, however. Groups like this, who you will find me educating on the playlist below. Groups like this, who we have yet to touch on. Groups like this, who you will see me educating on a lot lately. Active Club and this organization are connected, but we also can't leave out their love child, Youth Club. Here's one not many know of, and they're not really talked about. They all travel the same spaces online though. Often they cross-pollinate. These aren't your dad's hate groups. Commonality amongst all of them is a leaderless resistance. It's hard to take down something with so many degrees of separation down to an individual level or small cell. This is why many of them are online. Communication, coordination, etc. I found these two examples of entryism to be best. Criminal organizations infiltrating law enforcement, several movies about that, and fraud, where they infiltrate and go undercover to do the thing. Again, many movies. Historically, you might recognize these entryism-ists. Where do you think they got the idea from? consider this group to be on the list. It deserves a special mention though, because we have to go all the way back to Charlottesville, where these two groups met. In my opinion, that event in history is where a lot of these groups derive their origin from in some way, shape, or form. They tried their entryism, they failed, became defunct, came under the umbrella of Nicky Boy. The two groups united became pretty big. Started that whole war with the victim. AIM began and dissolved, and started this organization. You have to understand that they cross-pollinate on a lot of platforms because they can't mainstream. So there's a lot of overlap and weird history, comings and goings. But Nick's happy. A lot of those members stuck around and increased his numbers. There is a big and important distinction between entryism and accelerationism. Entryism attempts to infiltrate and makes connections. I would encourage you to Google who's connected to this man. In closing, it's important to understand the difference between the two. One's the jump scare boogeyman, one is a slow hockey mask, machete-wielding psychopath. While similar, they're different, but it brings about their vision of change, affecting both the left and the right. In my opinion, since entryism is such a slow burn, it's why it's largely flew under the radar until recently. And this is why I always say, now you know. And knowing is half the battle. I would encourage everybody to think about it. And until then, I'll see you around. Cha-cha-cha-cha.
I've proved my point. I've demonstrated that there's no difference between me and everyone else. All it takes is one bad day to reduce the sanest man alive to lunacy. That's how far the world is from where I am. Just one bad day. You had a bad day once, am I right? I know I am. Why else would you dress up as a flying rat? You had a bad day, and it drove you as crazy as everybody else. Only you won't admit it. You have to keep pretending that life makes sense, that there's some point to all this struggling. God, you make me want to puke. I mean, what is it with you? What made you what you are? My point is, I went crazy. When I saw what a black, awful joke the world was, I went crazy as a goose. I admit it. Why can't you? I mean, you're not unintelligent. You must see the reality of the situation. Do you know how many times we've come close to World War III over a flock of geese on a computer screen? Do you know what triggered the last World War? An argument over how many telegraph poles Germany owed its War Department creditors. Telegraph poles! It's all a joke. Everything anybody ever valued or struggled for, it's all a monstrous, demented gag. So why can't you see the funny side? Why aren't you laughing?
Whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die. You either fight back or you die. And that's the truth.
Today, Elon, I think the British public are telling the world that they're ready to fight back.
Good. Yes.
Come on, Great Britain.
If America went to war with the UK, Charlie Kirk wouldn't give a fuck about us, right? Like we got but what's going on with the sovereignty? 1 minute we want to be Israeli, then we want to be British, then we want to be American. No, they're not. Right. So then let's deal with England. Let's deal with England then, right? Let's talk about England. The trick is what the government tell us is, yeah, the migrants are taking money from your purse. They're not. They are. The government's taking money from us, and then they're letting us blame whoever we want. They don't care if we kill each other.
Don't cost us no money as a country.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we are leaking and hemorrhaging money in so many different ways. It's disgusting. We are paying for LGBTQ lessons in Africa and Asia. Yeah, billions. So What are we looking at? We're looking at the migrants here, or we're looking at our government spending billions on teaching people how to be gay? In a different country, scared, but you're not intimidated. Scared of what? Why should I be scared? Why should I be fucking scared? For what? Why you got to start for? No. What should I be scared for? There's no need for that. Bro, where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live? No, one second. Why get angry? I'm not angry, but I want to know. Where do you live? You're swearing. Calm down. Where do you live? Where do you live? Triggered, bro. He triggered you. Where do you live? He trigured you, bro. No, okay, one second. There's no need for violence. No violence. Why are you asking where he lives? No, because I want to know something. Relax, man. Relax, we're calm. We're just having a chat. We're having a talk. Where do you live, bro? Huh? You live in Portsmouth? I live here. Yeah? I live here. This is my local. So I'm not scared. To come out to where I live. One second. Cool, man. It's cool, man. It's cool. It's just a conversation, bro. It's just a conversation, bro. You don't overreact. Don't overreact. No. He's telling me about I'm scared. Scared of what? Why would I be scared? Sticks and stones. You give me a good reason as a black man for me to be scared standing there. Why should I be? Don't be racing to this. So why should I be scared? If I'm one of you, why am I scared then? Why should I be scared? I tell you what, yeah? Fear don't even come into my mind coming here. Yeah? Fear don't even come into my mind coming here. Yeah? So don't even about fucking scared.
There was a time before the craziness when social media had rules against violent hate speech and misinformation. Then, the radical right whined about their free speech, Elon Musk bought Twitter, and Zuckerberg and Musk and the elite tech bros broke it. For the sake of everyone's safety, they should put it back how they found it. They could fix it today. Make social media safe again.
Not long ago, the richest people in America thought that Donald Trump was an existential threat to democracy.
I think January 6th, he could have done a lot more to stop a riot. You know, many of his words, I think, inspired people, you know, some of whom with malintent, to go in there and cause harm.
I think Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders, who I think on either the extreme left and the extreme right, are both basically completely insane and unelectable.
I voted for him in this past election, November. Today, I'm sorry I did that.
But suddenly, they've changed their minds.
Meanwhile, hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman is leaning toward backing Donald Trump in the presidential election. This news follows the recent announcement by another Wall Street billionaire, Steven Schwartzman, that he would support Trump as a, quote, vote for change.
The reports are that Peltz hosted Trump and Elon Musk in his mansion in Florida just last month.
He did a pretty good job. He was a pretty good president.
Don't forget that he tried to overturn the election.
Hold on, this is the honest assessment. The guy did, for the things that he was supposed to do, a good job.
So what changed? Why are Bill Ackman and his posse of tech bros lining up behind a candidate they once viewed as insane and dangerous?
Now, what is Silicon Valley, and a couple of these guys I know were from Silicon Valley, what do they hope for in exchange for their support?
Sachs and his friends will give some platitudes about handing Trump millions for the good of our country.
Most of these people just really love America and they want to see America doing better.
But the real answer is much simpler: greed.
The industry wants to be able to innovate, and the Biden administration has been very hostile towards innovation. It's been extremely hostile towards the crypto industry, It's already trying to overregulate AI. Yeah, it's basically put the kibosh on any M&A.
Oh, and they're freaking terrified that their shady business dealings could finally catch up to them too.
If they can do this to a business person like Donald Trump, they could do it to anybody in New York.
Over the last couple of months, corporate execs have been on a spending spree for the former president, setting up fundraiser after fundraiser.
A lot of money is flowing in a state where ticket prices start at $5,000 and go into the hundreds of thousands.
After fundraiser.
$50,000 a ticket or $300,000 for VIP perks like a photo with the former president.
Events like these, where you have to make a USPS tracking number of a salary to even get in, are helping Trump close the financial gap between him and Biden. Some say he's raising record amounts thanks to the billionaire class.
And by the way, right after the announcement of this, more campaign funds were given to this campaign than any campaign they think in history. Almost $400 million. 400!
And it represents a big change from the way Trump used to raise money. In 2016, large contributors made up only 14% of Trump's total donations. Now, big donors make up nearly 70% of all donations to Trump. The fundraisers are hosted by billionaires like Elon Musk's buddy David Sacks, a former Hillary Clinton supporter, and Chamath Palihapitiya, who donated more than $250,000 to Biden in 2020.
Yeah, things are looking very positive for Trump right now. But in any event, we're hosting a fundraiser for him.
But it's not just Sacks and Palihapitiya. According to a Sludge and More Perfect Union analysis, more than 50 billionaires and billionaire family members have gotten behind Donald Trump's 2024 re-election. People like Harold Hamm, investment manager Nelson Peltz, and real estate mogul Robert Bigelow, venture capitalist Doug Leone, the founder of Oculus Palmer Luckey, the founder of Excel Communications Kenny Trout, Mavs owner Miriam Adelson, and of course Elon Musk are also throwing their support behind Trump. But we still haven't answered the $400 million question of why all these rich people are supporting him.
Clearly Trump is pushing some to switch sides. The question is why? It's not like big tech is suffering. In fact, pretty much every major tech stock is at or near all-time highs. The NASDAQ 100, all-time high. So if things are going so well, why are some out west turning away from Joe Biden?
Most important is what Trump is promising, and he's not being shy about how corrupt he is. At fundraiser after fundraiser, Trump is promising to make wealthy executives even richer in exchange for their support.
Last month, Donald Trump summoned a who's who of top lobbyists and executives from the oil and gas industry to the upscale La Quinta/bribery palace he calls Mar-a-Lago. The New York Times says, quote, Trump told the group that they should donate $1 billion to his presidential campaign because if elected, he would roll back environmental rules that he said hamper their industry.
That's not the only fundraiser, and it's been a pattern with Trump. He actually held a fundraiser at John Paulson, who's a hedge fund billionaire's house a few months ago, said, we'll lower your taxes. Just make sure you give money to us.
You are all people that have a lot of money. I know 20 of you, and you're rich as hell. We're going to give you tax cuts.
And I will also stop Joe Biden's crusade to crush crypto. We're going to stop it.
All of these promises are exactly part of the reason why we're seeing corporate execs hop on the Trump train. And possibly the even bigger reason as to why these corporate execs are going to bat for Trump is because of the way the Biden administration has been going after them. Here's a Wall Street exec in his own words on why he's supporting Trump over Biden.
And then one other reason is obviously the regulatory environment, whether you're talking about the SEC or the FTC, that are much more aggressive, not only in the regulation of M&A, but also in crypto.
The Biden administration has launched an all-out war against the billionaire class to protect the interests of the working class for a change. Biden has put cops on the beat in every single corner of the administration, from the SEC.
The SEC is suing crypto trading platform Coinbase, saying it is operating illegally as it failed to register as an exchange.
Earlier this week, the SEC sued Binance, accusing the platform of inflating trading volumes, misleading investors, and secretly controlling customers' assets.
To the FCC,
the Federal Communications Commission is set to restore net neutrality. The vote passed 3-2 across party lines on Thursday.
To the DOT,
the Biden administration taking action this morning to protect airline consumers. New rules that mandate automatic refunds.
To the CFPB,
the CFPB is cracking down on late fees to a maximum of $8 from an average of $32.
To the DOJ,
we allege that Live Nation has illegally monopolized markets across the live concert industry in the United States for far too long. It is time to break it up.
To the IRS.
IRS Commissioner Danny Werfel telling me that millionaires and billionaires are evading more than $150 billion a year in taxes. So the IRS is using their billions from Congress to target the wealthy, large partnerships and companies.
To the DOL.
Change is coming for millions of gig workers who could qualify under a new Biden administration rule, making it harder for companies to classify workers as independent contractors instead of employees.
To the FTC, which is cracking down on big tech monopolies like Microsoft, OpenAI, Nvidia, Meta, Google, Apple, and Amazon.
They've also been steadily hiking the fees that small businesses have to pay to sell through Amazon. And so now some small businesses have to pay $1 out of every $2 to Amazon. It's basically a 50% monopoly tax.
Stopping junk fees that businesses use to arbitrarily jack up prices.
Junk fees cost Americans over $90 billion a year. Money that corporations are extracting from Americans just because they can.
And banning exploitative non-compete agreements for employees, which will increase wages by more than $400 billion.
Today, the FTC is announcing that we're finalizing a rule that would eliminate the vast majority of non-compete clauses in people's contracts.
All of these measures the Biden administration has taken against corporate America on behalf of the consumer have definitely lost them the support of these deep-pocketed donors. As the rich line up behind Trump, it's clear who he'd be beholden to if he wins, and it's not the people like you and me. So when Trump says things like this,
Joe Biden's radical left Democrat Party is a fascist movement that wants to throw you in jail.
And things like this.
If they can do this to me, they can do this to anyone.
He's not talking to you, the hardworking American taxpayer. He's talking to people like the CEO of Pioneer Oil, Scott Sheffield, who was just caught by the FTC for trying to collude with OPEC to raise gas prices.
We saw Scott Sheffield try to coordinate with OPEC and say, hey, instead of us competing with you, why don't we all just agree to actually cut back production and keep prices high?
He's talking to people like billionaire grocery store and oil mogul John Catsimatidis, who illegally fired workers who went on strike.
If they can do this to a business person like Donald Trump, they could do it to anybody in New York.
People like Catsimatidis know that if Trump is elected, he can rest easy and continue making life miserable for everyone under him without consequences all he wants. So the main reason why oil execs, Silicon Valley, and corporate execs in general are going for Trump is because of how the Biden administration has been going after them. Catherine Wild, the self-described lone defender of the billionaires, summed it up perfectly. The threat to capitalism from the Democrats, she explained, using capitalism as a euphemism for taxing billionaires, is more concerning than the threat to democracy from Trump. That's the answer to the $400 million question.
I remembered something super relevant about Groypers that no one is talking about. Bigger than the rivalry between Nick Fuentes' Groyper community and Charlie Kirk's conservative community, Groypers have motive against the Republican Party as a whole, because Groypers got Donald Trump elected. Everyone forgets this. Yes, there was a legacy of racism and a desire for revenge among the conservatives in the United States after Obama, but they would have achieved that through any old white racist Republican, right? But around that time, which was GamerGate, 4chan was looking for a new prank, something that could up the ante even further. And they saw random, here for attention, Republican primary contender Donald Trump. 4chan's poll board liked him for two reasons. One, he was funny, and that felt authentic to them and enjoyable to them. And two, him being there was offensive to every establishment politician, including the Republicans. And Groypers hate establishment normal people. It's all fake. So he was their meme candidate, and they supported him. Trump was just there for brief attention and was going to crash out. They started throwing him money and rallying online support because they are online and effective far more than any typical person. And they gave him that first burst of momentum, like a booster rocket, that got him into mainstream consciousness, which 180'd the Republican primary in 2016 and brought us here today. But now, as much of MAGA is finding out, Republican President Donald Trump doesn't really seem to care about any moral values like the evangelical stuff and those righteous causes like the Epstein files, and he doesn't really care about the economy for the average American. Donald Trump kind of just cares about himself and then capitulates to whatever is easiest and the industry around him wants to do. Donald Trump has become, happily, lazily, the establishment. The Groypers got him there. He then became what they sought out to destroy. They were his first fans. They were his biggest fans. Now, they are his anti-fans. People like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, they made normal careers in an industry out of this. Political advocacy, going into politics, becoming part of that system. To a Groyper, they're sellouts. They're traitors. They don't really care about the real cause. It was called the alt-right for a reason. This was an attack on the normies, the sellouts, the boomers. This is Groyper black pill ideology.
Just I hate to admit it, liberals were right fundamentally about Trump. Whether he has good intentions or bad intentions, whether he means well or not, some people blame his advisors, some people blame people around him. Whatever you think about his culpability, he is in effect, okay? Maybe not consciously or intentionally, but in effect, what he is a demagogue. What he is a populist demagogue. And directionally, what liberals said about him, which is that he was stirring up the rubes, animating the rubes with nativist rhetoric and ginning up resentment against the system to empower himself and the people around him, and then brought the swamp closer to the periphery in his first and second administration, willing to say and do anything. Yeah, that all kind of turned out to be true. Yeah, that basically turned out to be true.
Elon Musk is a Groyper. He is of the same variety of alt-right as the Utah shooter. Oh, also, the Colorado shooter that happened on the same day was also alt-right. So was the shooter that they claimed was trans before that was actually de-trans and radically alt-right. Back to the elongated muskrat. Remember I Am Become Meme? The dark MAGA meme lord? He owns Twitter. Also has a trans daughter who he quite literally hates. Shout out Vivian. Love you, girl. Had multiple babies with Grimes because they're obsessed with e-girls.
Who is the e-girl and how do they dress? Short for electronic girl, the term e-girl has been around since the late 2000s, but has evolved to have a different meaning over the years. While it was originally a derogatory label for girls who engaged in online gaming, it now describes an entire subculture. E-girls as we know them now emerged in 2019, gaining popularity on TikTok. The significant prevalence of Japanese pop culture may be credited to the fashion, with outfits influenced by anime characters. E-girl fashion, like other darker alternative fashions, predominantly involve printed tops and black pleated skirts, chain accessories, and platform shoes. The makeup consists of heavy eyeliner, blush across the nose, and little symbols drawn near the eyes.
I've noticed that people just don't know how to react when women with terrible beliefs are treated poorly by men. Artist Grimes has been trying to get in touch with her oligarch baby daddy regarding some kind of medical emergency related to one of their shared offspring. Her baby daddy is busy trying to remake the Western world in his own image and has cut off all contact with her. But in 2022, when they split up for good, Grimes declared that E was still her best friend and that her life and art are forever dedicated to the mission. You might be wondering at this stage, what's the mission? The mission is white supremacy, eugenicist, technophilic pronatalism. The oligarch believes the genes of superior human beings like himself are at risk of being overtaken by others who he considers to have less than optimal genes, and that men like him have the responsibility to prevent this from happening by having as many children as possible. Malcolm and Simone Collins emerged as key leaders in this movement after they went viral for using a service which allows you to pick the most optimal embryos, which they consider to be those with the least likelihood of having mental illnesses, neurodivergence, or chronically low mood. Grimes reached out to them to express support for this movement. So I know you guys, you're thinking, how do you know this is a racist movement? Perhaps the mission is race neutral. Grimes frequently takes time to support, hang out with, and befriend people who dedicate their whole lives to promoting racism and beliefs. For example, she posted a picture on a public forum with Razib Khan, a man who has dedicated his life to proving that black people are genetically not as human as other groups. For example, he once wrote an article in which he asked why African men were considered to be humans when bonobo chimpanzees were not. She took the time out to publicly wish her friend Curtis Yarvin a happy birthday. Curtis Yarvin again believes that his people are genetically superior to black people and that black people were more suited to slavery than other groups. As recently as this year, 2025, he has said that black people in the USA were actually better off prior to the Civil War when they happened to be enslaved because of the negative economic impact of ending slavery. Grimes has also said publicly that she loves the patriarchy.
Daily motivation, smash the patriarchy.
I kind of like the patriarchy. Like,
what do you like about it?
I like the supply chain, food, Uber, roads, civilization.
The agenda that these people are promoting is increasingly becoming clear. They would really like to rewind the clock, and Grimes was all for that. Grimes thought she was going to reign alongside the oligarch as he rolled back centuries of progress. She believed that her elite bloodline would rule over us all and that she would go down in history. God save the Queen. But then her bigoted baby daddy turned on her. And the tea is that if he came to her today and said, honey, come back, let's both oppress people on the basis of dubious race science together again, you know she'd be there in a second. But some people will still find a way to paint this woman as a victim, and that is the problem with feminism that's not intersectional, but that's a story for another day.
Why didn't nobody tell me that Elon Musk lost his ex to a trans woman? Now it all makes sense. So in 2022, it came out that his ex and his baby mama, Grimes, was getting munched on, sizzling with one Chelsea Manning. Now, Chelsea Manning is a trans woman. She's an advocate. She marches with all the black trans girls and does all this like activism stuff. But before that came out, we had never heard Elon Musk say anything about anybody being trans, didn't care nothing about the trans community. And ever since, if you go back, March 2022 is when we see that first transphobic, transmissic meme posted. This white man done lost his ex to a trans woman, and it done bruised that male ego, it done hurt that white fragility, and now all trans people gotta suffer. This don't make no sense, but it do make sense.
It was outed that he is a baby fur, which is a subsection of furry, which is not a good one. Elon Musk himself posts PePe the Frog memes. The official White House Twitter posted a picture of Donald Trump with PePe the Frog in the background. They didn't even know it, or did they? Groypers are obsessed with Greco-Romans, and Elon Musk very famously did the Roman salute on stage. Somebody pointed out in one of the comments that while everybody was debating whether or not that's actually what it was, the Groypers were having a "we are so back" moment. And Nick Fuentes, the king of the Groypers himself, has already made multiple videos pretty much admitting he knows that it was one of, quote, our guys. Like it says on one of their Reddit pages. Wait, was this our guy? Yep.
Hey Jim, so what does it mean to be an incel?
The word itself is called a portmanteau. It's basically two words that are put in together, which basically stands for involuntarily celibate. It's a word that started on the internet, and it can be used by a person to describe themselves as being unlucky in romantic success. But more commonly, it's used to mean a heterosexual man who feels like he's entitled to sexual favors from a woman. It's a word that became really popular on Reddit until those forums were banned because it leads to violence. It's a sense of entitlement that because you're a man, that women are supposed to put out for you, basically. And it's very close to something called the red pill movement, that again, which is misogynistic men that attribute all of their problems to women in the society. There's a lot more to it.
To anyone who wants to write off Groypers or the alt-right or black pillars as you're just incels, you just hate women, I appreciate the energy, but I don't think you understand the full picture here. You know, incels are not the end, right? There are steps after that. Yes, at some point they may have hated women, and I'm sure they still do, but it's not about that anymore to them. They are not just jealous that they don't have a relationship. Not really. Not anymore. And this whole black pill, fashy, third way politics is rooted in lots of depression and hatred and apathy, coding everything, fairly indiscriminately. And a core thought loop is this. They feel like failures. They feel alone. A lot of them, like the Charlie Kirk suspect, are probably college dropouts, or struggling in high school, or struggling to make friends, or struggling to feel anything or to care because of depression. So their minds try to rationalize this. They seek communities that try to rationalize this, and they're trying to give each other support from the same mindset. And the conclusion they all reach is, it's okay, you're not missing out on anything anyway. They don't want to feel like failures, so they delegitimize external factors. It's no big deal, it's no big loss, it's all fake anyway, it doesn't matter. This helps them cope, because they don't have the social emotional skills to succeed, or to deal with how sad it feels to fail. So over time, they shift failing to get a girlfriend from a personal failing, or a personal ugliness, to women aren't worth it, women are bad. They'll push narratives that all women are dishonest or cheaters or in it for money. They resent women. They're disgusted by women. They don't like women. At least their idea of women, which is the only capacity they're exposed to women. And a lot of them are closeted and gay. A lot of them are closeted and asexual, even if they don't realize it. I think a lot of them are probably also closeted and trans, but try to cope with a sense of masculinity by deciding that women aren't something worth being, and their own unhappiness is relatively better. So you get this confusing situation where they're talking about these conservative ideals, like the virtues of heterosexuality, but they don't have girlfriends. Some of them have boyfriends. Sometimes they'll even date trans people, but in a really derogatory way. They'll like trans women because to them they get the aesthetic appeal of women without this sort of imagined, genetically innate evilness of femininity. But they can do better than that. They can ditch all womanhood whatsoever. They love femboys. Aesthetically pretty, max gooner appeal, no women to be found. It's very common for far-right extremists to be kinda gay and very homophobic. So at a certain point, if you try to tell them they're just jealous because they can't get a girlfriend, you've only validated their perception that you don't even understand them and they shouldn't take you seriously. I wish they knew that normal society doesn't mind who these people are attracted to, because these communities end up gatekeeping their own queerness from each other for no reason whatsoever. They'll bend over backwards to be misogynists. And when they start seeing all normal people as objects they hold nothing but this disgust for, like bugs, that's when they go to school and don't come out.
If you're wondering what femcel means, let me tell you. So essentially a femcel is an involuntarily celibate female, which is interesting because the original word incel was meant for both men and women. So back in 1993, a woman named Alana started a website called Alana's Involuntary Celibacy Project, and she started that for both men and women that were feeling loneliness due to a lack of relationships and sex and things like that. And eventually they shortened the group in correspondence to INVcel, and then they shortened it even further to just be called incel. But eventually men took over the term and started referring to themselves as incel. So that's why you're probably now seeing femcel, because, men took over the incel word. But again, the thing with femcels is just like with incels, it's just their perception is that no one will have sex with them or have relationships with them due to how they look or their size or things like that. There are different versions where, some will say it's due to maybe like their mental health issues or disabilities or things like that, but that's like a whole different set of categories. But again, it's a perception thing. I did read a really interesting Ask Me Anything on Reddit from a former femcel, and she said that even though she perceived herself as one, and she was in one of the largest Reddit femcel communities, she really learned later on that there was nothing wrong with her. It's just, her perception of herself and other people pushing that perception was really keeping her from making friends and eventually being in a relationship. So just kind of interesting, I thought. But anywho, that's what a femcel is. I hope this information helped, and if it did, please make sure to follow. Bye, guys.
Let's make one thing very clear. The femcel is not the female equivalent of the incel. Hi, my name's Chloe, and I'm a writer, researcher, and moderator with a background in media, culture, and communications. And I recently worked on a research intensive about the femcel movement or the femceldom subculture on Pinterest. I feel like if you're chronically online, you probably know what the femcel is or what femceldom stands for. But basically, it is a movement or subculture that gained popularity over the past few years, and it started off on discussion-based forums like Reddit, just like the Incel movement did, and the manosphere, the red pill content, all of that. But in recent years, it's kind of shifted more so towards kind of like a trendy aesthetic, despite the fact that femceldom shifted more towards like an aesthetic thing or like a trendy thing to partake in. It is still characterized by the same notions of anger, rebellion, frustration, etc. And due to that, a lot of people in public dialogue have kind of equated femceldom to the incel movement, but that is crazy. I feel like equating the two to one another is the same as equating abuse and reactive abuse. One is quite literally enabled and supported by the patriarchy, while the other is a reaction to it. Incels and the red pill content that they spew is all about degrading women, talking down on women, believing that women are the root cause of every problem that they've ever encountered in their lives individually, but collectively as well, and not seeing them as human beings. Like, quite literally, incels do not see women as human beings, which is why they talk about them the way that they do. Femcells and femceldom is about expressing heteronihilistic ideologies because of the frustrations and the trauma that comes with existing under a patriarchal system. Two very different things. Of course, the degrees of suffering and trauma will vary depending on where you are in the world, but existing under the patriarchy for women individually and collectively is trauma, no matter if you personally agree with that or not. It literally just is. Another factor we need to take into account when we talk about how the two can never be equated is real-life repercussions. Femcells coming together on platforms like Pinterest and slapping an "I hate men" quote on some aesthetic picture of a 2000s movie cannot be compared to the real-life repercussions that incels create through the discourse that they share online, no matter the platform. Like, they're literally out here killing people. They're out here murdering people. They're out here mass shooting. We cannot compare the two, please. Incel rhetoric contributes to public issues like femicide. Please name me one public issue that femcel rhetoric is contributing to. I'd very much like to hear that. I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again. One is a reaction to the abuse that women have to go through just because they're women, okay? Let's be very for real. The two are not the same, and they cannot and will not ever be equals.
Femcel ideology at its most harmless is completely useless. I do not think that all men are evil, but I cannot help but sympathize slightly with women who fall into that line of thinking. And I see so many think pieces on this app specifically about how it's red pill content for women and it's putting you on the alt-right conservative pipeline. And I completely agree with that. That's completely true. But much like TERFism is a reaction to the perceived failures of feminism that comes from a certain generation of women, I think that femcel ideology is a reaction to perceived failures of like 2010s feminism. I can do what I want with my body. I can fuck whoever I want. I can be naked whenever I want. None of those things are inherently wrong, and they weren't at the time. But men have done a really great job as a social class of taking that and bending it to allow them brazenly to proposition women for nasty pornographic sex on dating apps, where a lot of women are going to look for partners, to look for someone to give them even a basic modicum of respect. These men are treating it like free prostitution sites, okay? Prostitutes that you don't have to pay. And they have pictures with their families. They have the college they went to in their bio. They'll have the company that they work for. They feel no shame about it. And when we make these side-by-side comparisons, I think it's a little disingenuous when we're talking about a large population of men whining about the male loneliness epidemic, in which they feel like they're being left out of the sex that they are owed as men versus young women who aren't critically thinking and who are not handling their reactions in the best way, but they are reacting to very real interactions they have with men on a regular basis. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't have a solution. I don't have an answer. I just literally had to vent these thoughts out for myself. Because I literally have to step away from, like, apps. And I know, like, the apps are toxic. You all know that. Whatever. Girl, I had to see for myself. And now I'm done seeing. Because I am finding myself angry at random men on the street. Just thinking, you're probably disgusting. Do you know what I mean? So, that's my 2 cents. Do with it what you will. Feel free to discuss in the comments.
Ever since Donald Trump signed the documents for TikTok to be purchased by Oracle, I've been getting non-stop comments like this just because I'm a slightly attractive brown woman on the internet who speaks about politics. Maybe you should figure out that your follower count's not private. You follow a lot of kids.
America is consumed by consumerism, and every brain-dead person just feeds into it.
Yeah, girl, sorry.
Like, all 2025, I'm only getting necessities, like stuff I need.
Ah, square and slur. Hey, babe, happy Valentine's Day.
Aren't you forgetting something?
No.
You seriously didn't get me any gifts? All men are trash.
Seriously.
Okay, real talk. Can somebody tell me how in the year 2025, femboys are more accepted than trans women? Anybody want to explain that one to me? And this is also no shade to my femboys. I love femboys. I support femboys. I was once a femboy, but my brain just cannot wrap my head around this. I remember about 10 to 12 years ago, I used to be a femboy. I mean, before I transitioned, I was a femboy, but I started dressing like a femboy, acting, being a femboy, because it was my only way of being as close to living as a woman as I possibly could. And at that time, it was around 2011, 2012, 2013. I watched Gigi Gorgeous religiously. She was my favorite YouTuber. Still love her. I just don't watch her as often because she doesn't post as often. But I remember watching her videos before she transitioned, and she was my first ever person of, like, internet contact with being a feminine boy, right? Wearing dresses, wearing makeup, doing her hair. Back in like 2009, 2010, like that was my like awakening, right? And I remember distinctly being bullied so often online, in my hometown, in person, having things thrown at me by people for being a femboy, for wearing makeup, for wearing girls' clothes. And I also remember when Gigi came out as trans, I remember being like, shit, I'm actually trans. I want to live as a woman, but I can't. I was like 15 and my parents wouldn't have accepted me. Ireland didn't have the proper healthcare, still doesn't, but didn't have the proper healthcare for me to take these steps. And I think that's why I waited so long to transition. And now fast forward to 2025, 2024, let's say, femboys are literally the #1 trending thing on the internet. I legit scrolled past this post the other day on my TikTok, how to be a femboy, how to take the steps to become a femboy. And it had hundreds of thousands of likes, saves. I see comments all the time on posts from straight men saying, oh, I love a femboy. I ain't gay, but I love a femboy. Oh, femboys this. Oh, I'm gooning over femboys. Meanwhile, trans women are still degraded, are still made fun of, are still beaten, killed, just ridiculed for existing. And I just don't understand. It's like you can be anything as close to a woman, but the minute you say, no, you know what, I'm actually going to live as a woman, I feel like I'm a woman, I believe that I'm a woman, whatever, you are all of a sudden degraded. You are all of a sudden a freak. You're all of a sudden whatever, anything under the sun that they like to call trans women, right? And I don't get that, because with femboys, it's like, you're a boy, but you can be really feminine. And it's hot, but it's not gay, because straight men can find you hot, but it's not gay because they're femme, but they're boys. But God forbid a man is interested in a trans woman. He's a fag. He's secretly gay. He likes cock. Yeah. I just don't get it. It's like this double standard, and I'm really confused. I really want someone to explain it to me. I need someone to explain it to me because, damn, if I had known that it's just so fucking easy to be a femboy, I never would have fucking transitioned. I would have just lived my little miserable life in my femboy bubble, and I would have been getting my life. I would have been getting my fucking life. And every time I see a femboy video explaining what a femboy is, how to dress like a femboy, life of a femboy, the comments eat it the fuck up. But anytime a trans woman utters a word out of her mouth, you're a man, you're pretending to be a woman, you're mentally ill, you're an abomination. And again, this is no shade to my femboys. It's not the femboys' problem, it's society's problem. What is society's issue with trans women? I don't get it. And I always joke with my friends, femboys are one hormone pill from being a trans woman. But God forbid, you want to live your life as a woman, that's the worst thing. That's the worst thing you can do. I just don't get it. I'm confusion. So please, somebody explain to me.
I'm trans, but not a trans woman. That means I receive monumentally less hate than my trans brothers and sisters. Where even though I am trans femme, I am still seen as a man by those who would hate me otherwise. This is rooted in misogyny and by extent trans misogyny. This is one of the many benefits I'm privileged in as a white, straight, cis, passing person. Because that slight hesitation that I might still be on their side saves me from a lot of violence. On the internet and on the outside, people like me are subjugated and subjected to y'all's perspectives. The ever-changing societal perception of trans people in general that has gone from sexualized and fetishized to scapegoated and subjugated, now just back to sexualized again. Men hate women and women hate other women to get a leg up. That leaves trans women as fetishized and trans men as buddy and not boss. Which should also fill in the gap of why trans men who are on testosterone get monumentally more hate than trans men who aren't. And why they hate trans women who don't pass. They hate women so much that they prefer them masculine, hence femboys and the preference of pre-T trans men. Until and unless you're trans and unless you're black. Remember, this is predicated on the intricacies of white supremacy, and black women have always been seen as masculine. None of it's supposed to make sense. And when they see a man like myself fully shed that privilege, other men double down on the subjugation because they are jealous and hateful. They hate women and are closeted homosexuals, so when they see one of the homies transition, neuron activation. But that was just the homie. They're a woman now and we hate women. Why didn't you stop halfway through and just be a femboy? You could have retained all the privilege and I wouldn't have to hate you now. They think I'm a femboy and don't know whether to fuck me or fight me.
5 femboys. First up, we have Tinglan, otherwise known as The Awasian Lover 6969. Exquisite first choice, and his content is actually pretty funny. Next up, we have whatever this guy's name is. I'm sorry, I do not know what that says, but nevertheless, one of the prettiest femboys I have ever seen. Straw Baby Boy, incredible devotion to the game, and I would even go as far as saying the femboy final boss. Next up, we have Bibble Kitty, iconic femboy with years in the game. It would be a crime to not include them on the list. And last but certainly not least, we have Milky Ray, amazing cosplays, and once again, a household name in the femboy community. An honorable mention goes to myself. You don't want to know what I be getting up to when I'm off camera.
Y'all think I'm joking now, but whenever I'm married to a femboy who's also a boy wife and takes care of our 36 kids, which he birthed, and he's low-key a little bit dominant. Just a little bit. But more submissive. And he lets me peg him. I'm gonna be having the last laugh. I will. And he's gonna have a fat ass. Like, no debate. No debate. Like, stop. Stop it! Oh my god, why am I getting red? Guys, we're gonna make it. We're gonna make it one day.
She doesn't even go here!
Do you even go to this school?
No, I just have a lot of feelings.
Okay, go home.
Let's talk about chasers.
Quick content warning, I am going to be talking about chasers, so if that's something that you're uncomfortable listening to, please don't watch this video, but this is meant to be informative for people who don't know what chasers are so that trans people can stay safe and so that cis people and trans people can stop being chasers. A chaser is someone who fetishizes trans people. They are obsessed with trans people. They get off on the idea of being with trans people. They look at trans people as objects for their own gratification. What gets you about chasers is they can be very affirming at first, and that's kind of how they manipulate you into being in a relationship with you or getting you close to them so that you can give them that gratification. So I would say for me, I've noticed that people who are really concerned with what stage I'm at in my medical transition and just my medical transition in general, it kind of sets up some red flags for me. So like obviously people asking me questions about what's in my pants, questions that are similar to that, questions about what's going on up here. I don't know why you want to know so much about my body and my genitals, because generally them knowing that gives them a sense of control that then they can continue to objectify you. If you are trans and you pick up on signs of somebody being a chaser, there's lots of other signs and I literally can't list them all. Having a greed kink with a B at the front of it is like one of them, especially if you're like an AFAB trans masc or trans man or non-binary person. The point is that chasers are very dangerous. Chasers can objectify you to a certain point where they make you feel safe, but then if you like get mad at that objectification or you start picking up on it or something like that, it can become a very dangerous situation very fast, because ultimately they do not see your transness as valid. They see it as something for themselves that they can benefit from. So they will never see you beyond your transness. They see you as a trans body and not in a positive way. I guess my overall point is, if you are trans and you are dating, please be so cautious to pick up on signs that somebody might be using you for your transness or only interested in you for your transness. And also beware, because it's not always cis people. There are trans people, there are gender non-conforming people who are also chasers, and I can contest to that personally. My best advice is, if you realize you're in a relationship with a chaser, or if you're with somebody and you pick up on the fact that they're a chaser, I would remove myself from that situation as safely as possible. I wouldn't even tell them, yo, you're a chaser, I'm leaving now. I would leave for another reason, literally lie to get yourself out of that situation. Never interact with them ever again. Block them, never see them. Anyway, be careful.
What is a chaser? So chasers are essentially men who like trans women and want to be with trans women. That's the base definition. Most chasers are really creepy and usually transphobic because they have a fetish for girls with a penis. And being reduced down to just your genitals is dehumanizing. However, some chasers can be okay. I've had a lot of weird interactions with chasers online, on apps and stuff. It's not fun. Like, I recall one time I was asked like really invasive questions like about my body and my sex life and all of that, which I'm happy to talk about like at a later stage. But basically, if you're a trans girl, you should probably avoid chasers unless you've really figured your shit out and you know you can handle it. Peace, y'all.
You know, I've never been into conventionally attractive people. I'm into some real weird stuff, and my favorite movie is Rocky Horror Picture Show. I just see beauty where no one else could possibly see it. My favorite place to go is the zoo. I just love mixes of things, golden doodles, iced tea lemonade. My friends would think this is so weird. No, seriously, my friends would think this is so weird. You're like a hot little centaur, or a mermaid. Have you ever heard of Finster? Hey, I'm Jeff, but you can just call me sir. Sorry, that was just a joke. I hope I didn't make you uncomfy. I just want to say I love how androgynous you look. Like, you look like a magical fairy or like an elf creature. You know, lately I've been realizing I'm not even attracted to conventionally attractive people. Like, it's so boring, blah blah, all that Instagram stuff, ew. I just like it when people have like their own unique sense of style and you can tell they really have a good heart and soul. And when I was looking at you from across the room, I could tell that you do. It's so awful what people put you guys through. I'm really sorry. You know, I've been saying we need a revolution and keep those chuds out of there. Wow, you're like no one else at this party. What do you say we get in my stunningly dirty car and you can come meet my pupper and fill out a consent form?
Chasers.
let's talk about them. There are so many different kinds of chasers. Like, people really make it out to be like, oh, chasers, you have to worry about chasers, you need to know how to identify a chaser. Baby, I struggle to identify a chaser because, at least in the world of like specifically FTM chasers, quote unquote, there is such a wide variety, and so it's a lot harder to clock. The variety that I think most people are familiar with, and I think is the easiest to identify, is like the detransitioner chaser, right? Like, this is a man very adjacent to the kinds of guys that think their cock can fix a lesbian. You're kind of missing the point. They are attracted to the idea of like having a trans man, but like not, like detransitioning him. That's what's attracting them to the ideal. Now, I actually find this to be one of the least common chasers that I run into in the wild. They seem very common online, but I don't see them in real life very often. More often, actually probably the most common, like, quote unquote FTM chaser that I run into are usually men who are actually like really fascinated with and enjoy the idea of having that junk themselves, right? Like, if given the option, these cis men would have the boy cavern. Like, they would opt into it if they could. They just like don't want to have to go through the surgery, all of that. Some of them do. Actually, I have actually run into one guy who still identified as a cis man, but he got the op, baby. He got the old switch around. I don't know. Gender is beautiful. Love is beautiful. Chasers are complicated. Has anybody else run into this? Does anybody else agree with me?
Has anyone else noticed that, like, weird subgroup of right-winged furries? If you've been on the internet long enough, you would know that there's a weird collection online of, like, far-right furries. For some reason, I don't know. Which is, like, kind of contradicting and ironic that, like, you know, they exist, because furries are like known for being wide accepting and like just generally accepting anyone to like be a furry. Before a fence riding centralist comes on and saying, well, if you're so accepting, why don't you suck them? Those people literally want to kill people like me. I'm not really accepting of that. I kind of want to live. I just find it like just so weird that you're a part of a community that loves and accepts everyone despite how different they are, because we're united on one thing, and you will like turn around and like preach about how certain minority groups shouldn't exist. I just find it just weird. Like, how are you gonna start talking about eugenics while your persona is a femboy fox? And before this gets to the wrong audience, fuck Trump, abolish ICE, free Palestine. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Saw a man nearing his 50s, a Gen Xer, describe old like 4chan, like 2000s 4chan, as like left-leaning, because it was like one of the biggest reasons for Occupy Wall Street, and it's like, no. See, this is one of the many reasons why it's so difficult to explain like 4chan or internet politics to like normies, because like at its core, 4chan is very anti-establishment, and the reason they're anti-establishment is because the establishment is why they blame their lives for being so miserable. So anything to get rid of that shit, economically, politically, socially, they're all for it, right? They're literally the embodiment of like, the means don't matter, the ends justify the means. They were always like very right-leaning, but they're also like, again, this random chaotic esoteric thing. You're dealing with people that are so like deep fried and shit that they will literally transition because they think their lives will be easier as women. This is where the term TransMaxxing comes from, which is another thing that people can understand. One thing that I'm seeing repeated throughout Twitter, Instagram, and here on TikTok is people going like, how can they be right-wing? They're fucking gay. And it's like, oh boy, you do not know the homo-fascism type of shit that we're dealing with. Like, homo-fascism is just like incomprehensible. Like, if you guys were to present these guys with like historically accurate Greeks and Romans, they will look at you dead in the eyes and be like, oh yeah, they're left-leaning because they do gay shit, right? Like, the whole thing with the Greeks was that, like, it was an old man fucking, like, young men all the time for, like, power, dominance, and just, like, pleasure. But they see, they hear gay, and they think, like, oh, they're left. They have to be, right? But no. Not even remotely fucking close. And to me, as somebody who's been marinating in this shit since they were, like, 8 years old, that's normal. I've seen and I've talked to so many people, like, there used to be constant threads on 4chan and even on Reddit of, like, trans women showing off their boyfriends with, like, swastika tattoos, and you think, like, hey, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it rarely ever fucking does. Like, the internet and, like, things like 4chan, it's just, like, the land of contradictions. Like, how do you think we get shit like Kanye West? Kanye West is not unique. He's just, like, the biggest and richest, like, black, far-right-leaning individual that we have in, like, in mainstream media. Whether he's being legitimate or just, like, ironic about it doesn't really fucking matter. And that's just basically how it all fucking works. It's just, like, this endless fucking sea of contradictions. But you don't pay attention to that. You pay attention to the end goal. And that's what fucking matters. And their end goal is, like, to have, like, an extreme right-wing, like, utopia/dystopia, because they want to get rid of all the normies. Their enemies are not just minorities, it's normal people. They hate the Chads and they hate the Stacy.
Scumbag called Rick Chad.
You kept calling Ann Stacy. Okay, do you have any Chad and Stacy's living in this building?
Right? You said there's no Chad living here.
We got a Chad, but no Stacy.
Rollins, let's talk to the luckiest Chad on the planet.
We got another Chad. Well, our guy obviously has a hard-on for somebody named Stacy.
Who was whisked away by some guy named Chad.
Now, I put the names Chad and Stacy through RTC, Accurate, TLO. I got nothing. Then I tried the dark web. A lot of stuff came up. Chad, Stacy's, normies, and Omegas.
I need you to start realizing, if you go far right enough, they don't care if you're queer. They care if you're white. That's it. That's it. That's it. As a trans woman especially, who, like, has been on the internet most of my life, more of my life than not have I had access to internet. I was playing online games and being a kid on MySpace coding when some of you weren't even born or suckling. It was never hard to find, like, white queer people who were right-wing or racist or had, like, extremist right-wing views. In fact, like, my first interaction with another gay person on the internet was a gay schmatzy. Hell, go look at Spicy Gay Man Twitter and just go through reposts and see the people who repost stuff. Specifically the buff white men. It's a lot. There are a lot of it's a fetish. It's a fetish. You all realize that, right? That, like, the Republican MAGA thing is, like, a fetish in, like, white queer spaces. Not even just white queer spaces, actually. It's weird. So even if the roommate's not trans, by the way, there is nothing actually confirming that they are trans. Discord was even like, yeah, no. Statements had to be retracted, okay? But even if so, do you guys think that, like, having a queer friend or sleeping with a trans person or even sleeping with another person of the same gender takes away the fact that someone is right-wing? No, usually if I hear a right-wing person is sleeping with trans women or men, I just think that they are probably farther right-wing than you think. Not that they're secretly a Democrat or on the left. They're most likely as far from the left as you could possibly be. Probably more far than you, random person getting upset about the information you heard on Fox News.
I just saw Christian's video talking about how a lot of people aren't aware of the ultra far right's surprisingly lax views on sexuality. And the sad thing is, I knew exactly what he was talking about because despite, like, how I present myself and, like, I am outside right now. I'm actually coming back from a party. It's like 1 a.m. I was very deeply, like, in that online space when I was younger. And the thing about being that entrenched in, like, niche internet culture for that long is that it never really, like, it's very hard to get out and you never really leave. It always manages to subconsciously follow you for the rest of your life, basically. And looking into these spaces, you find that, like, yeah, a lot of them are a lot more fluid than you would expect when it comes to sexuality. Like, if you think Nick Fuentes is straight, he's not. Ask Destiny. And if you dig deep enough, and you definitely shouldn't, you will find that Neko femboy Nazis exist.
Tyler Robinson was dating his roommate and he is a femboy. And the truth shall set you free. Kash Patel is giving testimony, or gave testimony to Congress about the situation right now with transcripts of texts between Tyler Robinson and his roommate, lover, femboy, his cis, gay, male roommate, femboy lover. Knee-high socks found in closet, like fork found in fucking kitchen. In the text exchange, he said this is a big meme. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The fucking messages are mostly a big meme. If I see notices Bulges OwO on Fox News, I might have a stroke. Tyler Robinson's mom claimed that their partner was transitioning but is a biological male. Again, this is the confusion between femboys and trans women. It's going to get so much worse from here because people are going to double down on the rhetoric just like I am. I will be the first to admit if I'm wrong, but they're never going to.
Radical right has lost the plot. I believe freedom is about the individual, not the collective. Since when are you guilty for something your roommate does? And where does this guilt by association collective punishment end? Both his parents are Republican, and they taught him how to shoot. His grandma's Republican. He went to a right-leaning Mormon college in Utah. Are they guilty? I don't think so. But that's where this bad way of thinking is headed. Tyler Robinson made an evil choice and he'll pay the price. His roommate made the choice to help the FBI however they could. And I've not seen anyone on the radical right be grateful for that roommate doing the right thing, despite the weird hate they're getting, for something they didn't do. If you want Charlie Kirk's killer brought to justice like I do, then we owe a debt of gratitude to Tyler Robinson's trade school roommate, who volunteered everything they know about their roommate to the FBI, despite being made the target of political hate from unconfirmed and not necessarily related rumors. This is someone who did nothing wrong and is on the side of justice, and that takes a lot of bravery.
Now, Destiny really is a woman's name, and there's some massive allegations floating around that Destiny apparently had a sex with Nick Fuentes. However, on the WestJet channel, we do our due diligent research, and I found out that this was actually false. It wasn't Nick Fuentes, it was some other guy.
Baba Bowie.
WestJet. What is up, old beamers and straight streamers? WestJet 6'5", Venezuelan trillionaire here, and today we're talking about Destiny. Oh, and literally 0% of you are subscribed, so be sure to subscribe. Yeah. For obvious reasons, I'm not going to show you the video, but it's been floating around. It's essentially Destiny giving the Zuck 5000 to an unknown man. So Twitter does what Twitter does best. They start to look at the dates and start speculating, and apparently some of the dates aligned to when Nick Fuentes was meeting with Destiny in Miami. I personally was more of a fan of the Turkey Tom theory because they've been a little awfully close. Turkey Tom got stuffed. No. And then he blocked the dude making the post. No. I feel like blocking the guy makes you look worse, but I digress. This is still hilarious. The memes that came from this situation were hella funny though. Nazis. Destiny hitting the salute. Destiny blew Nick Fuentes, sir. Somebody photoshopped Nick saying, I didn't Destiny, I didn't come on Destiny, I didn't put my dick anywhere near Destiny, I've never done anything weird with Destiny with the post being deleted. Nick Fuentes, when he was with Destiny, and it's just like, bro. And I just want to say this right now, I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on, I don't care if you're on the spectrum, and also, I don't care what you think about Destiny doing that. We can all unanimously agree that having your personal kind of video leaked does suck, so there we go. Little Ludwig fence sitting complete. Victory Royale. People thought Nick was already kind of after doing this zesty pose, so this fit people's narrative and they sort of ran with it. There was no evidence or anything like that. And the website that initially ran the story was tribune.com.pk, which is Pakistan. So you already know the comments regarding this were very civil and very kind-hearted. There was a theory that the Tribune is actually tied to US intelligence agencies. I think they're kind of overcomplicating things personally. This is a classic run-off-the-mill Occam's razor scenario. It's literally just probably a dude in Pakistan who doesn't like Nick or Destiny. Me liking every post saying Destiny sucked off. Truth be told, nobody really cared. Even if it is false misinformation, it's a funny thing to think about. Personally, I low-key feel kind of bad for Destiny because, like, not even a month, not even a week ago, he got his, like, DMs leaked with this, like, random girl he was talking to. It was pretty bad. I censored out some of the stuff for your discretion, but yeah, it's It's weird. And you know what? That's on him. He's allowed to do whatever he wants to do. At the end of the day, I don't really care. It's not my problem. I don't know why people are so concerned with what he's doing. You're trying to shame a guy who's clearly shameless and doesn't care about pretty much anything. So, like, I don't get what the point is. Bro pulled a sketch. Oh. It's kind of like the sketch situation, except no big industry players came in to defend him. You know what I mean? Like, nobody made a post trying to say that they're vouching for Destiny's character. Turkey Tom just made this tweet making a joke about how Destiny just super loves Zins when he hasn't had any for a while. He gets needy. Literally only French Canadians came to his defense, so you know he's not very liked on the internet.
I'm gonna have a take, okay? And you're not gonna like it.
Oh, he's gonna say something controversial. Buckle in, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't give a fuck that much how bad somebody is online. People that bring their crusade to the next level and do weird shit is never okay.
I agree with what he's saying, but that's the wrong person to defend with that argument. Like, Destiny's literally known for not caring and, like, letting his community go loose on Hasan and vice versa. So, like, I don't know.
Like other accounts, make sure you have a VPN. I need a VPN sponsor. Yeah, and do it. And harass them or abuse them or whatever. I guess if that's what you want to do.
I mean, you reap what you sow, and I think Destiny could handle himself. He doesn't need a French Canadian coming to his aid.
The mass doxing that I saw, and people being like, oh yeah, this is okay because it's public now. Fuck it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first, folks. Doxing is bad.
The front door gets broken down by the cops or whatever. The dog panic and they fucking run towards the cops. They shoot the dog. Dog's dead. Neighbor's dog, also dead.
True. What? True.
I think a friend of mine's account from that I talked to like 3 or 4 years ago ended up getting compromised, and you know, sometimes you just gotta roll with the memes. It is what it is. What do you want me to say?
I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding. I did.
He didn't explicitly say it wasn't Nick Fuentes, though, so you know. But yeah, anyway, Twitter notes came to his defense, and the dates didn't quite align as closely as people thought. They were like 2 days off. Close call. But the dates did align for when he and Sneeko were in Chicago, so rutro. The Cuck collaboration would be crazy. Also, one thing I don't understand is Destiny's been pretty openly bisexual for the last couple of years. He's been like literally openly talking about it on podcasts dating to like years ago, so I don't understand why this is a shock to some people. I am extremely upset at Elon Musk. I was looking at my comments and I saw a video of Destiny a man. Why the f is this allowed on X? I now have that disgusting image stuck in my head. I personally find that hilarious how he ran to Elon. He's like, help! Please. Nick Fuentes wasn't happy about the allegations either and made a response. My haters spent their entire Thanksgiving watching gay to verify a rumor published by a Pakistani newspaper just to hurt my reputation. Nick Fuentes derangement syndrome. You know, it's like professionals have standards. Personally, I didn't think the guy really cared much about his reputation, but you know, I guess. Turkey Tom, however, isn't in the clear, and these memes ain't gonna beat the allegations. I even called it in one of my previous videos. You were the chosen one. At this point, you're just Destiny's child. Don't go to the dark side. I was wrong, though. I think the dark side came to him.
For legal reasons, that's a joke.
I also don't know what kind of grip Destiny has on the commentary guys, but they're quick to jump on any other story but this one. I'm not sure why they're scared. It's really not that serious, and he doesn't care about this himself.
You should be firmer on the leak, in my opinion. It is generally disgusting how many people spread revenge. Even mentioning the vehement homophobia, even if it doesn't affect you personally. What do you want me to say? It's pretty bad. It's pretty annoying. Pretty cringe, but Kabada goob shibu. Well, you know, it is what it is.
Now, I think there's a big difference between coming across the video going, hot gay, and then going about your day and, like, ignoring it. I think going out of your way to try to clown Destiny, embarrass him, you might be gay yourself. You might be closeted. Why are you so hyper-fixated on it? And let's say it's against your religion, which, you know, fair enough. I'm not going to knock anyone for that, but hyper-fixating on this, wouldn't that be sort of counterintuitive to your own cause? This was honestly the perfect opportunity to dunk on two people that the internet doesn't like, and quite frankly, it is kind of funny because nobody even bothered to fact check or verify anything, and it feels like nobody was really on their side. The same people that call themselves progressive and like stand for LGBT rights are the same people that are clowning Nick for being quote-unquote gay without even evidence. So like that hypocrisy is insane to me. I just don't understand. Andrew Tate's brother Tristan also made a comment about this situation, and let's just see that. If a sex tape of me with a woman got leaked, I'd apologize publicly. I have young viewers. That Destiny guy has no shame. It's truly disgusting. He should just quit the internet. I get where he's coming from, but what what would an apology really do? Like, genuinely, I don't think that changes anything. The video is already out there. I didn't really think he had to, but Sketch did technically apologize, so I guess maybe that's where he's coming from. The thing that's the most confusing about this situation is that I for sure thought that Sneeko and Andrew Tate would have something to say, but Sneeko's been radio silent and Andrew Tate's too busy pumping crypto. My thumbnail's a bit troll, but it's sort of a mockery on the he's over meme.
Hey there! Looks like you didn't heed my warning, did you, little guy?
This is the face that Destiny sees.
Planning to make a video on Yanis Korwin-Mikke for a long time. It seems like a perfect combination of different things I've covered in the past, such as, like, you know, alt-right femboys and furries and just general far-right figures. But if you guys don't know who he is, we're going to get into all that today, and we're going to talk about, like, how bizarre this man is and how his politics are basically not all over the place, but very, like, contradictory and weird sometimes. And we're just going to talk about why he's so infamous at this point. On your screen right now, from Europe, the subreddit, here we see far-right Polish politician Yanis Korwin-Mikke picking up an anime femboy at a cosplay convention. So that is a bizarre photo for someone who's been a politician for, like, decades, in and out of politics in different branches of, like, government or the European Union. But then the most bizarre thing, I'm going to flick through the photos with you now, is that this guy has, you know, seemingly been to this anime convention. Now, he was wearing a red bow tie and, like, a more bluish suit in that one, in the femboy photo. So this is a different one where he's shaking hands with a bunch of furries. Notice the bow tie and suit jacket are different. So shaking hands with numerous furries and putting it up all on screen for you right now. And he's at least gone to 3 of these types of conventions, because now he's wearing a different outfit and he's shaking hands with more furries. And then in one of them, he's also wearing, like, some mech suit. Now, I don't know if this is his or just someone else's who's lent it to him, and he's standing next to a Donald Trump Captain America. But it seems like it'd be hard to kind of take this all off and give it to him unless it was planned. So a lot of this stuff has sort of endeared him to a lot of people. And here you see him with the Infinity Gauntlet or shaking hands with SpongeBob, and people see him as, like, this meme character because they're just like, oh, Polish politician Yanis Korwin-Mikke, what a hilarious guy, palling around with femboys and furries. And, you know, I don't know why he does this. Is he just super into, like, nerd stuff or subcultures? It's really hard to tell at this point. But I wanted to get into the guy behind this bizarre meme. Now, you guys might actually have seen this if you watch PewDiePie. I hope not too many of my audience watch PewDiePie. But PewDiePie made a video on this guy maybe like 3 or 4 years ago, because he gave an interview to Good Morning Britain, which used to be hosted by Piers Morgan, about his views on women. And he's basically a very open, sexist man. And I'm not going to play that interview because it's pretty notorious, this channel, for copyright striking and stuff. But I do want to show you him in an actual interview setting. Now, I was going to, like, read out facts about his life and controversy before, but I know the average watch time of my videos, and I know it's about, you know, 10 or 11, 12 minutes. But instead of reading his life, I just want to throw some headlines at you and why you might have heard of him. So, BBC, EU court overturns Parliament's punishment of Polish MEP for sexism. The EU's top court has ruled that the European Parliament was wrong to penalise a Polish MEP for controversial comments about women. Yanis Korwin-Mikke, who is no longer an MEP, was suspended and lost his parliamentary allowance after making the remarks in 2017. He said that women must earn less than men because they are weaker, smaller and less intelligent, but judges ruled that his comments didn't merit the punishment. And then another time before this, about 3 years before this, Polish and Italian MEPs sanctioned for Hitler salutes. 2 right-wing MEPs have been suspended from the European Parliament for making Nazi salutes during the sessions, and he was suspended and fined for this. And he said, Mr. Corbyn Mick was protesting against the transportation of migrants across the EU. He said the time it is Ein Reich, Ein Volk, Ein Ticket, and later made a speech referring to migrants as human garbage. So clearly he's very open in his far-right beliefs. Now, as
I think that it would be better to kind of promote a drive towards a more capitalist worldview rather than waiting for it to collapse.
Well, the solution is perhaps in army. Army it is the men, and men are the men in army are usually for risk, because that's why they inscribed to the army. So perhaps like Pinochet in Chile or something, they can take power and introduce some freedom, because
so we need a military dictatorship to take power.
Yes, because it gives us freedom. For example, Pinochet abolished the obligatory pensions scheme, for example, and in the very moment the price for it got down 3 times or something like that.
See, I can't see you selling a military dictatorship to people. I agree that there are problems with liberal democracy and universal suffrage. But the question on the other side of the argument would be, well, how do we hold the people who rule over us accountable?
But the problem is that you cannot have a liberal democracy, because you have democracy, and majority will change this liberal into less liberal.
That is true.
And then to socialism. You cannot do it. You must have. I would say monarcho-capitalist, not anarcho-capitalist, monarcho-capitalist. There must be somebody who will take power and introduce freedom. Yes, and to impose freedom on the people, to forbid.
But the problem that the natural objection that's going to be raised is how would you keep an absolute monarch in control? Because you might have an enlightened monarch who does institute a radical free market system, but then what if the next one happens to be a massive socialist?
But absolute monarchy doesn't control the life in such an extent that it is a democracy. In democracy, the government regulates everything. In monarchy, the king has no time to do this. He wants money to have mistresses and hunting and so on.
But what if he likes socialism and implements a giant bureaucracy to create socialism?
So this guy says he's like libertarian leaning, but is calling for like authoritarian dictatorships to give people freedom, which is very strange. Now next up is a Confederate flag behind him, and Sargon of Akkad asks, why do you have this Confederate flag behind you? And then he answers, and then I think he makes a joke about native genocide in the US, which then the pair of them start laughing about. So let me know what you think of this weird joke he tells at the end.
If I don't bring up the fact that you have a Confederate flag here, I think I'm going to get in trouble.
Yes.
So would you like to explain it?
It's a kind of joke. Our name of our federation of parties is called Confederation, so I use this flag. But, well... I remember 5 years ago, in the Georgia's flag in the United States, there was still a Confederate flag. It was a normal flag. Now the socialism with such a great progress that...
Absolutely. This is the thing. The socialists have basically turned it into the Nazi flag now. So...
Nazi?
Well, essentially, that's how they view it. That's genuinely how they view it.
It's terrible. Sometimes we are always called a Hitlerite party. We say, well, no, I am for obligatory pensions. You are? Yes. Hitler was for, I am against. Are you for compulsory education of children? Yes, Hitler was yes, I am against. The European Union, it is a third Reich, in fact. We are against. But still we are called fascists. Fascism is a kind of socialism. I prefer fascism to socialism, because fascists are socialists who are wise enough not to fight against family. Socialism fights against family, and it's socialism. And fascism is exactly the same as socialism, but not fighting against family. So I prefer fascists to socialists.
I always viewed the fascists as honest socialists. Yeah, no, honestly, because the socialists have got this dream that they can take over everything, and then the state will wither away and everything will be perfect. Whereas the fascists just accept that they're going to be tyrannical.
Well, but I hate all states, fascist, socialism, communist. You know, there was a different tribes, Comanches, Apaches, and so on. But good red is dead red, you know.
You're trying to get me in trouble. Well, it was nice having a YouTube channel while I had it.
Yeah, there's a lot to dig into with that little clip there, basically saying that he's actually not like Hitler at all because he's against pensions and like sort of government institutions. Then he talks about, and I think it's the joke, that, you know, only good red is a dead red. And he's saying that in regard to both communists and the Native American tribes that were wiped out by the US government, which Sargon of Akkad seems to know is like a really offensive joke and starts laughing, saying, you're going to get me in trouble, get me banned off YouTube. Also, I love their comments about fascism, where they're like, yeah, I prefer fascists to communists because at least fascists want to, you know, keep the family. Communists don't. I mean, Sargon of Akkad thinks that fascists are honest socialists. I mean, I guess a lot of people say it because of National Socialism, but not every fascist is a National Socialist anyway. And obviously the fascist key target nearly all the time are the socialists. So, you know, I don't take Sargon of Akkad that seriously, but I think it's pretty telling. He's listening to like some fascist guy rant about this stuff while laughing about native genocide. I also love how Sargon of Akkad is saying that it's the socialists who made the Confederate flag into like a Nazi-like flag. Not that the Confederacy fought an insurrectionist war so they could keep slavery in the United States and keep this awful racist system alive. You know, that's maybe why people say it's a Nazi flag, not just socialist.
I'm so glad people are finally starting to learn about what Groypers are, because let me tell you something, I have hated, for the past 5 years that I have been doing sex work, I have absolutely hated the fact that there is nary a space that I can go as a trans sex worker without encountering this weirdo fucking insane subsect of the internet that is basically if Heinrich Himmler put on striped thigh highs. I'm so glad I don't have to live with this knowledge alone anymore.
The alt-right has infiltrated pretty much every single subculture there is. This is why there are fascist furries, literal Yahtzee furries who wear armbands in their fursuits. Boneheads co-opted the skinhead punks, and I got doxxed for talking about lace code that one time, remember that? Fascist femboys, fascist VTubers. This is because they have inherently no culture themselves, so they take from other people's. Not every furry is a fascist, not every skinhead is a fascist. Look into sharps or skinheads against racial prejudice. If y'all have gotten this far, you can look back onto my lace code videos about punk dog whistles. There's also a fascist in the White House, put there by a Groyper. Elon Musk was like the only and main reason Donald Trump got elected the second time. Which brings this all back to the election tampering as well. Donald Trump is a shitpost. Donald Trump is a troll president. And for the sake of discussion, I know not everybody is a Groyper on the alt-right, but it is easier to describe them as that to give you a place to start your research.
I think everyone should have what they need. I'm literally a fucking Nazi. Wow, there's some pretty extreme rhetoric on both sides.
People keep trying to both sides this argument, but the only sides here are the right and the far right, with the left going, look out behind you! There is someone walking behind you. Turn around, look and see. People on the left, like especially trans people, have been trying to point out the discrepancies between the accusations cast on our communities and the actual communities that were responsible for all of these heinous acts pretty much in the last, 10 years? I made the analogy to my new friend Saber that we're over here in the corner screaming as loud as we can, and people are finally turning around going, what's that sound? And we're going, look, it's behind you! And people are going, hey, you're making too much noise over here in the corner. We're all just trying to be here in this, room together. And we're like, We don't want to be right. I never wanted to actually be right about any of this. I never wanted to have to teach your grandparents about what a cat boy is. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to get you to come over to my side. I'm trying to get you to turn around. Like, do I need like an actual, like a bell? Do I need to ride through the streets on horseback?
It is day 236 of being executive ordered out of existence, and the rhetoric of annihilating trans people out of existence from all facets of public life is stronger in the last 2.5 weeks than it's ever been. Trans folks get blamed for everything in the hopes that something will stick. But the thing is, trans folks don't have to be involved for trans folks' communities or trans folks outright by name getting invoked in scenarios where there's infrastructure failures, there's freak accidents, there's fatal accidents, there's incidences of violence. At every chance, right-wing propagandists and pundits especially are going to invoke the name of trans people before anyone gets the chance to actually look at the truth and the evidence and the information to discern, does this have anything to do with trans people? And 9 times out of 10, it does not. That is not an accident. That is literally propaganda. If you repeat something enough times to the point where it is impossible to discern what is true and what has just been said enough times to be emphasized and forced in your face enough to make you believe it's true. One of those is propaganda. It is a scary time to be a trans person. It is a scary time to be vocal about progressive issues. It has been scary to be a trans person in a culture and society where the rhetoric continues to amp up. Jo Ellis was blamed when she wasn't even anywhere near DC for the fatal commercial flight crash with the military helicopter in January in DC. Tucker Carlson somehow managed to implicate trans people in the invasion of Ukraine. DEI was invoked as a potential reason for the number of deaths in Texas due to unprecedented flooding. It always seems that without any reason whatsoever, our communities, our cultures, our identities are invoked, and it's about rhetoric. It's about painting a picture. Whether or not that picture is accurate or whether or not that picture does any good for the general public doesn't matter, because you know who it does a lot of good for? Those in power. Those who want to create differentiations between who deserves their humanity and those who don't, those who are disposable, those who are the crudgy, crummy, crusty scum of the earth. Because if there's scum of the earth, there's a threat. And if there's a threat, there's a target. And if there's a target, there's a national identity that needs to be created in which those powers will then be doled out to those identities and those people to annihilate them. And that is what we're seeing play out right now on day 236 of being executive ordered out of existence.
You know what I just realized yesterday? I actually don't think if the shooter was right-wing, I don't think we would ever know. I thought about this a lot, and I realized the cancerousness, is that a word? Of talking about ongoing investigations. There's no possible world where the FBI, if they found this information, would make a public statement releasing any of it regarding right-wing or not, like, politically affiliated, because the entire political leadership has already staked their entire reputation. Imagine you set up this whole thing where a huge theme is like being opposed to the enemies of America, left-wing radicalism and violence, and then imagine it comes out, we just found out that the shooter guy was either right-wing or was like super apolitical. It was like Biden or something, right? Like it could never come out. How could you ever have that information come out? The president and the vice president were speaking here, right? It was so stupid of them to make comments on this investigation in the early hours, really, but in the first day or two before they knew anything. Because now I don't even know if we would ever find out about anything if they were to discover anything.
For me, the immediate hours after somebody is murdered in public, my instinct then is to just sit with them in their grief, right? To say, I can for this moment find some way to grieve with you.
One thing that Ezra needs to understand is people are truly not used to interacting with people that don't have your best interests at heart or don't have a mutual understanding of how you should both operate. This idea of extending goodwill to someone in a time of tragedy, all of these things that we do, all of these very normal and very ordinary human behaviors that we do, assume or presume some amount of humanity on the other side. None of these things work when the other side does not reciprocate. And not only do they not work, all of these systems are hijacked and taken advantage of by the other side. And you can't allow that to happen. These people took his death and they turned it into a political event immediately. Literally, before they even knew who the shooter was, right? They already had an ideology ascribed to him. They already blamed him for a certain thing. They had the political enemies lined up. Like, they had the whole movie basically already shot, like, hours after the whole event happened. And then they allowed it all to unfold however it would going forward on television. That was it. The whole narrative was written hours after this dude died.
I've been wanting to talk about this publicly for over a year now, and now I've finally worked up the courage to talk about things I've kept quite close to myself, now that it's becoming more important now than ever. Go back 5 years, back to 2020. I was 14 years old, in secondary school. I've lost most of my primary school friends due to going to a different school, and I'd failed to really make any new ones. I was the ostracised, weird kid who spent lunchtime alone, and I barely had any social life, just in time for lockdown to happen. Really was the perfect target. As a result of lacking friends to give counter-narratives making me feel less insecure, I was increasingly susceptible to hearing anti-immigration narratives, both online and in real life, which made me believe that we had like a nice, safe country, but a lot of the problems are all from immigration, that everything's all gone to shit, just like how I felt like my personal life was at the time, that we're not allowed to talk about problems with like immigration and Islam, for example. Like, that obviously spiked my interest, my curiosity at the time. And you know what algorithms are like, you know, you like one and it keeps on feeding you more. Soon I was rooting for Donald Trump in the 2020 election. That's what then led me to solidify my anti-immigrant, anti-Islam views, and what led me next to oppose feminism. I was always insecure about how much of a man that I was, as many boys do as teenagers, and I just thought the girls had it on easy mode. It was easy to then see like feminists as like man-haters, as they were often portrayed as online a lot of the time, and that feminism was like corrupting young women away from like family values. It's easy to laugh at now, but like as a deeply insecure 14, 15-year-old boy who'd like never had a girlfriend and like never got any like attention, it was all super easy to like believe, especially if you don't have anyone around you to like discuss and question all of these things with. The fact that in that time everyone else shunned me at school for my views only pushed me further into believing that I was right and that everyone was brainwashed. I never thought that I was racist, even though I really kind of was looking back, so it kind of baffled me in a way I don't really know how to explain. I was so deep in the far-right cult by now, and I didn't even realise it. Towards the end of secondary school, I'd become fully red-pilled, so to speak. I surprisingly did get on okay with some of my peers, though, despite it all, though I still didn't really have any close friends, and I was still deeply insecure in myself at the time. I was watching a lot of channels such as The Daily Wire, like Candace Owens, like Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Brett Cooper, Sargon of Akkad, just to name a few. It fully made me all like buy into my ideas that like Western society had declined as a parallel of sorts to how I believe my personal life went up to this point. I believed immigrants were slowly taking over and destroying the culture of the country, same with like feminism and LGBTQ movements. Looking back, I don't even know why I was so homophobic, actually. Like, I'd never had any bad experiences with queer people, and I'd never been insecure about that aspect of myself specifically. I suppose it must just be like when you believe one and like you get pushed into like believing all of your stuff on your side, like from these algorithms, I suppose. Anyone who went to my sixth form will know this next one. Just a few weeks after I joined in 2022, I made a now deleted video defending Andrew Tate. It was my most liked video at the time, and to say it caused controversy would be a bit of an understatement. I had a couple of words, to say the least, with some of the staff there, and it really made everyone there very, very uncomfortable, since I'd just joined as well. This could not have been more poorly timed. The fact that a lot of my male peers did sort of agree with what I said, and that those who didn't weren't really willing to have a conversation with me and instead just smeared and isolated me, only confirmed my reactionary views even more now than ever. To make things clear, I was never a full-on fascist or an incel. I'd never fallen that far. I might as well have only been one step away. I went to the gym not to make myself healthier, but to get over my body and lack of girlfriend insecurities. Yeah, that one went well, didn't it? Academically, I really started to lock in around this time to get into university, and then that's where I'll lead on to the final part of my story. In my final year of sixth form, the age of 18, I started to realise a lot of these red pill leaders like Tate, Pearl and Myron Gaines didn't make any sense to me. One moment they say how hookup culture was corrupting women away from traditional family values, then none of them would have any of these traditional families themselves. When they were questioned, their ideas would all fall apart. I'd always been told that feminists were the enemy and that they hated men. When I was going through some really bad mental times, it was the man-haters that were there to support and guide me. I'd been told Muslims were destroying the country, but I got on with them in my classes, and they were some of the nicest and smartest people who I knew. In my classes, mainly the psychology ones, I'd learned just how awful people with disabilities were actually treated, how gender roles are largely socially constructed, how much our individual differences are. It obviously didn't really register with me right away, but I did slowly start to open my mind and accept that I could have been wrong about certain things. I started compromising increasingly with myself. I started to look at society less as moulding all of these groups together, but that we're all just individuals just living ourselves out in like a world that wasn't really built for any of us. I started really thinking with my heart and not my prejudices. I then used that worldview to slowly dissect like the red pill and like the anti-Islam talking points I'd held so close to me. Of course there were like bad people within those groups, but I'd seen enough counterexamples in the real world. I started to abandon my old racist and misogynistic views as they no longer made any sense to me in my head. I had my own personal counterexamples to counter those narratives. A lot of it was indeed from soul searching and like kind of finding who I really was deep inside, the type of person that I really wanted to be deep down. I'd always viewed myself as like an empathetic, thoughtful, kind person, so how hypocritical of me to be filled like so much anger, with so much insecurity, with so much ignorance. When I saw myself through that lens, it just became honestly impossible to unsee. Ever since leaving that far-right ideology behind, I feel so much freer. I for once feel like my personal life is getting better and not worse. I've taken matters into my own hands and gotten over most of my old insecurities and prejudices. I want other like young men in particular, of course everyone, but like mainly like young men for my age to do the same. These people like Trump, like Farage, like Tate, like Tommy Robinson, none of them stand for you. They only want to enrich themselves. They want you to be angry all the time on purpose because they'd be absolutely nowhere without it. Don't let your insecurities keep you down and keep on fighting for a better world for everyone. It won't cost you anything.
Now that folks are really understanding the depths of the far right and like Groypers and how like young men are so acceleratingly being radicalized, I hope that really like for our mothers and our grandmothers and our aunts and like the older generations, you understand why Gen Z women are like anti-dating, because like it's not just they haven't matured yet and they haven't grown up. No, our dating pool has significantly shifted to the right. like has significantly shifted to the right. Like, I think you have a way higher chance now than you did in like the 80s or the 70s of going on a date with somebody who is a closeted fascist and Nazi. You have a way higher chance of that because they are being radicalized through the internet to become those neo-Nazis, to become fascists, to become Groypers. Like, that's what I mean when I'm saying like the dating pool absolutely sucks, and why so many Gen Z women are not dating. And that's why when we say the male loneliness epidemic is not our fault, that's what we're talking about.
More and more Gen Z women are trying to date millennial men because they missed the red pill manosphere stuff. So millennial men are like more normal than Gen Z men.
There's a stat that about 60% of young men are single while only 30% of young women are single. The disparity in those numbers are showing up because younger women are dating older men because those men skipped the red pill manosphere content. They actually learn how to speak to women in public. They actually learn how to live offline. And that's very important because I think what we need to do is show the young men today that what they're listening to online is only hurting them and that they really need to get offline and start talking to women in real life and pick up the social skills that are going to get them the dates and get them the relationships that they want. Family lawyers are now seeing a wave of divorces caused by red pill content. Let's talk about it. According to a CBC report, men are bringing red pill ideas into their marriages by demanding obedience and treating their wives like subordinates. A Canadian family lawyer says he's seeing a trend of men getting sucked into misogynistic ideals and the marriage starts to unravel. One woman said her husband became controlling after binging this bullshit. She said it was like he forgot I was his wife and started treating me like a servant. Red pill is not just content. Studies have shown that men who consume red pill media show lower levels of emotional intelligence, higher levels of loneliness, and a hostility towards women. So not only is red pill content keeping men single, it's ruining relationships. Some of these men lose custody, fall into depression, and double down on the manosphere. Just remember, the red pill is poison, no matter when you take it.
There is a direct link between Charlie Kirk, Nashta, and Andrew Tate. Let me explain. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff online since everything went down with Charlie, but something stood out to me last night when I saw a video of a mother who was distraught because her kids were able to understand memes that float around Nick Fuentes' group, the Groypers. And if you thought Charlie Kirk was bad, this guy's on another level. And as I looked through the comments of other concerned parents, one stood out to me. This one, saying, "Girl, I just learned about Ben Shapiro yesterday." And that might seem crazy to you that people don't know who Ben Shapiro is. But for a little bit of context, my wife is Japanese, and I'm reminded on a daily basis that most of the world doesn't really care about what's going on in US politics. Like, for me to try and explain to her what's going on with Charlie Kirk would take so much backstory, it's just not worth it. But here's something that I think is very important for parents to understand, and where my whole crazy connection between like Coco Melon and Nick Fuentes is. And I know this because I am a video producer and I teach my clients this exact formula. Now I'm fortunate because my kids are very young, so my biggest challenge right now is trying to keep them away from Blippi and Coco Melon. But even that is a constant thing that I am having to monitor. Like, my eldest got into watching this girl's videos, right? And she's super popular on YouTube. On YouTube Kids, you can block channels that you don't want your kids to watch, and every single night I would have to block another one of her channels because she would have it in English, German, French, Spanish, whatever, right? Every single country, she had it on block. And blokes like Alex Hermosi here take advantage and even teach this sort of content distribution formula. Because for most people, when they think of content distribution, you might think, okay, I'll make a long form video for YouTube and then I'll cut that down into Reels for Instagram and Facebook. I might write a blog or, some Twitter post off the back of that. But the way that these right-wing channels operate is on a whole different level. Because you see, for guys like Tate here, not only do they put out their own long-form content and short-form content every single day in such an insane amount, they also teach their followers to clip their videos for them. As an example, here is Patrick Bet-David, who is a right-wing conservative kind of business guy, right? Now, he's got a long-form podcast, and that long-form podcast is cut down into shorter clips, like 5 to 10 minutes long, and then into reels, like 1 to 2 minutes long, and then spread across all these platforms, all these YouTube channels. And check this out. This is just some of all his YouTube channels. So not only does he have his main channel, but then he's got Valuetainment, he's got Valuetainment Comedy, he's got it then in Russian and Farsi and Espanol, and he's even got a little short form one. And each and every one of those platforms has hundreds of thousands of subscribers and millions of chances to be seen via the platforms. And this goes the same for places like the Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's thing. And see all those faces up the top there? Each one of them has their own channel with their own followers following that same formula. Long form, short form, reels. And then they're not just spreading those on your typical social media platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. They are then spreading that on Reddits, Twitters, 4chans. They have their fingers in every single pie. And they have then their followers screaming this and plastering it across all platforms and jumping into all the comment threads and just spewing the hatred. Which I'm sure I'll probably cop some on this video. And then it doesn't end there. Like Charlie here had Turning Point USA, which is its own web platform. So it's like their own little streaming service for their own community. And he's just one of many. So should you worry about your kids being online? Yeah, a little bit. But I'm not making this video to scare you, more inform you that if you do cut off the head, you block those main channels, then their influence can still penetrate the internet and reach your children. Wait, that didn't sound any less scary. But seriously, it's about being consistent in monitoring what your kids are seeing online. Having a constant and open dialogue with your children about the things that they're seeing, the things that are being shown to them, and checking in with them with where they're at, that is what is required to keep your kids out of these insane internet bubbles. And knowing this sort of stuff might help you recognize when you're falling into these traps as well. And learning more about this sort of misinformation can truly help us move into a better world. And that's part of what I teach in my book, which you can go get in the link in bio.
What? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? It's like he's like hanging out with toddlers. You know, like what he... I don't know what a particle collider is. Copper tubing, and it sends something through antimatter.
Gang gang, oh, where's my beat? Ooh, gang gang, gang gang, yes, popcorn, gang gang, gang gang, fire, gang gang, but amazing, ooh.
Remember when a mass shooting would stop America cold? When Columbine happened, it was unthinkable. It was a brutal and theatrical act that turned Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris into instant celebrities. But are you noticing that now things have just kind of blurred together? These mass shooters' faces and names blur. These acts are now reduced to numbers, and it's background noise. So what happens when mass murders no longer command attention? Killers gonna change their tactics. What if people stop lashing out at peers, classrooms, strangers in public spaces, and start hunting upwards, targeting politicians, CEOs, cultural figures, symbols of power and privilege? Tyler Robinson, the 22-year-old that is accused of killing Charlie Kirk, if he did this, I think the message is pretty clear. The bullet casing left behind was etched with internet slang. Notice his bulge, OwO, what's this? Out of context, it's juvenile and absurd. A joke made in the corners of online fandom. But engraved on the shell that ends a man's life, it becomes dark. What if, to those who speak the language of memes, it's a knowing nod? A signal that the act belongs to their culture. So the engraving makes the murder cartoonish and grotesquely playful. Now, Luigi Mangione, who's been charged with murdering United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, he etched, allegedly, some slogans into his shell casings. These engravings read more like political graffiti than jokes, so irony and ideology are now sharing the same stage. Murder has become performance art. If Robinson did this, what makes his bullet casings chilling to me is that they feel like an invitation. The language he chose belongs to a generation fluent in chaos humor and subcultural codes. It whispers to others who feel unseen and nihilistic. This is how you get them to notice you. Murder can be a meme, life a punchline, and the script is ready for anyone willing to take the next role. And obviously we're circling back to an older script. Assassination is nothing new. And it never disappeared. It only went dormant because it was overshadowed by a shock value of mass shootings. But saturation of the mass shootings killed the shock. But now it's possible a new generation is discovering a more enduring path. Kill a powerful man, and history binds your identities together. And this is a logical progression in a country where visibility is currency. We built a culture that equates spectacle with significance, where the fastest way to become undeniable is to create a story that nobody can ignore. For those who feel invisible, crushed by despair, failed by systems, or simply forgotten, violence becomes one of the few remaining paths to visibility. So not punching up, but killing up makes more narrative sense now than mass shootings. Pew-pewing a CEO or political figure makes more noise. And we do have an invisibility problem. It isn't about media attention, it's about a culture that ties human worth to visibility. We are raised to believe that individuality and specialness are everything. That being seen is proof of existence. Like, if no one's watching, are you even real? It's a cultural sickness that creates hierarchy of value. Some lives are endlessly mourned while others are barely noticed. Irina Zarutska, a 23-year-old refugee from Ukraine, tried to build her life in America, and her life ended tragically, brutally, on a train while others walked away or filmed. This death barely made the news for 2 weeks. This murder was as brutal as any public assassination, but she didn't symbolize power, politics, or controversy. Just a young woman trying to survive. So America looked away. So this is the other half of invisibility. Our outrage is selective, determined by narrative fit rather than human cost. This cultural sickness, the equation of visibility with worth, fuels the entire cycle. Those who feel unseen study the culture and what gets attention and what doesn't. Now they're learning that violence aimed at privilege is what's going to get through. Because unless a victim already has some level of social capital, they're just going to be background noise. So in short, we've successfully built a society that offers spectacle as a primary path to significance, where access to weapons far outpaces any access to mental health care, and where the mythology of violence grows stronger with each retelling. And these shell casings with their etched messages aren't just evidence, they're recruitment for any young man who feels invisible. This isn't about evil men. It's about a culture that has made invisibility unbearable. And violence is now becoming the most dependable way to be seen.
wondering how we de-escalate an ecosystem of disinformation as justification for extremist violence. Because we're living in different realities these days, and every time you see someone crazy and violent, I bet if you saw what they saw, the average person would act like they acted too. And we can't have productive conversations when we're on fundamentally different planets. So I'm trying to brainstorm ideas for how we could fix this, as someone with a background in digital design and internet culture. First of all, I think that regulating hate speech is far easier said than done and brings up a lot of ethical and constitutional concerns. I don't think that is a productive, realistic conversation. I wish it was, but have you met an American? So instead, I want to talk about the causes of hate speech, misinformation. First, I think we should bring back the fairness doctrine. Reagan got rid of it. But broadcasts used to be held to a standard where they had to provide a fair, truthful, and balanced view of events. Getting rid of it has led to profit-optimized, subgroup-focused media outlets to different political ideologies, but we are facing the consequences for that every day. Second, what if news organizations had to be nonprofits? So this gets rid of the incentive to have clickbait full of ads that no one can read through, and also to paywall articles so most people can't ever read the full news, only the headlines. Third, and this is more original and it would be very hard to implement, but special verification. Sort of like the old blue check marks on Twitter, but more specialized in that. Just for news organizations, verifiable reporting outlets. I think it should be a special standardized symbol across all major social media platforms. And I think it should have its own tab, like a For You page or followers. News. Getting this verification would add a lot of credibility to actual formalized verified reporting outlets. And a lot more visibility too. They'd have their own special feed with far less competition. And whenever you make a post talking about a story, I think there should be a way to link it, like you can in TikTok to certain products. This would keep discourse accountable to some verifiable facts. And those news sources get huge visibility and extra clicks from this. But there's a cost. But by getting this verification, I think those outlets should be held to stricter legal requirements for reporting truthful information. That is, if they report unverified misinformation, they could face legal consequences for that. So they'd still be incentivized to be quick at reporting things, at least to beat their competition, but they would have incentive also to slow down a little bit and check their facts before they post something. Even with the Charlie Kirk incident, we've seen a lot of misinformation, even from news outlets, quickly put out there and then retracted. That is dangerous, and people still run those earlier drafts because they've not seen the newer updates. And we can't guarantee that they have or will. Average random people can still say whatever they want, but verified reporting outlets are held to a higher, clearer standard. We can separate opinion and conjecture from verifiable fact. I believe at this time, the American government is too politically biased to implement such a system fairly. But once we get things back to normal, I think this is the only way we can really coexist with social media as a system long term. On the user end, we have to overcome the anonymity problem. Or better put, the accountability problem. I think the current ID-based attempts are messy and ageist and not going to work out great, and there's a lot of reasons to be against that, especially if you're worried about a biased government collecting your data. But I think preventing account spam after you get banned is important. And I think linking different posts to the same profile or user is important. A big problem with 4chan was that users had no accountability, no account necessarily tied to their posts across the same forum. So 4chan was a weird mix of people who are just being ironic and taking different stances post to post, who didn't believe in any of it, some actual consistent, earnest fascists and bad people, and some genuine schizophrenics who thought they were serious but weren't to be taken seriously. And I'm not trying to exaggerate that or use that as like a random derogatory insult. There are people who are actually unwell. And on 4chan, all three of those groups look the same. You can't tell who's joking or who thinks it's serious. Even a system like Reddit profiles is way better at tracing who's saying what and who's just a troll. And most importantly, who's a bot. We need to do something serious about bots online. It's bad. We need legislation for this yesterday. The only way I would really want to limit speech is maybe some clear legal guidelines on what counts as stochastic terrorism and hold at least elected politicians to restrict what they can do to stoke violence. I do think the responsibility of leadership should mean being held to a higher standard, especially when Americans' lives are at risk. But this is all just some first impressions brainstorming, because I think the social media landscape is bad, and boomer politicians have no idea the monstrosity that is the modern day American experience. Do you think things are fine? If there's a problem, what is it? And what should we do about it?